Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The air in the small room was stale, tasting of recycled breath and the faint, chemical tang of industrial cleaner. It was pushed through a ceiling vent that hummed with a low, persistent drone, the sound vibrating in Katie's molars. The fluorescent lights overhead cast a flat, shadowless glare, bleaching the color from everything, from the scuffed, institutional green of the walls to the pale linoleum floor, worn to a dull sheen in a path between the door and the table. The walls were bare except for a single, faint smudge at about shoulder height, a ghost of some past occupant's frustration. Katie shifted in the hard plastic chair, the seat unforgiving against her tailbone. The table, a slab of cold, scratched metal bolted to the floor, created a tangible barrier exactly 3 feet wide. She could feel the chill of it seeping through the sleeves of her blazer. The familiar unease of an interrogation space settled over her like a second skin, a hyper-awareness of every sound, every shift in posture, the charged silence between words. Her own breathing sounded loud in her ears, a steady counter-rhythm to the vent's hum. Across the table, Brent Stiles had his forehead pressed to his folded arms, a picture of disengaged boredom. His breathing was deliberately slow and even a performance of sleep. The sleeves of his faded gray hoodie were pushed up to his elbows, revealing forearms corded with wiry muscle and dotted with small, amateurish tattoos, a poorly rendered eagle, a series of numbers that might have been a date, the ink blurred and greenish. One of his sneakers, scuffed and caked with dried mud, tapped a silent, restless beat against the chair leg. Brooke Vance sat beside her, a fresh notepad open on the table, her pen held with a grip so tight her knuckles were white. She had positioned herself slightly back from the table's edge, an observer's posture, her body angled just enough to watch both Brent and Katie's profile. Katie knew this was going to be a grind. Brent had already been processed, his pockets emptied into a property bag, a wad of linty gum wrappers, 73 cents in change, a single key on a plain ring. The lack of personal effects on the table made him seem both vulnerable and defiant, a man stripped down to his attitude. Katie let the silence stretch for another 10 seconds, listening to the hum of the vent and the distant, muffled clang of a door from deeper in the precinct. She wanted him to feel the weight of the quiet, the emptiness he had to fill. Finally, she spoke, her voice calm and measured, cutting through the artificial stillness like a blade through fog. Let's start simple, Brent. Tell us a bit about yourself. A muffled groan came from the cradle of his arms. He didn't lift his head. I'm a real people person. Love sunsets and holding hands. The words were slurred, dripping with a sarcasm so thick it was almost tangible. Charming, Katie said, her tone flat, refusing to be baited. She leaned back, the plastic chair creaking in protest. She let her eyes drift over him, taking in the details, the grease in his brown hair, the ragged edge of a fingernail where he'd been chewing. Many hobbies. He lifted his head just enough to rest his chin on his forearm, one eye peering at her with theatrical weariness. The other eye remained hidden. And sure, I collect bottle caps. Is that right? Katie asked, her expression neutral, a blank slate. She let a beat pass, her eyes holding his visible one. The vent hummed. Is there a bottle cap in your collection that looks like a reciprocating autopsy saw? Brent's head snapped up, his spine straightening as if pulled by a wire. A wide, surprised grin split his face, revealing slightly crooked teeth. It was a genuine reaction, the mask of boredom shattering into something like impressed amusement. He let out a short, sharp laugh that echoed in the sterile box of the room. I'm okay, Taché. You got me. That's a good one. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound, and ran a hand through his greasy hair, making it stand up in erratic spikes. He shook his head, the grin lingering. Straight for the jugular. I respect that. Care to explain that little performance at the college? Katie pressed, not returning the smile. She kept her hands relaxed on the table, palms down, fingers slightly spread. A non-threatening, open posture. The grin faded, replaced by a sullen tightening of his jaw. The amusement evaporated, leaving behind a residue of resentment. He looked down at his hands, picking at the same hangnail with focused intensity. Not really, no. It'll go better for you if you do. Sounds like you've got the script already, he said, his eyes flicking up to meet hers, then over to Brooke, assessing her before returning to Katie. His voice took on a mocking, sing-song quality. Why do you need me? You're the FBI. You've probably got a whole file. Brent Styles fuck up. Brent Styles couldn't cut it. Am I right? We know the what, Katie said, leaning forward slightly, her elbows on the table. She kept her movements slow, deliberate. We're interested in the why. Brent's shoulders lifted in a lazy, exaggerated shrug that made his hoodie bunch around his neck. That creep Anderson. He deserved a scare. A real good one. He said it with a casual certainty, as if stating a universal truth. Katie filed that away. He was talking about the assault, not the murders. It was an opening, a confession to a lesser crime, perhaps a bid for control of the narrative. She nodded slowly, as if considering his point. He says he's never met you. He's a liar, Brent snapped, a flash of real anger igniting in his eyes, turning them from dull brown to a heated amber. His fingers stopped picking and curled into loose fists, the knuckles pressing white against his skin. His name was on the rejection letter. Okay. Anderson. Admissions Committee, Pennsylvania College of Medical Sciences. I read that fucking letter about 50 times. Memorized the font. His voice rose, taking on a reedy, strained quality. So I tracked him down. Found his lecture schedule online. Wasn't hard. The college website is a joke. Brooke, who had been watching with a detached intensity, her pen poised but not writing, shifted in her seat. The movement was subtle, but it drew Brent's attention. She couldn't hide her skepticism. Her eyebrow arched slightly, and her lips pressed into a thin, disapproving line. You applied to medical school? She asked, her tone not quite mocking, but edged with a professional doubt that was somehow more cutting. What were your qualifications? A pre-med. A biology degree. Brent's head swiveled toward her. The anger from a moment before surged back, hotter now, directed at this new target. His cheeks flushed a mottled red, creeping up from his neck. What does it matter? His voice rose, cracking on the last word like a teenage boy's. A faint tremor entered his hands, and he shoved them under the table, out of sight, as if ashamed of their betrayal. I had the grades. I had the aptitude. He stumbled over the word. I could have learned. They just saw my address, my background, and tossed it in the trash. Didn't even look. Katie shot a glance at Brooke, whose expression had gone rigid, a mask of analytical calm. Welcome to the show, Katie thought. Brent's rage was real, a live wire sparking in the confined space, but it was a scattered, unfocused thing. It was the anger of a man who felt the world had promised him something, respect, a future, a title, and then reneged. It was volatile, petulant, and deeply personal. But was it murderous? Was this simmering, directionless resentment capable of the cold, surgical precision they were hunting? The calculated intimacy of the injection site, the patient post-mortem dismemberment. The rage felt too loud, too messy. "So you went after him because he said no?" Katie said, her voice dropping back to that calm, even register, a pool of stillness against his choppy waves. She adjusted her posture, mirroring his earlier slouch just a fraction, a subtle, almost unconscious signal of alignment, of understanding his frustration. Why a reciprocating saw? And why target a man with one leg? That feels specific. Personal even. Brent's eyes darted between them, the anger receding slightly, replaced by a cagey wariness. He seemed to be calculating, deciding how much of his internal logic to reveal, how much would make him sound clever versus unhinged. He sucked his teeth, a wet, thoughtful sound. "'Cause I had a saw," he said finally, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. He shrugged again, the movement jerky, defensive. "Found it at a surplus auction. It looked mean. And serious. Don't know nothing about his leg. Didn't care. Just wanted him to see it. To know what it felt like to have something sharp and serious pointed at you by someone you screwed over." He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto Katie's. "To feel powerless for a second. That's all." The answer was both childish and chilling in its simplicity. The weapon was chosen not for symbolism, but for available theater. Katie let it hang in the air for a moment, let the implications of that mindset sink in. The hum of the vent seemed to grow louder, filling the space his words had occupied. She then changed tack, her voice going flat and deliberate, each name a stone dropped into still water, meant to create ripples she could read. "Cassie Sullivan," pause. And she watched his face. "Nothing." "Lindsay Harper," pause. A slight blink, but it could have been random. "Ikara Sutton." Brent didn't look up. He stared at a deep, silver scratch on the metal table, tracing its jagged path with his eyes. His expression was blank, a studied neutrality. "It sounds like a law firm. Or a girl band." He popped the P, a puff of air that was meant to sound casual. "Do those names mean anything to you?" "Nope." He shook his head slowly, still looking at the scratch. "And should they?" Katie's gaze didn't waver. She reached down slowly for the plain manila folder at her feet. The movement was deliberate, a small production. She made sure he saw her hand descend, saw her fingers close around the cardboard edge. She gave him time to wonder, to anticipate. She placed the folder on the table with a soft, definitive thump. The sound was dull but heavy in the quiet room. She didn't open it immediately. She rested her hand on top of it, feeling the slight give of the cardboard. She watched his eyes. They flicked to the folder, lingered for a half-second on her hand, then darted back to her face. A glimmer of curiosity broke through the defensive boredom, followed by a faint tightening at the corners of his mouth. She opened the folder. The sound of the cardboard flap unlatching was loud. Inside were 3 8x10 glossy photographs, face down. The white backs were pristine, anonymous. She picked up the first one, her fingers feeling the cool, slick surface of the print. She slid it across the table in one smooth, silent motion. The glossy surface caught the overhead light, creating a blinding white glare for a second before it settled in front of him, the image resolving. It was Cassie Sullivan, pale and waxy, against the stark white of the morgue slab. The photo was cropped to show her face and torso, the brutal, sutured stump of her left leg clearly visible just below the frame's edge. The Y incision of the autopsy was a stark, dark line against her chest. The lighting was clinical, merciless, highlighting every detail of her lifeless expression. The slightly parted lips, the waxy sheen on her eyelids, the utter vacancy, and the violent, surgical absence where a limb should have been. Brent's eyes went wide, the pupils dilating rapidly. His breath hitched, a sharp, audible intake that hissed between his teeth. He pushed his chair back an inch, the legs scraping a harsh, grating shriek on the linoleum floor. His hands came up from beneath the table, his fingers splaying wide as if to push the image away, then curling into claws, before beginning to drum a frantic, arrhythmic tattoo on the cold metal edge. Tap 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 tap. The sound was rapid, nervous, like a trapped bird beating its wings. "What the hell is that?" he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper, ragged at the edges. He couldn't look away from the image, his eyes glued to the stump, then flying up to the dead face, then back again. "That's victim number 1, Katie said, her tone devoid of inflection, a neutral report. Cassie Sullivan. Leg severed post-mortem. She placed a second photo beside the first with a soft click. The two glosses lay side by side, a horrific diptych. Lindsay Harper. Same story, this image was similarly composed, a different face, softer features, dark hair, the same horrific signature of the sutured stump. Brent's eyes darted between the two photos. His drumming intensified, the tap-tap-tap becoming a continuous, jittery vibration. A muscle in his jaw twitched, a tiny, repetitive spasm beneath the skin. His throat worked as he swallowed convulsively. "And the killer left Cassie's leg right next to her body," Katie continued, watching him like a hawk tracks the slightest shift in its prey. She kept her voice low, almost conversational, letting the horror of the fact speak for itself. "We think it's some kind of message. A signature. What do you think that message is, Brent?" She watched him closely. A change flickered across Brent's face, a rapid sequence of micro-expressions that was almost too fast to follow, but which Katie's trained eye parsed. The initial performative shock, the wide eyes, the open mouth, melted into something raw and genuine. The color drained from his cheeks, leaving a sickly, greenish pallor like old cheese. His lips parted, but no sound came out. His eyes, which had been wide with theatrical surprise, now held a deep, sickened dread. It was the look of someone confronted with a profound and visceral wrongness that bypassed the brain and went straight to the gut. It wasn't fear of consequence. It was revulsion at the act. He threw an arm up as a shield, the heel of his palm pressing against his forehead, turning his head away sharply. "That's vile. Get it away from me?" The command was sharp, laced with real panic, his voice climbing back into that reedy register. "One more." Katie's voice was calm, a steady, placid counterpoint to his rising distress. She placed the third photo down with finality, completing the terrible set. "Ikara Sutton. She sometimes went by Delilah. Ring any bells?" Brent shook his head violently behind the barrier of his arm, like a child refusing a nightmare. His free hand was now a fist on the table, trembling. "No. Get them out of here. I don't want to see that shit." Katie let the silence stretch, thick and heavy. She studied the parts of him she could see. The tense, corded line of his shoulder under the thin hoodie fabric, the rapid, shallow rise and fall of his chest, the way the tendons in his neck stood out like wires. The line between act and authenticity was always blurry with someone like this, a performer who lived in a world of perceived slights and grandiose gestures. But his horror at the images, the specific gut-level revulsion that had paled his skin and stolen his breath, felt authentic. It wasn't the calculated disgust of a guilty man covering his tracks. It was the involuntary recoil of someone seeing something truly abhorrent for the first time. It wasn't the fear of being caught, it was the fear of the thing itself. She turned her head slightly, just a few degrees, to gauge Brooke. Her partner was watching Brent with detached, clinical focus, her pen poised over her notepad. Her face was a careful blank, but Katie saw the slight tightening at the corners of her eyes, the way she held her breath, the almost imperceptible lean away from the table, as if the horror had a physical gravity. She was learning. Katie turned back to Brent. "We think you're responsible, Brent." She said it plainly, a statement of fact without accusation or heat. A reciprocating autopsy saw, just like the one you brought to that lecture hall, was used at the last scene. That's quite a coincidence. You have to admit that. Slowly, as if moving against a great weight, Brent lowered his arm. His face was still pale, but a new expression had settled over it, a grim, sober determination that smoothed out the earlier panic. His eyes were red-rimmed, but they met Katie's directly without flinching. His voice when he spoke was quiet but firm, each word deliberate, pushed out on a steady exhale. "I didn't do this. I didn't kill those women." Absolute, clean denials from the truly guilty were rare. They usually qualified, hedged, justified. "I didn't mean to. She made me. It was an accident. I only hit her once." Brent's denial was stark and simple, a wall with no door. Katie felt a first, faint doubt uncoil in her gut. It was a cold, sinking sensation, the feeling of a theory losing its structural integrity, a foundation cracking. The saw had felt like a lock. Now it felt like a coincidence. "Big talk from a guy who brought a surgical saw to a college lecture," Brooke said, breaking her silence. Her voice was cool, challenging, pulling his focus. She tapped her pen once on the notepad, a sharp click. Brent's head swiveled toward her, but the anger was gone, replaced by a weary exasperation. "I wasn't gonna use it on him," he insisted, his frustration palpable but controlled. He spread his hands, palms up, on the table in a gesture of helpless honesty. The skin on his palms was calloused. "And I told you. Just wanted to make a point. Scare him. Make him feel a fraction of what I felt when I read that letter. That's it. It's stupid, I know it's stupid, but it's not that." He jerked his chin toward the photos, his lips curling in renewed disgust. "Where were you Wednesday night, Saturday night, and last night?" Brooke fired back, rapid fire, not giving him time to settle, to build momentum. Brent blinked, thrown by the specific dates. He leaned back in his chair, the plastic groaning. He looked up at the ceiling, at the buzzing fluorescent light, thinking. "Wednesday, Saturday, at my buddy's place. Kyle's. Different nights, same deal. We were streaming." "Streaming?" Katie asked, allowing genuine confusion to plane on her face. She tilted her head, furrowing her brow slightly. It was a calculated move, inviting him to explain, to build his own alibi, to give them more than a one-word answer. Brooke clarified, her tone shifting to professional explanation, as if for Katie's benefit, but really for the record. "Playing video games live online. It creates a public broadcast, usually recorded with timestamps and viewer chat logs. We can verify it." A crack appeared in Katie's theory, widening rapidly. A digital alibi with timestamps and a public audience was a tough one to fake. It placed him in a specific location, engaged in a specific activity for hours. "If you only did the college thing, why run when we knocked on your door?" she asked, probing the inconsistency, trying to find a thread to pull. If you're so innocent about these murders, why bolt? That looks guilty as hell. Because of the college thing, Brent's frustration erupted, finally breaking through the controlled tone. He slapped a hand on the table, the sound a sharp, percussive crack in the small room. He immediately pulled his hand back, flexing his fingers. I did that, I admit it. I ran so my mom and my little sister wouldn't have to see me get cuffed for it on our front lawn. My mom's got enough trouble. His voice dropped, the anger bleeding away into a weary, defeated shame. He looked down at his hands, at the red mark forming on his palm from the slap. Stupid, I know. But that's why. I didn't want them to see that. Not for something so pathetic. Katie tried another angle, pulling from the sparse file they had compiled in the borrowed office. You served in the military. Briefly. Brent let out a short, humorless laugh that was more of an exhale. 3 months. Basic and a little more. Got a general discharge. I don't like being told what to do. Shocker, right? He looked at her, his eyes flat. They don't teach you how to inject people behind the ear in basic. They teach you how to make your bed and get yelled at. A short stateside stint. No deployment. No combat medicine. No field surgery. Nina Shaw's theory about military trauma, providing surgical knowledge or desensitization to violence, didn't apply here. Another piece of her puzzle fell away, clattering to the floor of her mind. An hour ago, standing in the damp, derelict living room of his house, this felt solid. A disturbed young man with a surgical saw, connected to a victim's neighborhood, with a history of impulsive violence. Now, with alibi witnesses and digital evidence, with a denial that rang hollow only in its simplicity, and a military record that was a footnote of failure, the foundation was crumbling beneath her feet. Brent was disturbed, impulsive, filled with a petty and dangerous rage. But the meticulous, clean, intimate horror of the leg murders. The specific, chosen injection site, the patient post-mortem dismemberment, the symbolic, almost reverent placement of the limbs. It didn't fit. The profile was wrong. Her gut, a tool she'd learned to trust through fire and blood and countless interrogation rooms, told her she was wrong. The feeling was a hollow pit in her stomach, a vacuum where certainty had been. She glanced at Brooke. Her partner's posture had slumped almost imperceptibly, her shoulders rounding forward just a fraction. She was staring at her notepad, but her pen was still, not writing. And she felt it too. The energy had leaked out of the room, replaced by a dull, anticlimactic fatigue. Katie began to gather the photographs, lining them up carefully, edges flush, before sliding them back into the folder. The glossy surfaces whispered against each other, a soft, slick sound. We're going to verify your story, she said, her voice returning to its official, neutral register, the one used for administrative tasks. You'll wait here. As she squared the edges of the prints, her mind replayed his reactions in slow motion, frame by frame. The revulsion had been universal, a wave that hit him with each photo. But there had been a nuance, a difference in timing and quality she couldn't quite pin down. It was a whisper at the edge of her perception. She looked up at Brent, who was now staring blankly at the scuffed green wall, looking drained and much younger than his years, a boy playing at being a hard case and failing. Brent, she said, her tone softer, almost conversational, dropping the interrogator's edge. He blinked slowly, as if coming out of a trance, and focused on her. I noticed something. When I showed you Cassie and Kara, you were repulsed. You looked away. But with Lindsay Harper, she tilted her head, studying him, watching for any micro-flinch. Your reaction was different. It wasn't just disgust. There was a moment, just a split second, before you pushed the photo away, where your eyes stopped. Where you looked at her face, not just the wound. There was a moment of recognition. Before the horror. She left it hanging, an open question in the air between them, a hook baited with observation. Brent blinked again, slowly, seeming to surface from a daze. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his thin neck. His eyes drifted to the closed manila folder, as if he could see through it. The defensive sneer was gone, replaced by a look of confused concentration. Can I see that one again? The second one. A guilty man, confronted with evidence of his crime, would not ask for another look. He would avoid it, reject it, turn his body away. Curiosity, especially this tentative, uncertain kind, was not the hallmark of a perpetrator. Katie felt the doubt solidify, crystallize into a new direction. She didn't open the folder. Instead, she met his gaze, holding it. What about it? I think I've seen her. Before. Her face, he said it quietly, almost to himself as if testing the idea. Katie and Brooke exchanged a swift, loaded look. Brooke's pen was back in her hand, hovering over a fresh line on her notepad ready. You know her, Katie pressed, her voice low and intent, leaning in just a fraction. Not know her. Seen her. A few times. He pointed a tentative finger toward the folder, his hand trembling slightly. Those tattoos. On her arm in the picture. The geometric patterns, the triangles and lines. My friend Kyle did those. At his house. He's got a tattoo gun, does work for cash under the table. I was there when he inked her. I handed him the wipes, the Vaseline. I remember the pattern. It was distinctive. The room seemed to grow still, the ever-present hum of the vent fading into the background, as if someone had turned down the volume on the world. Katie carefully, slowly, extracted Lindsay Harper's photo from the folder. She didn't slide it this time. She held it up, facing him, allowing him to look without it being on the table between them. She watched his eyes as they tracked over the image, not with horror now, but with a focused, forensic curiosity, searching the inked skin on the woman's forearm for confirmation. What about it? Katie repeated, her voice a soft prompt. Yeah, he said, nodding slowly, his eyes still on the photo. That's her. She was nervous. Jumpy. Kept asking if it hurt. Kyle had to tell her to hold still a bunch of times. She had a little bottle of vodka she'd sip from. When was this? Brooke asked, leaning forward, her voice carefully controlled but with an undercurrent of urgency. A months back. 6, maybe 7. Winter, I think. It was cold out. I remember she kept her coat on until the last minute. What was her work? Katie asked, though the pieces were already clicking together in her mind with a dreadful, grinding certainty, forming a picture she'd already begun to suspect. Brent looked up from the photo, his expression a mix of reluctance and a strange eagerness to be helpful, to prove he knew something of value, to be more than just the suspect. She said she was a prostitute. An escort. Said she needed the tattoo to feel tougher, like armor or something. Like it would scare off the creeps. He shook his head, a faint, grim smile touching his lips. Kyle kept asking her about her work. He was weirdly into it, asking all these questions. What she charged, what guys asked for if she had regulars. It was uncomfortable. She didn't like it. She just gave short answers, looked at the floor. Katie took the photograph back, the glossy surface cool and smooth against her fingers. A new connection snapped into place in her mind, with an almost audible click. Lindsay Harper, an escort tattooed by Kyle Spencer. Kyle Spencer, Brent's roommate, who shared his digital alibi. Kyle Spencer, who had a noted, bitter disdain for women, who asked invasive questions. The thread was thin, gossamer, but it was something. It was a path leading away from the crumbling theory centered on Brent and toward a new, darker possibility in the next room. The saw might belong to Brent, but the connection to the victim belonged to Kyle. She stood up, the chair scraping back with a jarring screech. Wait here. Someone will be in to take your formal statement about the college incident. Her voice was all business again, the moment of softness gone. She gestured with a slight tilt of her head for Brooke to follow. In the hallway, the air felt different, colder, less charged but buzzing with the ambient noise of the precinct. The transition was jarring. The sterile silence of the box was replaced by the distant ring of telephones, the murmur of overlapping conversations from the bullpen, the squeak of shoes on polished linoleum, the clatter of a keyboard. Katie leaned against the pale, cool cinderblock wall, letting her head rest back for a second, closing her eyes. She let out a long, slow breath, feeling the tension in her shoulders begin to unknot, replaced by the fatigue of a missed strike. "He's not our guy," she said quietly, stating it aloud to make it real, to hear the words in the open air. Brooke nodded, her arms crossed tightly over her chest as if she were cold. She leaned against the wall beside Katie, her shoulder blades pressing into the rough concrete. The alibi checks out or it will. The reaction was wrong, it was all wrong for the profile. She blew out a breath, fogging the air slightly in the cool hallway. But the roommate, she looked at Katie, her eyes sharp, the analytical engine already turning over. Kyle Spencer. He tattooed Lindsay. He's weirdly into her work, asks creepy questions. And he lives with a guy who owns a surgical saw. He has access. And he just became our next conversation, Katie said. She pushed off the wall and turned to face Brooke, assessing her. The rookie was pale, a faint sheen of sweat at her temples, but her gaze was focused. The earlier frustration at hitting a dead end replaced by a keen, hunting intensity. The puzzle had a new piece. You up for taking the lead on this one? Solo. Brooke's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then narrowed with determination. She straightened her shoulders, uncrossing her arms and stood up straight. Yes. Absolutely. Good, Katie nodded, her own mind shifting gears. Remember, we have no evidence linking him to the murders. We have a connection to a victim. That's our wedge. That's all we have. Get him talking about her. See if his curiosity went beyond asking questions. Watch his reactions, not just to the murder but to her, to the idea of her. I'll be next door observing. Brooke gave a firm, single nod. Got it. She took a deep, centering breath, her chest expanding, then exhaled slowly, visibly settling into the role. And Brooke, Katie added, her voice lowering. He's not Brent. He's older, probably smarter, definitely more controlled. That casual contempt Brent has. With Kyle, it'll be calculated. Don't let him get under your skin. Use it. Read it. Brooke met her gaze, her jaw set. I will. The adjacent interrogation room was a mirror image of the first, same sickly green walls, same bolted metal table, same humming vent pushing out stale, cool air. But the atmosphere was different from the moment Brooke Vance entered and took her seat. She had asked for a moment to prepare, and she'd used it. She sat across from Kyle Spencer, her back straight but not rigid, her hands resting flat on the table in front of her, fingers relaxed. She had positioned her notepad to the side, a symbol of official business but not a barrier. This was her chance to recover, to prove her value beyond profiling and note-taking. To prove she could handle the gritty, interpersonal grind of an interrogation, the psychological push and pull. Kyle slouched in his chair, one ankle resting on the opposite knee, projecting an air of utter indifference. He was older than Brent, mid-20s, with a lean, wiry build that spoke of manual labor or constant tension. His close-cropped dark hair was neat, almost severe. His eyes were a flat, pale blue, the color of winter sky, and they tracked Brooke with an appraising, dismissive coolness, taking in her suit, her posture, her youth. He had a tattoo creeping up the side of his neck from under his collar, a twisting vine of thorns that disappeared into his hairline. His arms were crossed over his chest, biceps straining the sleeves of his black t-shirt. Mr. Spencer, Brooke began, her voice level and professional, neither friendly nor hostile. Kenny's fine, he interrupted, a lazy, knowing smile touching his lips. It didn't reach his eyes. What's the problem, officer? Brent do something stupid again? His tone was patronizing, placing her as a beat cop, not federal. The problem is 3 dead women. Brooke didn't smile back. She didn't correct his officer remark. She let it hang, let the gravity of the statement sit between them. She opened a folder. This one contained only a copy of Lindsay Harper's photo, the one showing her face and the tattoos. She slid it across the table with deliberate slowness, the glossy surface whispering against the metal. Your friend Brent says you're familiar with her. Kyle glanced at the photo. His eyes registered it, scanned the face, the tattoos, with a speed that suggested either genuine lack of recognition or practiced control. Then he looked back at Brooke, his expression unchanged. A practiced, minimal reaction. He gave a slight, dismissive shake of his head. Never seen her. Her name is Lindsay Harper. Brent says you tattooed her. At your house. About 6 months ago, Brooke kept her voice flat, reciting facts. Kyle took a long, slow breath, his chest expanding. He held it for a second, then let it out through his nose in a controlled sigh. I do a lot of tattoos. For a lot of people. Maybe. I don't remember every piece of ink I do. He shrugged, a movement meant to convey casual indifference, but his shoulders were tight. I didn't kill her, he said it preemptively, a challenge. No one said you did, Brooke replied, her tone neutral, giving nothing away. She leaned forward just a fraction, reducing the space between them by a few symbolic inches. But Brent said you were obsessed with what she did for a living. That you asked her a lot of questions. Made her uncomfortable. A smirk touched Kyle's lips, this one reaching his eyes with a glint of cold amusement. Who wouldn't be curious about a working girl? Seriously. It's a different world. You hear stories. His gaze traveled over Brooke's suit jacket, her conservative blouse, with a faint, unmistakable hint of contempt. Not your world, obviously. You probably think it's all Pretty Woman. Brooke felt the jab, the deliberate attempt to categorize and diminish her. She kept her expression impassive, a smooth mask. She was murdered, Kyle. Show some decency. Decency? He let out a short, derisive puff of air, a sound of genuine scorn. Please. You play with fire, you get burned. Simple as that. It's a dangerous line of work. Everybody knows that. They choose it. He leaned forward now, mirroring her, his pale eyes locking onto hers. You think she didn't know the risks? She got a tattoo to feel tough. That tells you everything. She knew what she was walking into. Brooke pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth, counting silently to 3. She could feel the heat of anger rising in her chest, a flush warming her neck, but she forced it down, channeling it into a focused, icy calm. His logic was vile, but it was a window. What did you learn about her? From all your questions. He shrugged again, a habitual gesture that was starting to grate, to feel like a tick. Not much. Called herself Crystal. Said she was new to the game, needed cash fast. His eyes flicked to the photo again, and this time they lingered on the tattoos he supposedly didn't remember doing. A faint crease appeared between his eyebrows. Funny how broke people always seem to have money for ink. Did she mention any trouble? Dangerous clients? Anyone who made her nervous? Brooke kept pushing, her voice a steady probe. Nah, he picked at a cuticle on his thumb, examining his nail with feigned boredom. Said all her Johns were fine. Polite, quiet, paid up front. No hassle, he looked up, the smirk returning. Probably fishing for business from me, to be honest. His disdain was thick, layered with a contempt that seemed reflexive rather than considered. Is that something that interests you? Brooke asked, keeping her voice neutral. Hell no, I don't pay for it. I don't have much use for them. He crossed his arms, chin lifted. Brooke studied him. A hater of women, living with a saw-wielding fantasist. Maybe they were a team. Can you account for your whereabouts the past several nights? Kyle cracked his knuckles, a loud, jarring pop that echoed off the bare walls. You think I did this? Because I don't like hookers. Join the club, sweetheart. Your friend threatened a man with a surgical saw. You live together. 2 victims were escorts. It looks strange. He laughed, a short, harsh sound that came out more like a bark. I was home. Every night. With Brent. Streaming games until 3 in the morning. It's all recorded. Knock yourself out. The wall of digital alibi was back. Brooke's lead was evaporating. Where did she find clients? On the street. Online. Those sketchy buy-sell trade sites. They're all over there. Brooke's stomach sank. That was a black hole of anonymity. Thousands of ads, burner accounts, no verification. She stood, then paused at the door and turned back. Kyle was watching her, his smirk tentatively returning now that she was across the room. One more thing, she said. Did Lindsay ever mention a regular client who made her uncomfortable? Someone quiet. Someone who asked too many questions about her body. The smirk faltered. Something shifted behind his eyes, not guilt, but a flicker of uneasy recognition, as if a memory had surfaced that he hadn't expected. He blinked it away. I don't remember, he said, but his voice had lost its edge. Brooke held his gaze for a beat, then left, finding Katie leaning against the wall by the observation window. Total asshole, Brooke spat. No argument here, Katie said. Brooke looked through the glass at the now-cowed Kyle. How'd I do? Solid. But you slipped, you mentioned Kara Sutton was an escort. That was supposed to be held back. Brooke cursed, punching her palms softly. Damn it. I'm sorry. I can't believe I messed that up. Relax. You did fine. We have a link now between two victims. That's our next thread. It feels like we're back to the start. I was so sure about him. Katie put a hand on Brooke's shoulder. I know the feeling. Hits me every case. But a little information can change everything. She smiled. And for the record, the way you took down those two back at the house. That was impressive work. A faint smile broke through Brooke's frustration. Thanks. She glanced back at the window. I'd do it again, too. Let's take 30. Clear our heads. Brooke nodded, running a hand through her hair. Yeah. I need air. I'll be out front. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The man on the bench sipped his lukewarm coffee, the bitter, burnt taste coating his tongue, a cheap, acidic blend from the cart on the corner. The brim of his hat, a nondescript charcoal gray, cast a deep shadow that swallowed his features, leaving only the lower half of his face visible. A strong jaw, clean-shaven, and thin lips pressed against the paper rim of the cup. He sat perfectly still, a statue amidst the flow of pedestrian traffic on the sidewalk, his back not touching the slatted wooden bench, his posture one of alert rest. His vantage point on a public bench across the four-lane street offered a perfect panorama of organized chaos. The county police headquarters, a squat, utilitarian brick building from the 70s with narrow, tinted windows like squinting eyes. Its lot was crammed with official vehicles, black and whites, unmarked sedans, a forensics van with its rear doors gaping open. A constant flow of uniforms and suits moved with grim purpose through the automatic glass doors, their postures rigid, their faces set in lines of fatigue or focused intensity, a human current of contained crisis. Pennsylvania. The air here had a different weight than D.C., a colder, damper quality that seeped through his jacket and carried the faint, distant scent of the Susquehanna, a muddy, organic smell, underlaid with diesel and industrial exhaust from the rail yards a mile east. It brought back memories. His last business here had involved a radical faction calling themselves the Liberty Phalanx. A useful, if melodramatic, bunch of disillusioned veterans and survivalists playing at Revolution in rented cabins. They needed a way to breach the security of a federal courthouse in Philadelphia, a symbolic strike. His contribution had been 3 months of meticulous social engineering, a patient unraveling of institutional trust. He recalled a specific afternoon in a bland, sun-drenched coffee shop near Independence Hall, the air smelling of roasted beans and lemon-scented cleaner. He'd sat across from the court clerk, a middle-aged man named Robert, with thinning hair combed over a pink scalp and a nervous tic that made his left eye blink every 12 seconds like a metronome. Calloway had been Martin, a security consultant for a fictional private equity firm worried about activist shareholders. It's about stress-testing the human layer, Robert, he'd said, his voice a calm, reassuring baritone cultivated to sound both authoritative and weary of corporate drama. He'd slid a brochure across the table, a beautifully printed piece of corporate nonsense featuring stock photos of diverse, smiling teams in crisp office settings. We simulate a hostile internal audit. We need to see if your people follow protocol when faced with a plausible, high-pressure scenario. Robert had nodded, his fingers tracing the embossed logo on the brochure, his eyes flicking from the photos to Calloway's sincere, open face. The man's need to feel important, to be part of something larger than his docket management duties, was a gaping hole. Calloway had poured validation into it, cup by cup of overpriced coffee, with anecdotes about the board and risk mitigation, and being on the front lines of corporate defense. The janitorial supervisor, a weary woman named Lena with deep lines around her mouth and nicotine stains on her fingers, had been easier. A fabricated story about an EPA inspection for asbestos, requiring temporary access panels to be installed in the ventilation shafts for sensor placement. He'd met her in the courthouse basement, the air thick with the smell of floor wax and mildew. He'd worn a utility vest and carried a clipboard. She de-signed the work order without a second glance, her mind visibly on her son's tuition bills, the pen scratching decisively on the dotted line. The culmination was a Tuesday evening, the sky a deep indigo. He'd watched from a rented room in a nearby hotel, through a high-powered scope resting on a folded towel on the windowsill. The room smelled of stale cigarette smoke and floral air freshener. He saw the two compromised individuals, Robert and Lena, who had been required to stay late for the audit. He saw Robert adjusting his tie in a third-floor window, his face pale under the fluorescent lights. He saw Lena pushing her cart into a service elevator, her shoulders slumped. The shaped charges, disguised as HVAC dampers, were already in place in the sub-basement electrical conduit hub. The detonation was not loud from this distance. A deep, contained thump that he felt more than heard through the hotel window, a vibration in the glass. The courthouse windows on the west side flared a brilliant, brief orange before they blew outward, in a crystalline, glittering shower that caught the city lights. The secondary blast, the fuel air mix in the confined space, bloomed a moment later, a rolling fireball that lit up the street. Collateral damage was just efficient housekeeping. Leaving them alive would have created loose ends, potential backtracking, emotional witnesses. He'd learned that principle young, back when he traveled with a third-rate circus called Marlowe's Marvels. Every magic trick required a clean stage before and after. The sawdust, gritty underfoot and smelling of pine and sweat, had to be raked smooth. The animal dung, sharp, ammoniac piles from the tired lions and the sway-backed horse, had to be shoveled away before the crowd arrived. The rigging, rough hemp ropes that chafed the hands, had to be checked and double-checked for telltale fraying. No traces. No witnesses to the mechanics behind the illusion of levitation, or the lady sawn in half. The audience, their faces upturned in the bleachers, smelling of cotton candy and cheap beer, paid for wonder, not for the sweat and grease and deliberate deception that manufactured it. The ringmaster, Marlowe himself, a man with a magnificent mustache and breath that reeked of gin, would smile his desperate, bankrupt grin and bellow about miracles, while backstage, a boy learned that the only real magic was making things, and people disappear without a trace. That philosophy, baked into his bones by the smell of popcorn and tiger piss, and the sound of the calliope wheezing through its tunes, was why he was here now. A thread needed snipping. A potential loose end, however distant, required assessment and, if necessary, elimination. The principle was eternal. He took another sip, the coffee now cold and acrid, a sludge at the bottom of the cup. He corrected himself. The view wasn't entirely industrial despair. There was beauty of a sort, a living sculpture of motion and intent. It emerged from the precinct's automatic doors, parting the flow of personnel like a stone dropped in a stream, two agents. One was a striking blonde, younger, her posture almost painfully erect, her head on a swivel as she scanned the parking lot with a forced vigilance. All sharp angles and professional poise, but with a tension in her shoulders that spoke of newness, of conscious effort, like a soldier on her first patrol. The other was her. The girl from the cage. Katie Ford. He felt his breathing slow, his diaphragm moving with a shallow, controlled rhythm. His focus narrowed to a laser point, the periphery of his vision softening until the brick building, the cars, the other people blurred into a gray-brown backdrop. His body remained relaxed, his hands loose around the coffee cup, but internally every sense sharpened. He watched her stride. It was purposeful but not rigid, a natural gait adapted to urgency, the heel-toe impact of her boots firm on the asphalt. She wore a dark jacket, jeans, boots, practical, unadorned. Her hair was pulled back, but strands had escaped, catching the flat afternoon light, fine wisps of gold against the dark collar. She was speaking to the blonde, her head tilted slightly and listening, her hands moving in concise, explanatory gestures, a chop of the hand, a pointing finger. Then she stopped, turning fully to face her partner, and for a moment her profile was clear against the brick wall. He could see the set of her mouth, a firm, straight line, the focus in her eyes even from this distance, the slight crease of concentration between her brows. Seeing her through the reinforced, smudged glass of his isolation cell in Maine had sparked something unfamiliar in his calcified psyche. It was an attraction, not as normal people felt it. It was more like the fascination of a collector, spotting a rare, flawed jewel in a dusty shop. The flaw was what made it unique, what told its story. She was a product of Nina Shaw's making, shaped by that woman's relentless, grinding methodology, yet she lacked the older woman's corrosive bitterness. Where Shaw was an immovable object, a cliff face worn smooth by hostility and disappointment, Ford was adaptable, a river finding new paths around obstacles, persistent but not yet hardened. Where Shaw had given up on wonder, had replaced it with a cynical, operational certainty, Ford was still plagued by it. He had seen it in her eyes in that cell, the need to understand him, the refusal to simply categorize and dismiss. It was there in the way she leaned forward slightly, in the intensity of her gaze that sought not just facts, but the blueprint of his mind. She was Shaw stripped of the venom, the raw material before it had been poisoned. The potential before it had been wasted. Nina Shaw. The name was a cold, sharp splinter in his mind. He didn't just think it, he felt it, a phantom ache in his ribs where her boot had connected, a tight, hot pull in the scar tissue on his forearm from her knife. The memory had a physical texture, the give of muscle under the blade, the grating sensation of steel on bone. She was the architect of his captivity, the only opponent who had ever truly defeated him. Not by being stronger or smarter in the abstract, but by being more stubborn, more willing to bleed, to break, to sacrifice every last shred of herself for the simple, brutish principle of stopping him. Her continued existence, the fact that her heart still beat while he sat on a bench drinking bad coffee, was a personal insult, a living correction to his worldview. Calvin Calloway's singular purpose, refined in the dark, silent hours of his main cell with only the hum of the security lights and the occasional shout from another block for company, was to survive her. To outlast her. To watch her be buried, and then, at his leisure, to unearth her. She would become the centerpiece of his private gallery, his ultimate trophy. Not just her death, but the orchestration of it, the context, the specific terror in her eyes in the final moment, that would be his masterpiece. Their recent encounter in the D.C. wilderness, the so-called barrens, flashed behind his eyes not as a narrative memory, but as a sensory replay. The smell of damp earth and rotting leaves, thick in his nostrils. The slick, cold mud under his knees. The coppery tang of his own blood in his mouth, where he'd bitten his tongue. The shocking, white-hot lance of pain as her blade had slid between his ribs, a cold intrusion followed by a bloom of fire, deflected by a fraction of an inch by a desperate twist of his body. The sound of her grunt of effort, a raw, animal sound. The sight of her face, pale and fierce in the fractured moonlight filtering through the bare branches, streaked with dirt and her own blood from the gash he'd opened on her brow with a thrown piece of rusted rebar. The blood had been dark, almost black in the gloom, running in a rivulet down the side of her nose. It had been a bloody, brutal draw, a contest of attrition in the freezing mud. He'd fled, each breath a knife stab in his side, the wet warmth spreading across his abdomen, a terrifying confirmation of mortality, leaving her broken among the skeletal black trees. He would not have his corpse found beside hers. That would be a final, unacceptable defeat, a tying of their narratives into a single, messy end. He refused to allow it. Their story was not a romance or a duality. It was a predation, a long game, and he would be the one left standing at the end, the sole author of the final chapter. His hand, resting on his thigh, twitched slightly, the fingers curling inward as if remembering the grip of a knife handle, the cross-hatching of the texture pressed into his palm. The wounds were healing nicely, thanks to a discreet physician on his payroll, a man with significant gambling debts to the wrong people and a profound, career-ending willingness to ask no questions. The stitches were out. The deep, muscular ache remained, a constant, intimate reminder of Nina Shaw, a companion pain. He flexed the muscles of his abdomen subtly, feeling the pull and protest of the new scar tissue, a map of their conflict etched into his flesh, a topography of violence. His network, a fragile web of bribes, blackmail, and situational alliances strung across the underbelly of the country, had reported she was clinging to life in a D.C. hospital, wrapped in a security blanket of cops and federal agents who paced the corridors with their hands on their holsters. An attack was feasible. Hospitals were vulnerable by nature, a chaos of comings and goings, of distracted staff and overwhelmed systems, but her death was his privilege alone. A random bullet from a panicked guard, or a fatal embolism from her injuries, would be a theft, a random accident stealing his curated climax. He would be there to see the light leave her eyes. He would be the last thing she saw. He would make sure she understood, in that final, irrevocable second, that he had won, that her life's work had culminated in feeding his legend. But Katie was a different puzzle. A derivative work, yet compelling in its own right. An unexpected sequel. He watched as she and the blonde rookie reached a parked sedan, a generic midsize rental, gray in color. Ford leaned against the driver's side door, crossing her arms over her chest, her attention fully on the younger agent. A teaching. Mentoring. Her naivete was almost endearing. She chased monsters thinking it would fill the hole left by her murdered father, that each closed case was a brick mortared into the void. She believed in justice as a tangible thing, a force that could balance scales, that the system, for all its flaws, was a net that could eventually catch everything. She didn't understand that some voids are permanent, black holes that consume all light, all effort, and that the world she fought for, with its rules and procedures and fragile, gossamer social contracts, was itself a rotting carcass being picked apart by smarter, hungrier things who saw the rules not as boundaries, but as a menu of vulnerabilities. Her struggle was a beautiful, tragic futility. A dance performed with earnest grace on the deck of a sinking ship. He felt a wave of pity for her then, a cold, detached sensation that settled in his chest like a slab of ice, a profound and condescending sorrow. It manifested physically, a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head, a faint, cold smile that touched only his lips, never reaching his shadowed eyes. His grip on the coffee cup loosened entirely, his fingers going slack. She was wasting her life. The kindest thing, the most elegant lesson he could impart, would be to show her the truth. To guide her to the edge of the void and let her look in. To let her see the absolute, serene emptiness she was trying to fill with her files and her arrests, and her moral certainty. To let her understand that the peace she sought in catching monsters could only be found in the silence that came after the struggle ends, a silence he could provide. when his contact in the Bureau's administrative pool, a mousy, overlooked woman in human resources named Carol, who yearned for excitement and responded with fluttering, grateful attention to any masculine interest, had whispered over an encrypted chat that Agent Ford had been temporarily assigned to a regional case in Pennsylvania. Calloway knew he had to see her. The manhunt in the capital was also getting uncomfortably warm. Patrols had increased, traffic stops were more frequent, and his safe houses felt less safe. A short trip was prudent. A change of scenery. An opportunity to observe his subject in the wild, outside the intense, focused pressure cooker of the DC. Manhunt to see her in her natural habitat of mundane police work. He'd watched her come and go from the precinct for 2 hours. He noted the rental car she used, the make and model and license plate, Pennsylvania tag, a rental agency code, committing the alphanumeric string to memory with a single, focused glance. He observed her patterns. She was the undisputed leader, the rookie followed her cues half a step behind, mirroring her pauses. She checked her phone frequently but never while walking, always coming to a full stop, planting her feet, giving the device her full attention, a sign of discipline, of respect for the information. She was tired, he could see it in the slight, almost imperceptible droop of her shoulders when she thought no one was looking, in the way she emerged from the building alone once and pressed the heels of her hands hard against her closed eyes, standing motionless for a full 10 seconds before dropping her hands, squaring her shoulders, and walking on as if the moment of weakness had never occurred. He finished the cold coffee, the dregs gritty and bitter on his tongue. He placed the empty cup neatly on the bench beside him, aligning it parallel to the wooden slat. Soon he would be at full strength. The soreness would fade, the stamina would return, the body would be a tuned instrument again. Then he could properly express the profound connection he felt, a connection she was unaware of, a thread he had spun between them from the moment she stood before his cell, a filament of fate. He was her curator, her destined critic, the only one who could appraise her true value and her ultimate futility. The fantasy played out behind his eyes with cinematic clarity, a rehearsal. He would press the needle behind her ear, right where the jaw met the skull, into that soft, vulnerable hollow he could almost feel with his own fingertips. He would watch as the paralytic, a clear, innocent-looking liquid in a glass vial, stilled her futile struggle, as the understanding dawned in her eyes, not just fear, but a dawning, horrific recognition that this was the teacher from the cage, that the lesson had finally arrived and it was the last one. He'd told her in that prison cell, his voice calm through the speaker, that he would be her educator in the cruel realities of life. He was a man of his word. Promises were the one currency he never devalued. The final lesson was approaching, and it was the simplest, most elegant of all, that oblivion is often a mercy. That the peace she sought in catching monsters could only be found in joining them, in the silence after the struggle ends. He would give her that gift. He would show her the clean, empty stage, the sawdust raked smooth, the audience gone home, the lights turned off. He would be the ringmaster of her final, silent act. A uniformed officer, heavy-set with a red face, exited the station and lit a cigarette, cupping his hands against the breeze. He blew a long stream of smoke into the gray afternoon, his eyes vacant, staring at nothing. Calloway watched him for a moment, a study in exhausted routine, then stood. He moved without haste, a fluid uncoiling, smoothing the front of his jacket, a dark, waterproof shell over a simple charcoal sweater. He left the empty cup on the bench. Let someone else deal with the trash. He turned and walked away, not looking back over his shoulder, a deliberate act of dismissal. He melted into the foot traffic on the sidewalk, matching its pace, then subtly increasing it, moving downstream. He had seen what he needed to see. The puzzle piece was in place, its edges examined. The next move was his to decide, and the board, with its distracting pieces like the rookie and the local police, was clearing nicely for the endgame. The performance was entering its final act, and he was both director and lead. The curtain was rising. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Katie uncapped the black marker, the chemical scent sharp in the stale office air. She added the words, possible sex worker, beside Lindsay Harper's name on the whiteboard, the felt tip squeaking against the glossy surface. She ended the line with a heavy, skeptical question mark, the dot pressing deep into the board. Across the temporary office, Brooke was glued to her laptop screen, her posture rigid, fingers flying across the keys in a rapid, staccato rhythm. The blue glow of the monitor lit the underside of her jaw and reflected in her unblinking eyes. If they were all in the trade, it made a grim kind of sense. A direct pipeline to the killer, a transaction that bypassed normal social safeguards. Katie mentally kicked herself for her earlier, naive profiling. She'd been looking for a neighbor, a coworker, a random blitz attack. Shaw would have chewed her out for that, would have listed, in that dry, cutting tone, the half-dozen statistical precedents for victimology in transient populations. The thought of Nina, stuck in a hospital bed while she fumbled here, tightened her throat. She pushed it down, focusing on the whiteboard, on the lines connecting names to places to methods. The air in the room was still, thick with the smell of old coffee grounds and industrial cleaner from the worn olive green carpet. "I've got a hit," Brooke said, her voice cutting through the silence. She didn't look up, just swiveled her screen toward Katie with a definitive click. "Hey, look." Katie walked over, her boots silent on the carpet. The profile was for a woman called Crystal. Blonde, 25, from Harrisburg. The photos, though heavily filtered with soft focus blooms and artificial smoothing, were unmistakably Lindsay Harper. The eyes were the same, the set of the smile. Listed specialties included private dances and role-play scenarios. The language was blunt, transactional. "What's the platform?" Katie asked, leaning closer. The text was small, the web design cheap and cluttered with pop-up ads. "Local Pennsylvania board. Totally amateur. They just post their numbers and emails right here in the open." Brooke scrolled with a precise flick of her finger on the touchpad, pointing to a string of digits. "No secure messaging, no screening forms. It's all direct calls, cash deals." "That's like painting a target on your back," Katie muttered, straightening up. She rubbed at the tension, gathering at the base of her skull. No records, no paper trail for him, but also no protection for them. He calls, sets a time, shows up. They let him in because that's the job. "Searching for Kara Sutton now," Brooke said, her fingers already moving again. The keys clacked softly. "Alias Delilah, right? From the note in her apartment." "Right. Look for anything high-end, discreet." If Lindsay was on the bargain basement site, Kara might have been aiming for a different clientele. The door swung open before Brooke could answer, the hinges letting out a low groan. Chief Doyle walked in, his uniform shirt dark with sweat at the armpits. He wiped his glistening forehead with the back of a thick hand, his breathing slightly labored from the walk down the hall. He closed the door behind him with a soft, deliberate click, sealing them in the buzzing quiet of the fluorescent lights. "Bad news, agents," his voice was gravelly, resigned. Katie didn't need him to spell it out. She saw it in the slump of his shoulders, the way he avoided direct eye contact. The alibis checked out. "Solid as a rock," Doyle confirmed, heaving a sigh as he leaned heavily against a gray metal filing cabinet. It creaked under his weight. My tech guy pulled the security footage from their apartment building's lobby and exterior cams. Grainy as hell, but clear enough. It has both Brent Stiles and his buddy Kyle parked in front of their gaming rigs all night, every single night in question. Ordering pizza at 11 p.m., getting energy drinks at 2 a.m. Timestamps cover the critical windows for all 3 abductions. They never left. Katie turned away from him, toward the grimy window that looked out onto the precinct's brick-walled alley. The afternoon light was a dull, humid yellow. Somewhere out there in the stifling Pennsylvania air, their man was going about his business, utterly unconcerned while they chased ghosts. She felt the frustration rise, a hot, sharp pressure behind her ribs. She forced a slow breath in through her nose, held it, let it out through her mouth. Her jaw was tight. She couldn't let the frustration infect Brooke's focus. The kid had enough to deal with, her first case a gallery of horrors. They're still facing charges for the college incident, Doyle added, pushing off the cabinet. State police are en route to transport them for that. Processing the paperwork now. But for our homicides, he shook his head. They're clear. Wrong tree. Understood, Katie said, her voice level. She turned back, her face a mask of professional calm. She crossed her arms, her fingers pressing into her biceps. Doyle's eyes drifted past her to the whiteboard, squinting at the new notation. Sex worker, he said the words carefully, without judgment, just factual inquiry. We have reason to believe both confirmed victims were involved in discreet escort work, Katie said, choosing her words with precision. She took a step toward him, lowering her voice slightly. This stays in this room, Chief. The families and the press can't know yet. We release that, we risk contaminating the investigation, tipping off the unsub, and causing unnecessary pain to the victims' relatives. Victim dignity is part of the protocol. My lips are sealed, Doyle said, making a locking motion over his mouth with his thumb and forefinger. His expression was sober. So we're looking at a lust killer. Someone targeting them because of what they do. No, Katie shook her head once firmly. There's no evidence of sexual assault on any of the remains. The primary weapon is an injection, a medical tool. The leg removal is a post-mortem signature, not part of the attack itself. He's not killing them for sex. He's killing them for possession. For connection. The transaction is just the delivery method. Found the second one, Brooke cut in, her voice tight with concentration. She didn't swivel the screen this time, just angled it. It's a different league. Katie and Doyle moved to stand behind her. The site was called Elite Divas, with a sleek minimalist design in black and gold. The glamour shots of Kara Sutton, Delilah, were professional, airbrushed but elegant. She was posed in a tasteful cocktail dress, looking away from the camera with a mysterious smile. The bio described Delilah as an exclusive companion for discerning gentlemen, offering conversation, fine dining, and discreet companionship. A direct, private cell number was listed at the bottom, in a discreet font. Doyle leaned in, his shadow falling across the keyboard. He read the number aloud softly, as if committing it to memory. So he finds them through these ads. Calls them up. Books an appointment. That's the working theory, Katie said, staring at the serene face on the screen. He contacts them, arranges a meet at their location, an apartment they control where they feel safe. He gains entry because he's expected. The transaction provides the proximity he needs for the injection. The chief straightened up, his brow furrowed. He scratched at the stubble on his cheek, a memory visibly clicking into place behind his eyes. "You know," he said slowly, "we had a guy last year. Similar pattern but lower level. Not a killer. Hired girls through these kinds of online posts, showed up and just roughed them up. Slapped them around, demanded his money back, took their cash. Did a short stint for assault and solicitation. Psych eval said he had a massive grudge against women, thought they were all cheating him." Katie's attention snapped to him fully. Could be a progression. Assault wasn't enough, so he escalated. "Do you have a name?" "The file." "A mid-20s. Average build. Had long, dark hair back then, down to his shoulders. Real grungy look." "Hair can be cut," Katie said immediately, her pulse picking up a notch. "A name, Chief." "On my system." "In my office." Doyle left the room at a brisk walk, his shoes echoing down the linoleum hallway. The moment the door shut, Katie moved. She snatched her jacket from the back of her chair, the movement swift and purposeful. The leather made a soft woof as she pulled it on, the weight familiar and anchoring. "Field trip, Vance. Let's move." Brooke was already up, laptop snapped shut and tucked under her arm in one fluid motion. She grabbed her own blazer from the desk, her movements mirroring Katie's urgency. "I'm right behind you." They found Doyle in his office 2 doors down, hunched over his keyboard. The room was neater than theirs, but still cluttered with stacked case files and a dying fern on the windowsill. The light from a dusty desk lamp pooled on his keyboard. He didn't look up as they entered, his eyes fixed on the monitor, his finger scrolling with the mouse wheel. "Calvin Hammerstone," Doyle read aloud. "Last known address on Jade Avenue, Unit 4. "That's a block over from the first scene," Brooke noted, already pulling out her phone and pulling up a map. She zoomed in, her thumb tracing the screen. Less than a 5-minute walk from Lindsay Harper's apartment building. Convicted of assault, battery, and solicitation. 2 separate incidents, 3 months apart. Both victims were independent escorts he contacted online. Pleaded down, served 5 months in county. Doyle tapped a key, squinting. Released, he leaned closer. 3 months ago. Time frame fits. Katie's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. A text from Doyle with the Jade Avenue address. The numbers glowed on the screen. "Send us everything you have on him, Chief." Photo, known associates, vehicle, the full jacket. "On its way," Doyle said, his mouse clicking. "You want backup? I can have a patrol unit meet you there, hang back." Katie considered it for a second. A direct knock-in talk with a potential suspect who had a history of violence. But bringing visible police might spook him if he was watching. Have them stage a few blocks away. No lights, no sirens. We'll assess the situation first. If we go in, we'll call. Understood, Doyle finally looked up at her, his face serious. Be careful. This guy's got a temper. The arrest report said he put one of the women in the hospital with a fractured cheekbone. Katie gave a single, sharp nod. She turned to Brooke, who was staring at the photo now on Doyle's screen. It was a mugshot from a year ago. A young man with lank, dark hair hanging over sullen, angry eyes. His jaw was set, his expression one of pure contempt. You see the progression? Katie asked her quietly. Brooke tore her eyes from the screen, meeting Katie's gaze. She swallowed. From beating them to killing them. From taking their money to taking parts of them. It's a theory, Katie said. Let's go see if Mr. Hammerstone is home. They moved back into the hallway, the institutional lights humming overhead. Brooke fell into step beside her, clutching her laptop like a shield. What's the approach? She asked, her voice low. Observational first. We see the building, the neighborhood, any signs of life. We don't announce ourselves as FBI unless we have to. We're looking for a relative, a friend, doing a welfare check. Something non-threatening. We get a look at him, we gauge his reaction. And if he matches, then we have a very different conversation. Katie pushed through the heavy doors leading to the parking lot, the humid afternoon air wrapping around them like a damp blanket. Stay behind me, watch my hands. If I go for my weapon, you find cover and call it in. Clear. Clear, Brooke's voice was firm, but Katie saw the quick, nervous flutter of a pulse in her throat. They reached their rental car, a nondescript sedan that baked in the sun. The vinyl seats were hot to the touch. Katie started the engine, the AC blasting warm air that slowly cooled. She plugged the address into the GPS on her phone, the robotic voice giving the first direction. As she pulled out of the lot, Brooke spoke again, staring out the window at the passing streets. He cut his hair. In the mugshot, it's long. The witness from Meadow Hills described a man with short, dark hair. People change their appearance, Katie said, navigating through traffic. Especially after a stint inside. Or if they're trying not to look like their mugshot. She paused, her hands flexing on the wheel. But don't get locked on it, Vance. This is a lead, not a conclusion. The connection is the victimology and the method of contact. That's what we're following. Right, Brooke nodded, pulling out her phone again. I'll pull up the full file Doyle sent. See if there's anything else. Known vehicles, employment history. The drive was short, less than 10 minutes through a neighborhood in transition. Older, well-kept homes gave way to duplexes and small apartment buildings with peeling paint. Jade Avenue was a street of 4-unit brick buildings, built in the 60s, with small, tidy lawns struggling in the heat. There, Brooke said, pointing. Building 1420. Unit 4 should be around back, ground floor. Katie drove past slowly, not stopping. She took in the details. The building was beige brick with dark green shutters. A child's bicycle lay on its side in the shared front yard. The windows of Unit 4 were visible from the side. The blinds were drawn tight, a single slat bent. No lights visible. A concrete walkway led around to the rear entrance. She circled the block, coming back around to park a half street away, giving them a diagonal view of the building's front and the mouth of the side alley. She killed the engine. The silence was immediate, broken only by the distant sound of a lawnmower. What do you see? Katie asked, not looking at Brooke, her eyes scanning the building, the street, the parked cars. Brooke followed her gaze, her analyst's mind clicking into gear. A quiet street. Residential. Several cars parked, but none that matched the vehicle registered to Hammerstone, a 2008 Ford Focus Blue. The blinds are closed on his unit during the day. Could be sleeping, could be out, could be hiding. No visible security cameras on the building. The neighbor's unit, number 3, has a flower pot by the door and a welcome mat. His has nothing. No personalization. Good, Katie said. It was a basic assessment but thorough. The lack of personal touch could mean he's a transient tenant, doesn't care, or doesn't want to draw attention. The closed blinds in daytime are a flag. We'll give it a few minutes, see if anything moves. They sat in the sweltering car, the air growing thick. Katie's mind ran through the possibilities. If Hammerstone was their guy, walking up to his door was a risk. He'd be paranoid, volatile. He might run, or he might invite them into his space, his control. The injection was fast. They'd have to be faster. After 5 minutes of stillness, Katie made a decision. Okay. So we go. Welfare check pretext. You have your badge handy. Brooke patted her blazer pocket. And yes. Keep it out of sight unless I show mine. Let me do the talking. You watch him, watch the surroundings, watch his hands. Ready. Brooke took a deep, steadying breath, her shoulders squaring. Ready. They got out of the car, the heat pressing down. The sidewalk was cracked and uneven under their feet. They walked with purpose but without obvious haste, two women in business attire, looking like they could be from social services or a property management company. As they turned up the walkway to 1420, Katie felt the familiar, cold focus settle over her. Every sense heightened. The buzz of insects in the dry grass, the texture of the brick under her fingertips as she brushed past, the smell of hot asphalt and cut weeds. Her hand rested near her hip, not on her weapon but ready. They reached the front of the building. The main door was unlocked, opening into a small, dim foyer with 4 mailboxes. The air inside was cooler, smelling of mildew and old cooking oil. Unit 4 was to the left, down a short hallway with worn linoleum. Katie glanced at Brooke, gave a slight nod, and then knocked firmly on the door 3 times. The sound was loud in the confined space. Mr. Hammerstone, she called, her voice polite, neutral. We're looking for Calvin Hammerstone. We need to speak with you for a moment. They waited. Silence from within. No shuffle of feet, no creak of floorboards. Katie knocked again, harder. Hey, Calvin. It's important. More silence. Brooke shifted her weight, her eyes darting to the closed door of Unit 3. Katie leaned closer, listening. Nothing. She tried the doorknob. It was locked solid. She stepped back, meeting Brooke's eyes. He wasn't home, or he wasn't answering. The next step would be to contact the landlord, get a key, or get a warrant. But first, they'd check with the neighbor. She moved to Unit 3 and knocked. After a moment, the door opened a few inches, secured by a chain. An elderly woman with curlers in her gray hair peered out, her eyes wary. Yes. Katie offered a small, reassuring smile. Good afternoon. Sorry to bother you. We're trying to reach your neighbor in Unit 4, Calvin. Have you seen him today? The woman's eyes narrowed. Who's asking? We're following up on a community wellness program, Katie said, the lie smooth and practiced. Just checking in. The woman sniffed. Haven't seen him in days. He keeps odd hours. Comes and goes. Not very friendly. She started to close the door, then paused. You might try the bar down on the corner. The Rusty Nail. He spends a lot of time there, from what I hear. Especially in the afternoons. Thank you, Katie said, her smile still in place. You've been very helpful. The door closed with a firm click. Katie turned, the false smile dropping from her face. She looked at Brooke. The rusty nail. Let's go see if Mr. Hammerstone is having a drink. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Katie checked her sidearms magazine, the familiar click of the release a grounding sound in the quiet car. She slid it back into the holster, her fingers adjusting the strap over the grip with practiced, unconscious movements. The car was parked on a cracked asphalt strip behind a line of warehouses that stood like rusted sentinels against the late afternoon sky. The air smelled of diesel exhaust and the damp, metallic tang of industrial decay, with an undercurrent of something sour, like rotting garbage from a dumpster nearby. Curtis Hammerstone's house was a squat, peeling structure tucked into the industrial gloom, its yellow paint faded to a sickly mustard, strips of it curling away from the siding like dead bark. The roof sagged in the middle, and one of the gutters hung loose, swaying slightly in the cold breeze that snaked between the buildings. Not exactly a welcoming neighborhood, Brooke observed, climbing out and shutting her door with a solid thunk. She shoved her hands into her jacket pockets, her breath forming a small, persistent cloud in the chill. She turned a slow circle, her eyes scanning the chain-link fences, the boarded-up windows of the nearest warehouse, the graffiti sprayed in fading silver on a distant cinder-block wall. Katie joined her on the broken pavement, the gravel crunching under her boots. Her own breath plumed in the air. She scanned the surrounding area, her gaze lingering on shadows and points of potential concealment. A chain-link fence across the street sagged under the weight of old, brittle vines. Somewhere in the distance, a piece of machinery clanged, a hollow, lonely sound that echoed and then died, leaving a deeper silence in its wake. "Ready to see if he's home?" Katie asked, though it was less a question and more a final check-in. Her voice was low, meant only for Brooke. Brooke was already moving toward the front door, her steps quick and purposeful on the uneven ground. Her eagerness was palpable in the set of her jaw, the way her shoulders were hunched forward as if against a physical barrier, the rapid pace of her walk. It was a live wire of energy that had been buzzing since their earlier encounters with Brent Stiles and the dead-end alibis. Katie watched her for a moment, the rookie's focus so intent on the target that she seemed to forget the environment, the protocol, the partner behind her. Katie let it go for now. There'd be time for lectures about patience and protocol later, when they weren't standing in the gathering shadow of a potential suspect's lair, the daylight leaching away minute by minute. The front walk was a line of uneven concrete slabs, weeds pushing through the cracks like green fingers. Katie stepped onto a small, warped porch that groaned under her weight, the sound of protesting wood sharp in the quiet. She hammered on the doorframe beside a cheap, flimsy door, the sound echoing dully in the still air. "The FBI. Curtis Hammerstone, open up." She waited, listening intently. No response came from within. No shifting of floorboards, no muffled curse or call of inquiry. Just a thick, waiting silence from behind the door. The only sound was the faint whisper of the wind through the weeds. Brooke cupped her hands against a grimy window to the left of the door, peering into the dim interior. She wiped at the glass with her sleeve, leaving a smeared arc in the grime. The place looks empty. No lights on. No vehicle in the drive. She pressed her face closer, her nose almost touching the cold pane. "I can see a kitchen table. It's clear. No movement." Katie knocked again, harder this time, the heel of her hand striking the wood with sharp, percussive blows that made the whole door rattle in its frame. "Hammerstone. We need to talk." She waited, counting to 30 in her head, her ear tilted toward the door. She listened for the creak of a floorboard under weight, the rustle of a curtain, the click of a lock turning. Only the distant, constant hum of traffic on the highway answered, a sound so pervasive it had become part of the background silence. After another full minute of knocking and calling, her knuckles starting to ache from the impact, it was clear they'd get no answer. Katie pulled up the suspect's file on her phone, the screen bright and stark in the gloomy light. His listed employer was Valley Millworks, a local woodshop that employed parolees. She dialed the number, putting the phone to her ear, her other hand resting on her hip. It rang 4 times before a bored female voice answered, the sound tinny and distant. Valley Millworks. I need to speak with Curtis Hammerstone. Is he there today? Katie kept her voice neutral, official. A muffled conversation followed, the receiver covered but not well enough to block out the distant whine of a saw, and a man's raised voice saying something about a shipment. The woman came back on the line, her tone unchanged. He's on the floor, but his supervisor says he's off shift. His rotation is 4 on, 4 off. He's not due back till tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Katie calculated quickly in her head. Lindsay Pierce had been missing for at least 5 days. If Hammerstone's last shift ended before that window opened, he'd had ample free time. When was his last shift? Another pause, more muffled talk. Katie could picture the woman, maybe in a small office with safety posters on the walls, turning to yell the question to someone in a doorway. He worked Monday through Thursday last week. So he's been off since Thursday night. 4 days. Katie's grip tightened on the phone, her fingers pressing into the plastic case. Any idea where I might find him? It's urgent. A longer pause this time, the woman's patience clearly thinning. Katie could hear the sigh in the silence before she spoke. Look, I don't keep tabs on him. Okay. He does his job, he gets his check. That's the extent of it. You want his home address, it's in his file. The woman's tone said everything, disinterest, a hint of distaste, the bureaucratic desire to be rid of the inquiry. Katie ended the call without another word and turned, already forming the next step in her mind. Only to find the space beside her on the creaking porch vacant. Brooke, she called, her voice sharp, cutting through the quiet. No reply. She took a step off the porch, the wood groaning in relief, and scanned the overgrown yard, the narrow passage between the house and the neighboring warehouse. Advance. Cautiously, Katie moved around the side of the house, her hand resting near her holster, her fingers brushing the textured grip of her weapon. The narrow passage was choked with tall, dead weeds that brushed against her pants with a dry, whispering sound. They caught on her jacket, leaving tiny burrs. The yard beyond was unfenced, a junk-strewn patch of dirt littered with rusted car parts, a fender, a corroded battery, a bald tire half buried in the hard earth, and the skeletal frame of an old lawnmower slowly being reclaimed by rust. At the back of the house, a rear window, small and high, was missing a pane of glass entirely. The remaining shards in the frame glittered like dirty teeth in the fading light. Brooke, this isn't funny, Katie said, her voice low but carrying firm with warning. Get out here. Now. A face suddenly filled the broken window frame, pale and alert. Brooke's eyes met hers, wide and intense. I've been here, Katie. Hurry up. Katie exhaled sharply, a rush of frustration heating her chest, tightening the muscles along her jaw. She strode to the window, her boots crunching on gravel and broken glass. She stopped directly below it, looking up at Brooke. Are you insane? You can't just break in. We don't have a warrant, we don't have probable cause for entry. This is a quick way to get the case thrown out and our badges pulled. She spoke through clenched teeth, keeping her volume down but letting every ounce of her anger into the tone. Brooke's expression didn't change. If anything, it grew more determined, her lips pressing into a thin line. The window was already broken. It's an implied invitation. And he's a suspect in a multiple homicide. The clock is ticking. She gestured with her head, indicating the interior. We're wasting time. The irrational logic, the cavalier dismissal of procedure, reminded Katie of certain pathological criminals she'd interviewed, the ones who built elaborate, self-justifying frameworks for their actions. That's a dangerous line of thinking, she said, her jaw so tight it ached. And it's wrong. The law doesn't work on implied invitations. It works on paperwork and protocol. On establishing a chain of evidence, a defense attorney can't pick apart in front of a jury. So what's the protocol? Brooke shot back, her voice echoing slightly from inside the kitchen, gaining a hollow quality. We go back, spend hours convincing a judge who's probably at his kid's soccer game, while our guy might be in there planning his next session. He has an appointment today, Katie. Circled in red. We know that. You think a judge is going to sign off on a warrant based on a circled date and a hunch. Katie stared at her, the conflict a cold, hard knot in her stomach. Brooke was right about the time and wrong about the method. But the method was sometimes the only thing that worked in the gray, ticking moments between a lead and a body. She looked at the broken window, at the jagged edges of glass like fangs in the frame, then back at Brooke's determined face, half in shadow. If we find nothing, Katie said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, we've contaminated a scene and given a defense attorney a gift. A free pass. If we find something, we might not be able to use it. It could be fruit of the poisonous tree. You understand that. Truly understand it. This isn't a TV show. I understand we might save a life, Brooke said, her voice dropping to match Katie's, but gaining a fervent, heated edge. Isn't that the priority? It's over paperwork. It's over protocol. What's the point of the badge if we're too scared to use it when it counts? Katie didn't answer. The question hung in the cold air between them, heavy and unanswerable. Instead, she reached up, gripped the gritty windowsill with both hands, and hoisted herself up. The muscles in her shoulders and back pulled taut. She braced her knees against the siding, the rough wood scraping against her pants. She was careful of the jagged edges of glass, turning her body sideways to slide her legs through first. The frame was tight, and she felt the rough, splintered wood catch and tug at her jacket. For a moment she was suspended, half in, half out, the musty, closed smell of the house's interior, old food, dust, stale sweat, flooding her senses, overpowering the clean, cold air outside. Then she pushed off with her feet, tucking her head, and landed softly on a linoleum floor that was sticky and gritty under her boots. The kitchen was dingy, lit only by the gray, dying light from the window. Once inside, she immediately moved to the interior door that led to the rest of the house. She cracked it open, leaving it ajar about 6 inches, the hinges squealing faintly. "Why'd you do that?" Brooke asked, watching her, her body tense by the kitchen table. "For the report," Katie said, her voice all business now that the decision was made, the illegal entry a fact. An open interior door is easier to explain than a broken window. We could claim we heard a distress call, entered through an unlocked back door, found this door open. The legal review team looks for any excuse to hang us out to dry. We don't give them a neat, packaged one. She met Brooke's gaze, her own eyes flat. This is how you start building your lie. You create plausible deniability in the moment, not after. Remember that. Brooke gave a short, acknowledging nod, her eyes wide as she took in their surroundings, the reality of their trespass settling on her. Katie scanned the room, her agent's mind cataloging, her eyes missing nothing. The sink was piled with unwashed dishes, a slick of greasy film on the standing water. A single fly buzzed lazily against the window pane. A loaf of white bread on the counter had a sell-by date for next week, the plastic bag twisted shut. The digital clock on the microwave glowed a sickly green, 4:18 p.m. She leaned closer. It had been used at 1:18 p.m. 3 hours prior. The display was frozen on that time. He was here recently, Katie murmured, more to herself than to Brooke. Or someone was. Search fast. Eyes only. Don't move anything, don't touch anything unless you absolutely have to. I'll watch the front in case he comes home. Brooke nodded, her earlier bravado tempered now by the gravity in Katie's voice, by the dim, dirty reality of their illegal presence. She slipped through the open door into the adjoining room, a small living area, her footsteps soft on the thin carpet. Katie positioned herself in the kitchen doorway, where she could see both the front door through a narrow, dark hallway and the broken kitchen window behind her. Her heart beat a steady, accelerated rhythm against her ribs, a drumbeat of adrenaline and anxiety. This was the part she hated, the waiting, the vulnerability, the feeling of being trapped in a stranger's domain. Every creak of the old house settling made the muscles in her shoulders tense. She could hear Brooke moving carefully in the other room, the soft shuffle of her feet, the faint rustle of fabric as she leaned to look at something. Seconds ticked by, marked by the loud, slow, mechanical tick of a clock from somewhere deeper in the house, a living room or a bedroom. Each tick seemed to stretch, a measure of their exposure. Then Brooke's voice carried back, tense and low, strained. Katie. I'm upstairs. Now. Katie moved quickly, pushing away from the doorframe. Her boots were silent on the thin, worn carpet of the stairs, which groaned softly under her weight. The upper hallway was dark, the only light filtering from the open bedroom door. The air smelled more concentrated here, stale cigarette smoke, mildew, and the faint, sweet-sour odor of unwashed laundry. Brooke stood in the doorway of a bedroom, her body rigid, one hand gripping the doorframe so tightly her knuckles were white. Katie joined her, looking past her into the room. It was cluttered, a nest of disarray that spoke of a life lived without care. Dirty clothes were heaped in a corner like a fabric landslide. Fast food containers and crushed beer cans covered every surface, the top of a dresser, a small TV stand, the floor beside the bed. The bed itself was unmade, the sheets a twisted gray bundle, the pillow stained yellow. Brooke was staring at a smartphone, left charging on a nightstand, the cord snaking down to an outlet in the baseboard. The screen was lit up with a series of notifications, casting a pale blue glow on the dusty surface, illuminating motes of dust floating in the air. Think he has a girlfriend? Brooke whispered, the absurdity of the question hanging in the filthy, stagnant air. Katie took in the filthy sheets, the general atmosphere of profound neglect, the sheer volume of solitary consumption. Doubtful, she pulled a pen from her inside jacket pocket, the metal cool against her fingers. She used the capped end to tap the screen, navigating past the lock screen, which, thankfully, wasn't enabled to the notifications list. They were all from the same app, the icon a stylized, tasteful M on a dark background. Booking confirmations, reminders for upcoming appointments, and review prompts from an escort service. Dozens of them, stretching back months, a relentless, depressing stream of transactional planning. He's a client, Katie said, her voice flat, devoid of judgment, simply stating a fact. The frequent one. This is how he spends his time and money. Brooke stepped back as if physically repelled, her shoulder bumping against a cheap, particle-board wardrobe. The door swung open with a creak of stressed hinges, and a few wire hangers clattered to the floor, the sound unnaturally loud and metallic in the quiet house. As she reached to close it, her hand on the knob, her face flushed with embarrassment at the noise, Katie's eyes caught on the calendar taped inside the door. Wait. Katie moved closer, using her pen to push the door open wider, avoiding touching it with her skin. The calendar was a freebie from a local auto parts store, each month featuring a glossy photo of a vintage car. Today's date, November 12th, was circled in heavy, red ink, the circle drawn with such pressure it had nearly torn the paper. Beside it was scrawled a single word in messy, hurried block letters, session. Below it was a phone number, the digits pressed so deep into the paper by the pen that they created tiny ridges on the back. He's got an appointment, Brooke said, her voice hushed not with reverence but with the electric thrill of discovery. Today. This is it. This is the link. The session. Katie pulled out her phone, ignoring the risk of using her own number, the procedural violation minor compared to the break-in. She dialed, holding the phone to her ear. It rang, a dry electronic purr in her ear. Once, twice, 10 times. No voicemail picked up. No answering machine, just endless, empty ringing that eventually just stopped, leaving dead air. Landline, she concluded, ending the call. Probably a dedicated line for the business. No voicemail set up. I can get it traced, Brooke said, already pulling out her own phone, her fingers flying over the screen with a frantic energy. She speed-dialed a contact, putting the phone to her ear, her other hand gripping her opposite elbow tightly. After a moment she spoke, her voice tight with controlled urgency. Hey, it's Brooke Vance. I need a geolocate on a landline number. Can you run it? Yeah, right now. It's priority. She listened, her foot tapping a rapid staccato rhythm on the dusty floorboards. She gave Katie a sharp nod, her eyes locking onto hers, then a thumbs up. I got it. Thanks. I owe you, she hung up, already turning toward the hallway. Woodside Block, apartment 56. It's on Clay Street, about 10 minutes from here, in the old commercial district. Katie raised an eyebrow, a flicker of professional respect cutting through her anxiety. The tech had advanced since her early days when such a trace would have required paperwork, a supervisor's signature, and a half-hour wait on hold with the telecom. Good. Let's go. And we're leaving the way we came. Touch nothing else. Don't straighten that hanger. Don't close that door. Leave it exactly as we found it, minus our footprints. They retreated down the stairs, their movements quicker now, driven by the new light. Katie went first out the window, landing heavily in the weeds, her ankles flexing to absorb the impact. She turned and offered a hand to Brooke, who took it, her grip strong and brief, her palms slightly damp. They didn't speak as they hurried back to the car, the weight of their unauthorized search, a silent, heavy third passenger in the vehicle. Katie started the engine, the sound loud in the industrial quiet, and pulled away from the curb without turning on the headlights, wanting to put distance between them and the house before attracting any notice. The building on Clay Street was a crumbling, 3-story brick monolith squeezed between a check-cashing store with neon signs sputtering in the dusk, and a vacant lot filled with rubble and the ghostly frame of a burned-out car. A faded, hand-painted sign above the door read, Oriental Healing and Massage, the letters bleeding into the weathered wood, the G in healing almost completely worn away. The late afternoon light was failing fast, casting long, deep shadows across the potholed street, turning puddles from yesterday's rain into pools of black ink. As they pulled up to the curb, the tires crunching over broken glass, a man in a worn baseball cap and a denim jacket was leaving, pulling the heavy wooden door shut behind him with a grunt. He glanced at their sedan, a nondescript rental with mild, passing curiosity, then hunched his shoulders against the cold and walked away, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. Katie was out of the car before it fully stopped, the door swinging open as the vehicle rocked to a halt. Brooke was on her heels, slamming her own door. "Sir," Katie called out, her badge already in her hand, held up high for him to see as she strode toward him. Her voice cut through the evening air, authoritative and sharp. "Apartment 56. Which floor?" The man stopped, his boots scraping on the sidewalk, and turned. His eyes widened at the sight of the badge, his face shifting from casual indifference to wary confusion. "The third. Back of the hall. Stairs are right inside." "Why, what's—" He took a half step back, his gaze darting from Katie's face to Brooke's. They were already past him, Brooke pushing against the heavy front door which hadn't fully latched. It swung inward with a groan of old hinges. The interior lobby was a tiny, airless space with a cracked tile floor, the grout black with dirt, and the overwhelming smell of mildew and cheap, cloying incense that couldn't mask the underlying odor of decay. A staircase with worn wooden treads, the centers dipped from decades of use, rose directly ahead into gloom. They took the stairs two at a time, their footsteps echoing in the narrow, enclosed stairwell, a rapid thunder of pursuit. The air grew thicker, warmer, trapped by the building's poor ventilation. On the third-floor landing, a single, bare bulb in a rusted wire cage provided a sickly yellow light that did little to push back the shadows in the corners. The hallway was dim and long, doors spaced at irregular intervals, some with numbers missing. The carpet was a stained, matted brown, damp in patches, and the smell was more concentrated here. Damp carpet, overpowering sandalwood incense, and underneath it all, a sour note of neglect, of lives lived in close, tired quarters. Brooke pointed, breathing slightly hard from the climb, a sheen of sweat on her upper lip. "There. 56. The door was plain, painted a dull, scuffed beige, with a cheap brass number, 56, nailed slightly crooked near the top. Katie pressed her ear to the thin wood, holding her breath, closing her eyes to focus. For a moment, there was only the low hum of the building's electricity, the distant, tinny sound of a television laugh track behind another door down the hall, the faint rush of water through pipes in the walls. Then she heard it, a low, guttural snore, a man's voice, thick with sleep or intoxication. It was a sound of profound unconsciousness, rhythmic and deep, cutting through the wood as if the door were paper. "That's our cause," Katie said, her tone flat and final as she stepped back from the door. The sound erased any lingering philosophical doubt about the need for urgency. A man was in there, possibly a killer, possibly a victim, but definitely not alert, not in control. The potential for imminent harm, to him or from him, was now a tangible thing in the hallway. Brooke tried the handle, wrapping her fingers around the cool, tarnished brass and turning it slowly, applying gradual pressure. It was locked solid, the mechanism refusing to budge. She looked at Katie, her eyes asking the question, her body coiled ready. Katie took 2 quick steps back, gauging the door, the frame, the space in the narrow hall. It was flimsy, the frame old, dry wood. She set her feet, balanced her weight, and drove her heel into the door just beside the lock, putting the full force of her body weight and forward momentum behind it. The impact jarred up her leg, a shock of vibration through her bones. The frame splintered with a loud, sharp crack that seemed to reverberate down the hallway, followed by the sound of tearing wood. The door flew inward, bouncing off the interior wall with a heavy, final thud, then swinging back partway. They entered fast and low, weapons up and sweeping the room in coordinated arcs, Katie going left, Brooke right. The apartment was small and shabby. The front room set up as a waiting area with a worn, floral-patterned sofa that had springs poking through the fabric, and a small laminate desk holding a ceramic lamp with a fringed shade and a stack of flyers for the massage service. A beaded curtain, strings of wooden beads, separated this space from a short hallway. The air was warm, stuffy, and carried a mix of the hallway's mildew and a sharper, medicinal, astringent smell, rubbing alcohol, and something else, cloyingly sweet, like cheap air freshener. Katie moved to the beaded curtain, pushing it aside with the barrel of her gun. The beads rattled softly, a chaotic clicking sound. The hallway led to 3 doors. One on the left stood open, revealing a vacant living room with a fold-out couch made into a bed, blankets rumpled. A door ahead was open to a small, clean bathroom, the light off, and a closed door on the right. From behind the closed door, the snoring continued, deep and ragged, completely uninterrupted by their explosive entry. Weapons up, fingers indexed along the frames, Katie shared a look with Brooke. Her own breathing was controlled, shallow, her focus narrowing to the door, the knob, the space around it, the angles of fire. She reached for the knob with her left hand, her right keeping her gun trained on the center mass of the door. The knob was cool brass. It turned easily in her hand. The gun locked. She shoved the door open, letting it swing wide to bang against the inside wall, and let Brooke take the first look, entering behind her partner's cover, her own weapon tracking the room. Katie's brain took a full second to process the tableau, to reconcile the expectation of violence, of a killer poised over a victim, with the mundane, pathetic reality before her. The room was a massage room, lit by a single red bulb in a cheap ceramic socket screwed into the ceiling, casting everything in a dim, hellish, bloody glow. The walls were bare, unpainted drywall. A portable partition screen, painted with a generic bamboo design, was folded and leaning in the corner. In the center of the room was a standard, padded massage table, the black vinyl covering worn shiny in patches, cracked in others. On the table, Curtis Hammerstone lay face down, naked except for a small, white towel draped haphazardly over his lower back. His arms hung off the sides, limp, his fingers brushing the scarred wooden floor. His face was turned away from them, pressed into the donut-shaped headrest hole, his features obscured. An empty bottle of cheap vodka lay on its side on the floor beside him, a final amber drop clinging to the lip. His breathing was deep and ragged with sleep, each exhale a wet, snuffling sound, each inhale a phlegmy rattle. A woman stood near the door, leaning against the wall as if she had been there for hours. She was dressed in black yoga pants and a simple gray tank top, her arms crossed over her chest. Her dark hair was pulled back in a severe, tight ponytail that emphasized the sharp lines of her face. She didn't startle at the armed intrusion. She didn't gasp or raise her hands in surrender. She merely arched one carefully shaped eyebrow, her expression a mixture of profound boredom and a deep-seated, bone-weary exhaustion. She looked from Brooke's gun to Katie's, then slowly back to their faces, her gaze lingering on their badges clipped to their belts. Her eyes were dark, flat, and utterly unsurprised. "Do you have an appointment?" she asked, her voice as tired as her eyes, scratchy from disuse. It was the voice of someone who had seen every kind of disruption, drunken clients, jealous wives, now federal agents, and had found none of them surprising or worth more than a flicker of attention anymore. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The school's faculty parking lot was nearly empty, a vast rectangle of cracked asphalt painted with fading white lines. The late afternoon sun cast long, distorted shadows from the light poles, stretching them like black fingers across the ground. He'd backed into a spot at the far end, where the security camera's blind spot, a cone of darkness between two malfunctioning fixtures, swallowed his sedan and its plates. The engine ticked as it cooled. The silver Prius was 3 spaces down, gleaming under a working light. He'd nudged his bumper within inches of its driver's side door, close enough to make getting in a chore, a petty act of preemptive control that sent a quiet thrill through him. 3 kills. Each one smoother than the last. The first had been messy, adrenaline making his hands shake as he fumbled with the syringe. The second was cleaner, a clinical detachment settling over him like a second skin. The third was efficient. It was starting to feel routine, and routine bred carelessness. He knew this. He'd read the profiles, the after-action reports on other men who'd been caught because they got lazy, because they started to believe in their own invincibility. He wouldn't make that mistake. Tonight's target was a deliberate step up, a high school French teacher, respected, polished. Not some streetwalker who'd be missed by a clientele that preferred anonymity. This was a woman with a life, with colleagues who would ask questions, with a family that would scream for justice. The risk was the point. The risk was the flavor. A cluster of teenagers in Letterman jackets cut through the far end of the lot, their laughter sharp and carrying in the still air. One shoved another, a backpack swinging. He slid lower in the seat, letting his head tilt back against the headrest, playing dead, playing empty. To them, a man in a car was part of the scenery, invisible as a lamppost or a dumpster. Their eyes swept over his windshield without seeing him, their world too bright and loud to register the silent watcher in the shadows. He watched them until they disappeared around the corner of the gymnasium, the sound of their voices fading into the general hum of the town beyond the school grounds. He checked his watch. A cheap digital thing with a fraying band. 4:35. The stragglers, the detention kids, the overachievers finishing projects in the library, would be gone by now. The building was entering its evening coma. Movement in the side mirror. A shift of light and shadow. He focused, his breathing shallow. 2 figures walking from the school's rear entrance, a steel door that sighed shut behind them with a metallic clunk. An older woman in a beige cardigan, hugging a stack of folders to her chest. And her. The target. She carried a leather satchel slung over one shoulder, the strap pulling at the wool of her cream-colored coat. Her blonde hair was tied back, but strands had escaped, catching the last of the late afternoon light like a halo. Even from a distance, she had that put-together look he despised, the straight posture, the purposeful stride, the assumption of safety that came with a life lived on the right side of every line. It was in the way she listened to the older woman, nodding, a patient smile on her face that didn't reach her eyes. She was waiting for her chance to leave. They stopped by the Prius. The older woman was talking, one hand gesturing while the other clutched the folders. A story about a student, a problem with a grade, a departmental meeting. The target, Irene Quimby, nodded, took a half step back toward her car door, her body angling away. Impatient. He could read it in the slight tap of her loafer on the asphalt, in the way her fingers tightened around her key fob. She was a woman who valued her time, who compartmentalized. School was over. This was her time now. He waited, the inside of the car smelling faintly of the pine-scented air freshener, dangling from the rear view and the deeper, cleaner scent of the isopropyl alcohol, He used to wipe down the steering wheel, the gear shift, the door handles. He'd prepared the syringe an hour ago, drawing the clear liquid from a small, unlabeled vial, tapping out the bubbles with a fingernail before capping it. It rested now in the cup holder, a mundane piece of medical trash to any casual glance. His gloves were thin, latex already on. He flexed his fingers against the wheel. Finally, the colleague patted Irene's arm, offered a weary smile, and walked away toward a blue minivan 3 rows over. Irene Quimby turned fully to her car, a visible release in her shoulders. She fumbled with her keys, pressing the button. The Prius gave a soft, polite chirp and its lights flashed. Now, he turned the key, let the engine rumble to life, a louder, less refined sound than the electric whisper of her vehicle. He pulled out of the spot smoothly, not too fast, a man simply leaving. He drove a slow circle, the tires crunching over gravel and old leaves that had gathered in the drain channels of the lot. He came to a stop in the lane beside her, aligning his passenger window with her position. He rolled it down, the mechanical whir sounding overly loud in the quiet. The cool evening air washed in, carrying the smell of cut grass from the athletic fields. "Excuse me," he called, his voice pitched high with feigned stress. He let it waver just a little. "I'm so sorry to bother you." She paused, the key physically in her door lock now, and turned. The polite but weary smile was back, a professional mask automatically clicking into place. Her eyes scanned him quickly, his car, his face, his ordinary jacket. Assessing but not alarmed. Yes. Can I help you?" "I'm completely lost." He ran a hand through his hair, mussing it, the picture of a flustered parent. He glanced at his phone, which he'd placed on the passenger seat, screen dark. "I'm supposed to be picking up my son, Jeremy, from the late bus. The office said it's around back, but everything's locked up tight. I've been driving around for 10 minutes. He let a note of helpless frustration bleed into his tone. She sighed softly, a faint cloud of breath in the cooling air. Her shoulders dropped, the satchel slipping a little. He could see the internal calculation, a minute of her time to be helpful, to get this lost father out of her lot. The late bus pickup is on the west side of the building. You're on the east. She pointed a gloved finger vaguely toward the front of the school. You need to drive all the way around, past the football field. There's a small lot with a sign. You really can't miss it once you're there. West side, past the field. He squinted, leaning forward over the center console to look past her, toward the hulking shape of the school as if trying to orient himself. He made his brow furrow. So, if I go back out to the main road and take a right? No, that'll take you way out of your way. A hint of impatience now, the teacher correcting a slow student. She turned fully, abandoning her door, and pointed down the long row of parked cars toward the far corner of the building. Her profile was to him now. Perfect. See where the lane curves there, by the dumpster enclosure. Just follow that. It loops all the way around. The bus lot is right behind the field house. You'll see the yellow buses. He followed her gesture, nodding slowly, as if the complex geography was just dawning on him. Go. Right there. I see the curve. Thank you so much. He injected pure, relieved gratitude into his voice, giving her a wide, earnest smile. You're a lifesaver. Jeremy would have been standing out there in the dark. Seriously, thank you. She offered a tight, dismissive nod, her social duty discharged. You're welcome. Have a good evening. She turned back to her car, inserting the key into the physical lock. She didn't trust the electronic one, another little data point, and gave it a twist. The moment her head turned, the moment her focus shifted from the helpful stranger to the mechanism of her own door, he moved. He was out of his door in one fluid motion, the thunk of it closing masked by the steady idle of his own engine. The lot was silent, deeply so. The school was a darkening silhouette against a lavender and orange sky. No voices, no slamming doors, no headlights sweeping across the asphalt. No one in sight. The older woman's minivan was already gone. He closed the distance in two quick, silent strides. His shoes, soft-soled, made only the faintest scuffing sound. She heard it, the subtle change in the audio landscape, the presence where there should be absence. Her shoulders tensed. She began to turn, her head starting to rotate back over her shoulder, her expression in that millisecond shifting from mild annoyance at this renewed interruption to confusion. Her mouth opened, perhaps to form a word, a question. The syringe was in his hand, palmed, uncapped. He didn't grab her, didn't give her anything to struggle against. His left hand came up as if to gently touch her shoulder, to get her attention. It was a natural, non-threatening movement. As his fingers brushed the wool of her coat, his right hand, hidden from her view by his own body, darted up. The needle found the soft, warm spot behind her earlobe with unerring accuracy. A quick, practiced press of the plunger with his thumb. He felt the slight resistance, then the give as the plunger slid home, delivering its chemical payload directly into her bloodstream. A sharp, involuntary intake of breath hissed through her teeth. Her eyes, wide and shocked, met his. For a fraction of a second, there was pure, uncomprehending terror in them, the blue irises dilating into black pools. Then the confusion, the question, what, why, who are you, before the neural lights began to flicker out. The satchel slipped from her nerveless shoulder, hitting the pavement with a dull, heavy thud that seemed to echo in the empty lot. Her knees buckled, not in a collapse, but in a slow, graceful sag, as if the strings holding her up had been neatly severed. He was already moving, catching her weight against his side, his arm hooking under hers in a parody of support. He looked like a man helping a dizzy friend. He guided her stumbling half-step away from her car, toward his open passenger door. Her head lolled against his shoulder, her hair smelling of floral shampoo and chalk dust. Her eyes were still open, staring at nothing, but he could see the consciousness draining from them like water from a sink. The paralytic was fast. Succinylcholine. It didn't knock you out, it simply disconnected your brain from every muscle in your body, including your diaphragm. You were awake, fully aware, trapped in a useless shell, until hypoxia pulled you under. He knew she could still hear, still see blurrily, still feel the terror. For a little while longer. He maneuvered her into the passenger seat of his car, arranging her limp body with a strange tenderness. He fastened the seatbelt across her, the click abnormally loud. He leaned in, close to her ear, and whispered, "Just a little ride, Irene." "It's okay," her breath was coming in short, desperate pants, her chest straining futilely. A tiny strand of droplet escaped the corner of her mouth. He wiped it away with a gloved thumb. He walked back, calm, methodical. He picked up her leather satchel from the ground, brushed off a fleck of gravel, and placed it on the floor of his car behind her feet. He then walked to her Prius. The key was still in the door. He removed it, pressed the lock button on the fob, and dropped the keys into the satchel. Let it look like she'd driven away. It would buy time. Back in the driver's seat, he pulled the door closed. The interior light faded, leaving them in the gray twilight. He looked over at her. She was propped against the window, her face pale, her staring eyes reflecting the distant glow of a security light. Her fingers twitched once on her thigh, a final dying signal. He put the car in drive and pulled slowly out of the parking lot, following the lane she had pointed out to him, past the curve, past the dumpster enclosure, heading west. The football field was a vast, dark green expanse on his left. He saw the empty bus lot, the sign just as she'd described. He didn't stop. He drove past it, out through the school's rear entrance, and merged smoothly into the evening traffic on the town's main artery, another commuter heading home. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. The door to the interview room clicked shut behind Curtis Hammerstone with a sound of finality, like a lock turning in a cell. Katie watched through the one-way glass, the greenish tint of the old pane making the scene look sickly and submerged. The man shuffled out, his face a mottled canvas of humiliation, flushed cheeks, downcast eyes, a jaw clenched so tight the muscles jumped. The white shorts the precinct had scrounged up for him, a pair of gym shorts from the Lost and Found, were too large and rode low on his hips, doing little to hide the angry, reddened skin where the cheap massage oil had soaked through his clothes and caused a rash. He limped slightly, a hitch in his step that spoke of old injuries or fresh shame, moving under the bored escort of a uniformed officer who kept a careful, disdainful foot of space between them. As they passed the observation window, Hammerstone's eyes, bloodshot and swimming with a kind of broken defiance, flicked up and met the glass. He couldn't see her, but he knew she was there. Katie saw it all, the profound, searing shame of a private, pathetic deviancy laid bare for strangers to pick over. He looked away first, his shoulders slumping further as he turned the corner and disappeared from view. Brooke Vance pushed the heavy door open a moment later and slumped against the cinderblock wall beside Katie, letting her head thud back against the painted concrete with a dull thump. The aggressive, squared-shoulders confidence she'd carried into the interrogation 90 minutes ago was utterly gone, evaporated like steam. In its place was a hollow weariness that seemed to pull at her features, making her look younger and infinitely more tired. She stared at the scuffed linoleum floor, her arms hanging loose at her sides. She blinked slowly, as if her eyelids were weighted. "Well," she sighed, the word barely more than an exhale. She didn't look at Katie. "That was an education." "File it under things you can't unsee and move on," Katie said, her tone flat and utilitarian. She had heard enough through the crackling audio feed piped into the observation room. The graphic, stumbling descriptions of the massage parlor's back room, the smell of lavender and mildew, the way the women never looked him in the eye. The local PD tech had pulled data from his phone, and Brooke had methodically read aloud dozens of escort booking confirmations from a half-dozen different websites, each time-stamped and geolocated, creating an unassailable map of his lonely, transactional movements. It was a dead end, spectacularly so. A waste of time and emotional energy. Katie could still smell the faint, cloying scent of the man's cheap cologne that had seeped under the observation room door, mixed with the sharp tang of his sweat. Forensics had called Brooke's phone halfway through the session. The box of women's shoes in Hammerstone's closet, a collection that had seemed so promising, so macabre, contained no matches to any of the victims. The sizes were wrong, the styles garish and cheap, likely trophies from his paid encounters. His alibis, meticulously checked by a detective Katie had tasked specifically with it, were solid. Digital time cards for overnight security shifts at a warehouse on the nights in question, corroborated by gate logs and a coworker's statement. For the window around Cassie Sullivan's disappearance, he had a signed, time-stamped receipt from a private club called the Velvet Grip, a place that offered exotic relaxation and whose manager, when quietly leaned on, confirmed Hammerstone had been a loudly drunk, weeping regular from 9 p.m. until closing. Curtis Hammerstone was a man with a violent past, assault charges from a bar fight a decade back, who had devolved into paying for pathetic, drunken consumption. He was a sad, broken thing. He was not their leg-collecting killer. "So what's our next play?" Brooke asked, her voice thin and frayed at the edges. She finally lifted her head, staring blankly into the empty interview room, where the ghost of the interrogation seemed to linger in the smell of sweat and despair. The single metal chair was pushed away from the table at an awkward angle, a plastic cup of water left half full. "We've got no geographic center lead. Our person of interest is a fetishist with receipts. The security footage is a black hole. The victim's connections are superficial at best." She rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands, a childlike gesture of exhaustion, pressing hard enough to leave temporary red marks on her pale skin. "What's left? Do we just wait for him to take another one?" Katie's phone buzzed in her jacket pocket, a hard, insistent vibration against her ribs. She pulled it out, the screen's light harsh in the dim corridor. A text from Robert Vance glowed on the screen, the letters stark and demanding against the dark background. "Status report required. Pressure from above is immense. Call me immediately. No greeting. No sign-off. Just the pull of the leash." The weight of command settled on her shoulders, a physical sensation like a heavy, ill-fitting coat. She felt the muscles across her back and neck tighten, a conscious effort to keep her spine straight. She'd never been the one to field these calls before, to be the point of contact between the grinding, messy reality of the investigation and the clean, impatient expectations of the Hoover Building. That had always been Nina's burden. Nina would stand in some hallway, phone pressed to her ear, her expression carved from granite as she translated their chaos into the sterile language of probabilities and progress metrics. Katie felt a sudden, sharp pang of missing her partner, not just her skill but her shield. The silence from Brooke was a palpable pressure. "I need some air," she told Brooke, her own voice sounding distant to her ears. "And to make a call." Brooke just nodded, her gaze dropping back to the floor, still leaning against the wall as if standing upright required more strength than she possessed. "I'll be in the office," she murmured, not moving. Katie pushed through the heavy metal fire door at the rear of the precinct, the bar groaning under her hand with a metallic screech. She stepped into the staff parking lot. The late afternoon air was cool and carried the damp, metallic scent of recent rain on asphalt. The sky was a sheet of low, bruised clouds, leaching the color from everything, turning the parked cars into dull shapes of gray and navy. A few cruisers were parked haphazardly, their light bars dark and silent. A detective in a rumpled suit was smoking by a dumpster, the tip of his cigarette a bright orange pulse in the gloom. He gave her a weary nod, which she returned without breaking stride. She found a measure of privacy, leaning against a concrete support pillar, its surface cold and rough through the thin fabric of her jacket. The distant, constant hum of city traffic was a dull backdrop, a river of sound a few blocks over. She scrolled through her contacts, her thumb hovering for a second over Glenn's name. She could picture his face, the concern in his eyes, the way he'd listen, and then try to pull her out of the darkness with a joke or a quiet observation. He would offer comfort, a soft place to land, and she couldn't afford to be soft right now. She needed the sharp edge, the abrasive truth. She hit dial on Nina's number, pressing the phone to her ear, the plastic cool against her skin. Nina answered on the second ring, her voice a welcome, familiar rasp. "Ford. Please tell me you're wrapping this up and coming home. The food here is an ongoing crime against humanity. I think the gelatin is sentient." A faint, real smile touched Katie's lips for the first time in hours. It felt strange on her face, like using a forgotten muscle. Wish I could. We just struck out with our best lead. Spectacularly. I'm running on fumes and trying to keep the new kid from spiraling into an existential crisis. New kid, Nina chuckled, then coughed, a dry, painful sound that made Katie wince and grip the phone tighter. She could hear the rustle of hospital sheets in the background. Sounds weird coming from you. Talk to me. Walk me through it. All of it. My brain's turning to mush watching cooking competitions. I now know more about reducing a balsamic glaze than any human should. It's a cry for help. Distract me. Katie closed her eyes, shutting out the gray parking lot, organizing the chaos in her head into a coherent stream. She started from the beginning, her voice low and steady against the parking lot sounds. Victim 1, Lindsay Harper. A 28. Found in her own apartment, 312 Meadow Hills. Neat, controlled scene. Single injection behind the left ear, paralytic agent, likely succinylcholine. Post-mortem dismemberment of the left leg at the mid-femur. Leg removed from scene. No sign of struggle. Access gained via a copied master key from the property management company. She had a side gig, amateur escort work online. That's the presumed point of contact. She took a breath, the cool air sharp in her lungs. Victim 2, Cassie Sullivan. Also 28. Different birth months, though. Found in a private storage unit she rented. More confident staging. Same injection site, same paralytic. Same surgical removal of the left leg. Leg also missing. Access was trickier. Unit was in a facility with cameras, but he disabled them. We think he posed as a client, maybe from the same online boards. Cassie was a waitress, but forensics found traces of high-end cosmetics, suggestive of supplemental income. She opened her eyes, watching a lone gull wheel silently against the gray sky. Victim 3, Jane Doe from the woods. Age 32. Profession, waitress like Cassie. But different restaurant, different part of town. Left leg severed taken. Scene was different, outdoors, isolated. But the method was identical. The saw marks are a perfect match. He's using a reciprocating autopsy saw. Medical grade. We tracked a purchase from an auction. He's settling into a ritual, Nina's voice came, focused now. All trace of hospital boredom was gone, replaced by the crisp, analytical tone Katie knew so well. Katie could almost see her, propped up on pillows, eyes sharp. Yes. And he's escalating in confidence. From an apartment to a semi-public storage unit to an open woodland. He's getting bolder with his dumping grounds, or his needs are changing. Katie pressed her forehead against the cool concrete, the rough texture a grounding sensation. We found the geographic center of the three scenes. Led us to a missing person, Brent Stiles, but he's a ghost. Then we got a tip on a guy with a violent past and a box of women's shoes. Just wasted 2 hours watching a sad man unravel. He's not our guy. We've got no physical description beyond, maybe a white male, maybe young from an unreliable witness at the storage facility. We've got a kill method and a signature mutilation. And we've got 3 women who are connected in the thinnest, most superficial ways. Age. Job. It feels random, but it can't be. The precision of the method contradicts randomness. The control contradicts chaos. Nina was silent for a long moment. Katie could hear the faint, rhythmic beep of hospital monitors in the background, a steady reminder of the distance and the vulnerability between them. A cart rattled by somewhere in Nina's hallway, the sound tinny and far away. "All right," Nina said finally, her tone shifting into the familiar rhythm of a profile session, a teacher guiding a student to the blackboard. "Do this. Forget the legs. Completely. Put them out of your mind. They're the fireworks, the big, shocking display. What has this guy done with each victim, in sequence, aside from the mutilation? What's the through line before the saw even comes out? Strip away the spectacle." Katie frowned, pushing off from the pillar and starting to pace a short, tight line on the oil-stained asphalt, her boots scuffing against loose gravel. "He's killed them. He's selected them. He's gained access and executed them with clinical control. He paralyses them first. They're awake, aware, but can't move. He's connected them," Nina corrected, her voice sharpening, cutting through. "And then he's separated a piece. Think. Your first two victims shared an age, 28. A specific, identical age. Victims 2 and 3 shared a profession, waitress. He's not picking at random. He's creating a chain forward. A daisy chain of traits. One victim links to the next by a single, deliberate thread. The separation of the leg, that's the physical manifestation of breaking that link after he's established it. He connects, he possesses, he takes the thing that symbolically carried the connection, the leg, the means of walking away, and then he severs it. It's a pattern of connection and separation. A closed loop of obsession. The leg isn't the point. The taking of it is the point. It's the period at the end of the sentence. The words landed with the force of a physical blow, driving the air from Katie's lungs. Connection and separation. A cold, logical clarity washed over her, freezing the frantic churn of her thoughts into a crystalline structure. She stopped pacing, her body rigid with the intensity of the revelation. She saw it now, not 3 disparate crimes, but a deliberate, twisted sequence. Lindsay Harper, 28, connected to Cassie Sullivan, 28. Cassie Sullivan, waitress, connected to Jane Doe, waitress. The leg wasn't just a trophy or a fetish object. It was the baton in a perverse relay race. Each victim passed a single, specific trait to the next. The killer was following the trait, not the person. He was using the women as stepping stones in a pathological pattern, a bridge made of stolen lives. Her mind flashed to the whiteboard in the task force office, the columns feeling suddenly, stupidly inadequate. "Shaw," Katie breathed, the word barely audible, carried away on a gust of damp wind. "I know that voice," Nina said, a thread of grim satisfaction weaving through the static of the connection. "And you've got it. I can hear the gears lock. I do. It's a relay pattern. He's running a relay. The trait is the baton. He takes the leg too, to finalize the exchange. To complete the transaction." Her mind was racing ahead, a torrent of implications crashing through. Her heart hammered against her ribs, not with panic now, but with a fierce, focused energy. If it holds, if victim 3 has a trait that connects to victim 4, then you have a predictive model, Nina finished, the satisfaction giving way to pure, urgent professionalism. You know what to look for on the next victim. Or you know what trait the last victim had that you haven't identified yet. Go back to your whiteboard. Find the missing link. Tear apart everything you have on Jane Doe. He told you what to look for. You just weren't listening. Go get him, Katie said, the old phrase rising to her lips, echoing Nina's familiar command, a ritual between them. Damn right. And Ford. And yes. Call me when you have it. I'm invested now. The line went dead. Katie ended the call, the phone slick in her suddenly sweaty palm. For a second, she just stood there in the cooling air, the hum of the city fading beneath the roar of her own thoughts. The revelation was so clear, so obvious in hindsight, it felt like a rebuke. How did we miss this? The pattern was elegant in its horror. Then the urgency returned, hotter and sharper. If the pattern was real, then the clock wasn't just ticking, it was counting down to the next exchange. She had to move. She turned and sprinted for the precinct door, her boots slapping hard against the wet asphalt, sending up tiny sprays of water. She covered the 20 yards in a few seconds, her breath already coming faster. She barreled through the heavy fire door, not slowing, letting it slam back against the interior wall with a crash that echoed like a gunshot in the rear corridor. She ignored the curious, startled glances from a pair of uniforms processing a bleary-eyed drunk in a holding cell, from a detective carrying a towering stack of files who flinched at the noise. Her focus was a laser tunnel. The stairs were ahead, a gray utilitarian well. She took them two at a time, her hand skimming the cold metal railing, the burn building instantly in her thighs and lungs. The grimy, beige-painted walls of the stairwell blurred past, the sound of her own harsh breathing and pounding footsteps filling the enclosed, echoey space. The smell of old bleach and damp concrete was thick. She hit the third-floor landing, her shoulder brushing the wall as she pivoted, and shoved through the door into the main corridor of the detective bureau. The linoleum here was a darker, muddier green, worn shiny in paths to the most used offices. The task force office was 30 feet down on the left, the door partially open, a slash of yellow fluorescent light cutting across the hall floor. She covered the distance in seconds, her momentum carrying her through the doorway without breaking stride. The scene inside stopped her cold, her breath catching in her throat. Brooke and Chief Doyle were there, as she'd left them, but their postures were all wrong, frozen in a tableau of bad news. Brooke was standing by the grimy window, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if she were cold, her fingers digging into the sleeves of her blazer. She was staring out at the gray afternoon, but her eyes were unfocused, seeing nothing. Chief Doyle was behind the borrowed desk, the old black phone receiver still in his hand, held loosely as if he'd just set it down from his ear. His face, usually a mask of weary competence, was grim, the lines around his mouth and eyes carved deep into his skin. The other two local detectives in the room, a bald man named Hendricks and a woman with a severe bun, Grady, had stopped their work. Hendricks had paused mid-sip of coffee, the mug hovering near his lips. Grady was frozen, a file half pulled from a cabinet. A shared, heavy dread hung in the air, thick as the smell of stale coffee and dust. Doyle's eyes lifted slowly and met Katie's. He saw the intensity in her face, the sheen of sweat at her temples from her run, and something in his own expression seemed to harden, as if steeling himself to extinguish the spark of hope he saw there. He slowly placed the receiver back in its cradle. The click was loud in the sudden, thick silence, a period on a sentence no one had wanted to hear. "Bad news," he said, his voice gravelly, worn thin. A cold knot tightened in Katie's stomach, a visceral clench of dread that made her take a shallow, sharp breath. The brilliant clarity of the pattern revelation curdled into something dark and urgent, a bright light swallowed by a fast-approaching shadow. "Don't say it," she heard herself say, the words a raw plea she hadn't known was in her. We just got the call from County Dispatch, Doyle continued, his gaze not wavering, delivering the blow cleanly. I'm a teacher. Irene Quimby, 51 years old. French teacher at Harrisburg High. Her car was found parked behind the school, in the faculty lot. Empty. Driver's side door was unlocked, purse and school bag on the passenger seat. A custodian spotted something wrong. A smear on the window, he said. They just confirmed. It's victim number 4. Same MO. Paralytic injection behind the left ear. Left leg severed and missing. They found her in the school's boiler room. He did it there. On site. The killer wasn't just continuing his pattern. He was accelerating, compressing the timeline. The time between Cassie Sullivan and the Jane Doe had been days. The gap between the Jane Doe and now, was it even a full day? The clock, which had been a steady background tick, was now a deafening pound in her ears, a drumbeat of failure. He was moving faster, growing more confident, more hungry. At the school. A teacher. The brazenness of it sent a chill down her spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Brooke turned from the window, her face pale, the skin around her eyes tight. A teacher, she said, her voice hollow with confusion. That doesn't fit. The last was a waitress. The connection, the relay. It breaks, she looked at Katie, seeking confirmation, her earlier weariness replaced by a frantic need for the puzzle to make sense again. It fits, Katie cut in, her voice sharp with the new certainty, slicing through the gloom. She strode to the whiteboard, grabbing a red marker from the tray. The familiar scent of dry erase ink filled her nostrils. She circled victim 3, Jane Doe. Waitress, she then drew a bold, angry line to a new circle she hastily scribbled on the board, the marker squeaking. Victim 4, Ireneqmby. Teacher, she turned to face the room, her eyes sweeping over Doyle, the detectives, finally landing on Brooke. The connection isn't between 3 and 4. Not directly. The connection is between 2 and 3. Waitress. The connection for 3 and 4 is something else. Something we haven't identified on Jane Doe yet. Something she shared with the teacher. She tapped the red circle around Jane Doe's name. We missed a trait. We were looking for job, for age, for location. We missed the baton she was carrying. She looked at Doyle, her gaze fierce. We need everything on Quimby. Now. And we need to re-examine every particle of evidence from the woods. Hair, clothing fibers, jewelry, tattoos, everything. We missed a trait. We missed the baton. Chief Doyle nodded, already reaching for his phone again, his movements infused with a renewed, grim purpose. I'll get a squad to the school, lock down the scene, start the canvass. And I'll have the medical examiner's office prioritize Quimby's autopsy. Full workup with an emphasis on personal identifiers, distinguishing features. He began dialing, his voice dropping into a low, commanding murmur. Brooke was staring at the whiteboard, her arms slowly dropping to her sides. The pattern was visibly clicking into place in her mind, the horror of it dawning alongside the chilling professional insight. Her lips moved silently, tracing the connections. A relay, she murmured, the word full of a terrible awe. He's just passing it along. They're just links. Yes, Katie said, capping the marker with a definitive snap. The weight was still there on her shoulders, but it had changed. It was no longer the crushing, formless burden of confusion. It was the focused, tangible heft of a race against a visible, though still hidden, opponent. They had a shape now. They had a rule. And the killer had just handed them the next piece, violently and without remorse. They had to move. They had to find the trait that connected a waitress, found in the woods, to a French teacher in a high school. Now, the pounding clock was in every heartbeat, a relentless rhythm they had to outrun, a race where the baton was a woman's leg, and the finish line was another grave. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. The scene at St. Peter's Church was a brutal punctuation mark in a week of horror. Katie Ford stood just outside the yellow tape, her hands shoved deep into the pockets of her coat against the biting wind that whipped through the churchyard, snatching at her hair and chilling the back of her neck. Her gaze was fixed on the shape in the stone archway, a dark silhouette against the ancient, weathered stone. A woman, naked and broken, lay face down on the cold ground. The fourth one. The surgical removal of the leg was a grotesque signature now, the severed limb from the previous victim propped against the arch like a macabre offering. It was placed with a chilling deliberateness, the pale flesh stark against the dark, damp stone, the foot tilted inward as if in repose. Brooke Vance stood quietly beside her, close enough that Katie could hear the shallow, controlled rhythm of her breathing, a deliberate in through the nose, out through the mouth cadence that spoke of fierce concentration. The young agent's face was pale in the fading afternoon light, the skin around her mouth drawn tight, a faint tremor in her lower lip that she bit down to stop. She kept blinking rapidly, as if trying to clear an image from her eyes, and her hands were clenched into white-knuckled fists at her sides, the fabric of her gloves pulled taut. He changed the venue, she said, her voice barely above a murmur, meant only for Katie. She didn't turn her head, her eyes locked on the scene, as if looking away would be a professional failure. Katie didn't look at her, her own eyes cataloging the details with a methodical, sweeping scan. The way the body was positioned, head turned to the side, cheek pressed against the cold stone, the angle of the remaining leg, bent slightly at the knee, the unnatural sprawl of the arms, one flung out as if reaching for something just beyond her fingertips. He's evolving, Katie replied, her voice flat, devoid of inflection. It was a professional assessment, a data point. Dusk was bleeding into the sky, a deep indigo swallowing the last streaks of orange in the west, and the body in the archway seemed to draw the shadows toward it, a focal point of the gathering dark. The air smelled of damp earth, decaying leaves from the oaks lining the property, and the faint, coppery hint of blood that no amount of wind could fully erase. Red and blue lights from the patrol cars parked along the curb painted the ancient brick of the church in rhythmic, garish strokes, but the archway itself was a pool of deep shadow, the flashing light only making the darkness within seem more profound. Chief Doyle walked over, his heavy footsteps crunching on the gravel path, each step kicking up a small spray of pebbles. His expression was grim, etched with a deep weariness that went beyond a single long day. The skin under his eyes was the color of old bruises. "Witness is a colleague from the school," he said, his voice a low rumble. He hooked a thumb over his shoulder toward a cluster of uniforms where a middle-aged woman in a puffy blue coat sat huddled on the bumper of an ambulance, a foil blanket around her shoulders, her entire body shaking. "Pretty shaken up. Can't get a coherent sentence yet. Victim is Irene Quimby. 42. Taught French at the high school right there." He nodded toward the modern brick building visible just beyond a line of skeletal winter trees, its windows dark and empty. The name and details clicked into place in Katie's mind with an almost audible snap. Irene. A piece of the chaotic puzzle she'd been assembling suddenly locked into position, a connection flaring to life so bright it was almost blinding. She forced herself to stay calm, to keep her breathing even, to examine the connection from every angle before she trusted it. She flexed her cold fingers inside her pockets, feeling the stiff leather of her gloves. She couldn't afford a false leap, not now. Her mind raced back to the case file on her laptop, to the notes on Cara Sutton. The working name. Irina. Short for Irene. It wasn't just a name. It was a link. A direct, deliberate link. He wasn't picking random women from a crowd. He was following a list. She was heading to her car, Doyle added, nodding toward a silver Prius parked a short distance away in the nearly empty church lot. The car looked innocuous, a symbol of a normal, responsible life, a reusable grocery bag visible on the passenger seat. Colleagues said they walked out together, talked for a minute by her car. Quimby said she had errands. The colleague got in her own vehicle and left. She was maybe 50 yards down the road when she realized she'd forgotten to give Quimby some graded papers. She circled back, saw the car door open, no Quimby. Then she saw that. He gestured toward the archway with his chin, his jaw working as he ground his molars. Katie moved toward the vehicle, her boots scuffing on the asphalt, each step deliberate. Brooke followed a step behind, a silent shadow, her own footsteps echoing Katie's. The driver's side door was slightly ajar, about 2 inches. Katie didn't touch it. She leaned in, the beam of her flashlight cutting through the gloom of the car's interior, illuminating the beige fabric of the seats, a travel mug in the cup holder. There, on the silver paint just below the handle, was a fresh, shallow scratch about 3 inches long. It wasn't deep, not a keying. It was a scrape, as if from a piece of metal dragged across the surface. He did this, Katie said, more to herself than to Brooke. She traced the line of the scratch in the air with a gloved finger. Got her to stop. Maybe bumped her car. Maybe pretended to be lost, asked for directions. It was a trap. She got out to check the damage. She could picture it, the woman's sigh of irritation, the concerned frown bending to inspect the scratch, completely unaware of the shadow closing in from behind. She crouched, ignoring the sharp protest in her knees, the cold of the pavement seeping through the fabric of her trousers. She played the flashlight beam over the dark pavement directly beside the car door. The circle of light picked out a small, concentrated spray of blood, now dried to a rusty brown, staining the rough concrete in a fine, mist-like pattern. It was a high-velocity pattern, the droplets tiny and numerous. She traced an imaginary line from the spatter toward the church archway 30 yards away. The ground between was clean, just old asphalt and scattered gravel. He killed her right here, Katie said, her voice low and certain. She looked up at Brooke, who had crouched beside her, her eyes wide. Probably in his own vehicle, parked right next to hers. The injection site, behind the ear, he gets close, administers the paralytic. She collapses. He catches her, puts her in his car. The heart had stopped before he moved her to the archway. No trailing blood. He took his time. He was in control the entire time. In public, Brooke's voice held a note of disbelief, but it was edged with a dawning horror that made her words tight. And how? It's a church. There could have been people. A prayer group, a groundskeeper. Confidence, Katie said, straightening up with a soft grunt, her knees popping. She swept the flashlight beam across the empty lot, the darkening street beyond where a single car drove past, oblivious. Or desperation. He's hit his stride. He knows the method works. He's streamlined it. The school parking lot was too open, too many cameras maybe. So he lures her here. More secluded, but still a brazen risk. He's accelerating. She turned to Doyle, who had approached, his radio crackling with static. His car's trunk will be a biohazard. Fiber's hair trace. Check every car wash, detail shop, and impound lot in a 20-mile radius for the last 12 hours. Get dogs out here to scent for decomp in the parking lot, though he's likely cleaned it by now with bleach or enzyme cleaners. And I want her vehicle processed millimeter by millimeter. That scratch is transfer. We might get paint or tool marks if he used something to cause it. Look for any debris in the door jamb, anything he might have left when he pulled her out. As Doyle relayed the orders into his radio, his voice a steady stream of commands, Brooke moved closer to Katie. She hugged herself against the cold, or maybe against the scene, her arms wrapped tightly around her torso. 4 women in 5 days, she said, her eyes on the solemn activity of the CSIs now moving around the archway, their cameras flashing with silent, electric pops that froze the horror in stark detail. This isn't a spree, it's a sprint. When does it stop? She finally looked at Katie, her expression raw with the need for an answer that made sense. Katie finally met her partner's gaze. Brooke's face was all sharp angles in the erratic light, her earlier pallor replaced by a grim, set expression, her lips pressed into a thin line. It doesn't, Katie said, the words leaving no room for comfort, each one dropping like a stone. Not until we make it stop. He's on a clock, and so are we. His clock is whatever internal pressure is driving this chain. Ours is the next woman he's already selected. She jingled the keys in her pocket, a sharp, metallic sound that seemed to snap the moment. Hey, let's go. We've seen what we need to see. Brooke's brow furrowed, a crease of confusion and professional doubt appearing between her eyebrows. Shouldn't we wait for forensics? The scene techs are just starting. They might find something we missed. We already have the pattern, Katie said, turning her back on the church and starting toward their parked sedan. Her footsteps were decisive on the gravel, crunching loudly. She didn't look back. We just weren't reading it right. The answers aren't here in the blood spatter or the body position. They're back on the board. The pattern is the key, and he just gave us the last piece. She felt the certainty of it in her gut, a cold, hard knot. Irene Quimby wasn't just another victim. She was a clue, a deliberate signpost left by a mind that needed its work to be understood, even if only by itself. The drive back to the precinct was silent, the car filled only with the hum of the heater and the rhythmic swipe of the windshield wipers clearing a fine, cold mist. Brooke stared out her window, watching the streetlights blur past, her reflection ghostly in the glass. Katie drove with both hands on the wheel, her mind already back in the task force room, moving names and traits around like pieces on a chessboard. The transition from the raw, sensory overload of the crime scene to the sterile logic of the investigation was always jarring, a mental airlock she had to pass through. She took a deep breath, inhaling the stale, recirculated air of the rental car, forcing the image of the archway from the front of her mind, pushing it back to the compartment where she stored such things and focused on the connections. The task force room at the Harrisburg precinct felt like a different planet after the visceral chill of the churchyard. Here, the horror was distilled into dry erase ink and typed reports, the violence made manageable by columns and bullet points. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights overhead was a constant, irritating hum that seemed to vibrate in Katie's teeth, and the air carried the stale, bitter smell of old coffee and industrial cleaner, undercut by the faint, sweet scent of the marker ink. The worn olive-green carpet was stained with decades of spills, a map of other long nights and desperate cases. Katie stood facing the whiteboard, its surface a chaotic web of names, dates, addresses, and gruesome, shorthand details. Photographs of 4 smiling women, Cassie, Lindsay, Cara, Irene, were pinned at the top, a stark, heartbreaking contrast to the autopsy photos and scene shots clustered below. Brooke paced behind her, a restless energy in the small, confined space, her footsteps a soft, repetitive whisper on the carpet. She stopped occasionally to sip from a paper cup of water, her throat working as she swallowed. Katie picked up a black marker, its tip clicking decisively as she uncapped it. The sound was sharp in the quiet room. "It's not random," she began, drawing a large, lopsided circle around the 4 victim names. The marker squeaked against the board. "He's not a fetishist, targeting a specific hair color or body type. He's an obsessive. His ritual is about 2 things, connection and separation." She turned to face Brooke, holding the marker like a pointer. "He's recreating a trauma, trying to gain control over a loss by manipulating these surrogates. He connects with them through a shared trait, then severs that connection literally, through death, and symbolically, through the removal of the leg, taking their ability to walk away. It's the ultimate act of control." Brooke stopped pacing, leaning against the edge of a cluttered desk piled with file folders. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest, her body languid, skeptical but engaged, her head tilted as she listened. "What loss?" she asked, her voice echoing slightly in the empty room. "We've been looking for a precipitating stressor. A job loss, a recent death, a breakup. We haven't found one. Brent Stiles had a dead wife, but his alibi is solid. Hammerstone's just a creep. Nothing fits." "Because we were looking in the wrong time frame," Katie said, tapping the board with the cap of the marker, a rapid tap 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 for emphasis. "The loss could be older. It's buried. It's the root, not the trigger. The trigger is the chain itself. Once he started, the pattern became the compulsion. He's not reacting to a new event, he's acting out an old script, and now he's reached the final act." She turned back to the board, her eyes scanning the columns. "Look at his methods. They're adaptive, but they reveal increasing confidence and a need for specific types of access." She pointed to each victim in turn, the tip of the marker hovering over each name. "Victim 1, Cassie Sullivan. He just walked into her home. Low security, a vulnerable location. He was testing his method, his nerve." Victim 2, Lindsay Harper. He let himself in with a copied key and waited. More control. He owned the space beforehand, he could take his time. Victim 3, Cara Sutton. He hired her services. A transaction that grants intimate, private access. It's a different kind of control, financial, contractual. Victim 4, Irene Quimby. He faked a lost parent ruse in a school parking lot, then a minor car incident. Social engineering. He's talking to them, manipulating them directly. The MO changes every time. But the core connection doesn't. The injection. The saw. The leg. She put the marker to the board and drew a solid, deliberate line from CASSI, SULLIVAN, to LINDSAY Harper. Cassie and Lindsay shared an age and birth month. Both 28. Both January births. She drew another line from LINDSAY to KARASUTTON. Lindsay and Cara shared a profession. Or a side profession. Both engaged in sex work, directly or indirectly. That was the baton passed. She drew the third line from KARA to IRENEQMBY. The marker squeaked. Cara and Irene share a name. Brooke frowned, pushing off the desk to step closer, her shoes scuffing on the carpet. She peered at the board, her head cocked. The name. Kara and Irene are completely different names. Kara's working name was Rena, Katie said, her voice level. She wrote the name Ariane in parentheses next to Kara's name, the letters bold and blocky. Short for Irene. It was in her online ads, her contact info. He would have seen it. He didn't target a random teacher coming out of that school. He targeted a teacher named Irene. It's a relay pattern. Each victim passes one specific, identifiable trait to the next, like a baton in a race. Connection and separation. Nina was right back at the start. He's building a chain. A closed loop. She capped the marker and tossed it onto the metal tray at the bottom of the board. It landed with a clatter. She let that hang in the stale air. Brooke stared at the lines on the board, her eyes tracing the connections, her lips moving slightly as she silently rehearsed the logic. Katie could see the mental gears turning, the skepticism giving way to a sharp, analytical focus that narrowed her eyes and stilled her restless movements. A baton, Brooke repeated softly, almost to herself. So the trait from Irene goes to a fifth victim. What trait does a 42-year-old French teacher pass on? Her career. Her age. Her car. That's what we need to figure out before he does, Katie said, crossing her arms. The fabric of her jacket rustled. But first, we need to understand why the leg. Why that specific act of separation? It's not just disposal. It's ritualistic, but it's also practical. Surgical precision. It's part of the signature. It's the climax of his ritual. The tool, Brooke said, her eyes lighting up with a sudden, clear understanding. She pointed at the autopsy photos. You said it before. It's a specific tool. He's not hacking. He's dissecting. Katie nodded, turning to face the gruesome photos. The clean, brutal cuts through bone and tissue, the edges surprisingly neat. It's a reciprocating autopsy saw. Mortuary equipment. He didn't steal a chainsaw from a job site or use a bone saw from a hardware store. He sought out the specific tool used for post-mortem dissection. That's the signature. The tool matches the ritual. It's about separation, but it's a clinical, medical separation. This isn't rage. It's procedure. She turned back to Brooke, leaning a hand on the desk. So we have a relay pattern of traits and a killer using mortuary tools. The trauma likely involves medicine, or a loss involving a medical procedure. A death in a hospital. A surgical error. Something where the body was taken apart, or where he felt someone was taken from him in a clinical, procedural way. Brooke didn't need further instruction. She moved to her laptop on the desk, the chair groaning as she pulled it out and sat down, her fingers already flying over the keys with a renewed, fierce energy. The click-clack of the keyboard was loud and percussive in the quiet room. Okay. Filtering the database. Assaults involving medical personnel or equipment. Amputation-related violence or threats. Male, local to Pennsylvania, likely within a 2-hour drive of Harrisburg given the crime scene spread, narrowing it down. She read summaries aloud as they popped up, her voice a quick, clinical monotone, divorcing the words from their human tragedy. Male, 31, assaulted a nurse at a clinic in Allentown in 2019. Mother died of septic shock. Dismissed too old MO. Doesn't fit, location is inconsistent with the first 2 scenes. She scrolled, the mouse wheel whirring. Male 40, made repeated threats to a cardiologist in Pittsburgh. Father died post-op. Dismissed, location is wrong, age is high, no history of violence, just threats. She continued, a rapid-fire litany of human misery and violence, each one examined and discarded like sorting through rotten fruit. Katie listened, her eyes on the board, mentally testing each possibility against the profile. Young, organized, locally mobile, with knowledge of or access to medical tools, a loss that predated the killings by several years. Brooke paused, her scrolling stopping abruptly. She leaned closer to the screen, her posture stiffening, her shoulders hiking up toward her ears. She was silent for a long 10 seconds, her eyes scanning back and forth. Here, she said, the word tight. 24-year-old male, Jesse Perry. Assaulted a female surgeon at Penn Presbyterian Medical Center in Philadelphia 3 years ago. Shoved her against a wall in the hospital parking garage, screamed about butchers. Charges were eventually dropped, plea deal to disorderly conduct and mandatory counseling. The incident report notes he was verbally fixated on surgical error. She looked up, meeting Katie's gaze, her own eyes wide. His wife died on the operating table during a routine laparoscopic procedure. Complications from anesthesia. Wife was named Joanne Perry. Age 25. Brooke's voice dropped to a near whisper, as if saying it too loud might break the thread. Occupation listed as elementary school teacher. The final piece slammed home with a physical force that made Katie's breath catch in her throat. Her hand, resting on the desk, curled into a fist. The latest victim was a teacher. The killer's fixation could be a twisted vengeance against those who mirrored the wife he lost, not just in profession, but through this chain of connected traits. A wife named Joanne. A teacher. A medical deaths. A surgical saw. It was all there, a perfect, horrifying symmetry. The wife, Katie said, the words tight, pushed out through a constricted chest. She stepped closer to the laptop screen, as if proximity could confirm it. Joanne. What was her maiden name? Her physical description. We need everything. Brooke's fingers danced across the keyboard again, a staccato rhythm, pulling up deeper records, cross-referencing marriage licenses and old DMV photos. The fan in the laptop whirred louder under the strain. Maiden name Coyle. Joanne Coyle. Description: Caucasian, 5'4", approximately 120 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. She looked from the screen to the victim photos on the board, her head swiveling back and forth. Cassie Sullivan had brown hair. Lindsay Harper was 5'5". Cara Sutton brown eyes. He's not replicating her exactly. He's distributing her traits. Building a composite across multiple women. A new version of her, assembled through the chain. Her voice was filled with a horrified awe at the meticulous, insane logic of it. And when the chain loops back, Katie asked, the implication chilling her more than the churchyard wind ever had. She pictured the lines on the board curving, connecting Irene Quimby back to Cassie Sullivan, completing a circle. When he has assembled all her traits in a sequence of victims. What's the endgame? Does he start over? Does he stop? She knew the answer. He wouldn't stop. The ritual would demand repetition. The loop would become a spiral. It doesn't matter, Brooke said, her voice firm now, cutting through the speculative horror. She pushed back from the desk, the chair wheels squealing. We stop it before that. Jesse Perry. Last known address updated 6 months ago. She read it off the screen, each digit clear. Apartment 4B, 1821 Coyle Avenue in Harrisburg. Coyle Avenue, Katie repeated. The wife's maiden name. It wasn't a coincidence, it was a shrine. A place to live inside his grief, to walk down a street that bore her name every single day. The geography of his madness was now a real address. "That's him," Katie said, certainty hardening her tone into something like steel, leaving no room for doubt. Her body language shifted instantly, the contemplative analyst vanishing, replaced by the hunter. She moved swiftly to the back of her chair and grabbed her jacket, shrugging it on with sharp, efficient movements, the lining whispering. She checked her sidearm in its hip holster, a habitual touch, her thumb flicking the retention strap to ensure it was loose, her palm pressing against the textured grip to feel its solid, familiar weight. She then secured her badge on her belt, the metal clip snapping into place with a definitive click. Brooke was already standing, snapping her laptop shut with a solid thump. A renewed focus was evident in her entire stance. Feet planted squarely, shoulders back, chin lifted, the earlier exhaustion and uncertainty burned away by the pure, clarifying fuel of adrenaline and purpose. She grabbed her own jacket from a nearby hook, pulling it on, then lifted her service weapon from its lockbox on the desk, performing her own check with a focused, deliberate care. "We call for backup." "SWAT?" Brooke asked, though she was already moving toward the door, her eyes on Katie, waiting for the lead. "We call Doyle. Have local PD set a perimeter." Quietly. "No sirens, no visible patrols. We don't know if he's home or out hunting for the next link in the chain. We go in fast, but we go in smart." Katie's eyes met Brooke's across the cluttered room, and in that look was a complete, unspoken understanding of the danger and the necessity. This was the culmination. This was the moment the entire grueling week, the dead ends, the horror, the sleepless nights had been building toward. There was no excitement in Brooke's face, only a grim readiness, a mirror of Katie's own resolve. Brooke gave a single, sharp nod, her jaw set. "Then let's go bring him in." They moved into the hallway, their footsteps echoing with a new, urgent rhythm on the linoleum floor, a synchronized march toward confrontation. They left the illuminated web of connections on the whiteboard behind them, the smiling photos and the stark lines. A silent, logical map to a shattered mind they now had to physically confront in the dark on Coyle Avenue. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The house was a monument to neglect. Katie Ford took in the peeling paint, the color of old bone under a film of grime. The overgrown yard was a tangle of brown weeds and littered with debris. A rusted bicycle frame, a cracked plastic lawn chair half submerged in the dirt, a scattering of beer bottles glinting in the late afternoon sun. The grime-caked windows reflected the sky back at them, opaque and secretive. It fit a pattern she'd seen too many times now. Every person of interest in this investigation seemed to live in a state of profound decay, as if the rot inside them had seeped out into their surroundings. She cut the engine. The silence that followed was thick, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine block. Across the street, a curtain twitched in a neighboring house, a pale face a blur behind the glass, then fell still. "He's dangerous and planned," she told her partner, her eyes never leaving the front door. Her voice was low, measured. "Assume he might be waiting for us. Assume he's armed. Stay sharp, stay behind me until we clear the threshold, and watch my six." Brooke Vance gave a tight, single nod. Her jaw was set so firmly, a muscle jumped along the line of it. Her eyes moved in a practiced sweep. The property line, the side of the house where a broken-down shed leaned, the sagging roof, the dark spaces between the overgrown shrubs. She unclipped her seatbelt with a deliberate click that sounded loud in the quiet car, checked her sidearm in its holster with a practiced tap of her fingers against the polymer grip, and pushed her door open. Her silence wasn't fear. It was a focused, coiled energy Katie appreciated, a humming readiness in the set of her shoulders and the careful placement of her feet. Brooke moved around the front of the sedan to join her, her footsteps crunching softly on the gravel-strewn asphalt of the street, her shadow long and lean in the angled light. Together, they crossed the patchy lawn. The dead grass was spongy from a recent rain, and Katie's boots sank slightly into the soft ground with each step, leaving faint impressions. The air smelled of damp earth and the faint, sweet decay of garbage from an overturned can near the side fence. A fly buzzed past her ear. At the warped front door, its green paint blistered and peeling in long curls like dead skin, she paused. She leaned in, her ear an inch from the wood, listening. From within came the low, indistinct murmur of a television, the sound tinny and distant, a laugh track that sounded like ghosts. No voices. No footsteps. She knocked, 3 sharp raps that echoed in the quiet street, the sound flat and final. For a moment, nothing. Then a crash echoed from inside, the sound of something heavy and hollow hitting the floor, a thump that vibrated through the doorframe, followed immediately by the sharper, skittering clatter of something metallic rolling across a hard surface. Katie's hand went to her hip, her fingers resting near the snap of her holster. Brooke shifted her weight onto the balls of her feet, her body angled, ready to move in any direction. The door swung inward, not with force, but with a slow, groaning creak of protesting hinges. The gap widened to reveal a slice of darkness that smelled of stale air and something worse. The man who stood there matched his home. He was bare-chested, pale skin stretched over a gaunt frame, the ribs visible like a washboard. A wild, unkempt beard, the color of dirt and rust, covered the lower half of his face. His eyes were glazed, the pupils dilated not just with drink but with something darker, a vacancy that went beyond intoxication. He blinked slowly at them, the lids heavy, as if bringing them into focus from a great distance. Yeah, the word was a gravelly exhale, carrying the sourness of old whiskey. Jeremy Perry? Katie already knew the answer from the DMV photo, but the man before her was a eroded, sunken-cheeked version of that picture, aged by a decade of hard living. He squinted, one eye closing more than the other. Who's asking? His voice was a rasp, unused. Special Agent Ford, Federal Bureau of Investigation. She held up her credentials, the gold shield catching the slanted sunlight, flashing in the dim hallway. This is Special Agent Vance. We'd like to come in and ask you a few questions. Jeremy Perry stared at the badge for a long second, his expression unreadable beneath the beard. His eyes tracked from the shield to Katie's face, then over to Brooke, a slow, dull assessment. Then he simply turned his back and shuffled into the gloom of the hallway, leaving the door wide open. An implied entry, neither an invitation nor a refusal. A challenge. The message was clear: come into my world if you dare. Katie exchanged a look with Brooke, a silent communication that passed in the tightening of Katie's mouth and the slight, ready nod Brooke gave. Ready. She stepped over the threshold, one hand still near her weapon, her senses dialed to a razor's edge, tasting the air. Brooke followed, closing the door behind them with a soft, deliberate click that felt unnaturally loud in the enclosed space, sealing them in. The stench hit them in a layered assault. First the high, sweet note of rotting food, then the damp wool smell of mildew, underneath it the pungent, animal scent of unwashed bodies and soiled fabric, and finally the underlying sour note of spilled liquor and stale smoke. The narrow hallway was a canyon between stacks of moldering cardboard boxes and bulging black plastic bags of trash. The plastic stretched taut and shiny. The floor was sticky underfoot, a tacky pull on the soles of their shoes. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling on a frayed wire, but it was dead, casting the passage into deep shadow. They moved slowly, their shoulders brushing the walls of debris, dislodging a faint shower of dust. Katie could hear the faint, persistent buzz of flies somewhere ahead, a lazy, hungry sound. The air was close and warm, carrying the heat of a body living in a sealed space. They emerged into a living room. The only light source was the flickering blue glow of an ancient tube television, its screen dusty, tuned to a daytime talk show with the volume low. The room was a museum of squalor. Empty bottles, whiskey, beer, vodka, and fast food wrappers, grease-stained and brittle, covered every surface. A coffee table buried under the detritus, the mantelpiece, the seat of a second chair. In the center, a single stained armchair, the color of dried blood, was enthroned before the set, its fabric worn through in places to reveal yellowed foam. Jeremy Perry collapsed into it, his body folding into the shape of the chair as if he were becoming part of the furniture, his spine curving to fit the hollows. Katie remained standing, her boots finding purchase on the only clear patch of filthy, matted carpet near the center of the room. Brooke positioned herself slightly to the side, her back to a wall papered in a faded, peeling floral pattern, giving herself a clear line of sight to both Perry and the room's two other exits, the hallway they'd come from and a darkened doorway that likely led to a kitchen. Brooke's eyes were in constant, quiet motion. "Are you under the influence right now, Mr. Perry?" Katie asked, her voice calm and level, a professional instrument cutting through the thick air. He wiped his mouth on his bare shoulder, leaving a damp, dark smear on his skin. "What's it to you?" He didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on the flickering images of the TV, where a woman was fake crying. "It matters for the validity of our conversation. Are you intoxicated? On drugs or alcohol?" He let out a short, humorless laugh that turned into a wet, phlegmy cough deep in his chest. He hawked and spat into a pile of newspapers on the floor beside the chair. "I'm always something, lady. What's your point? You gonna arrest me for drinking in my own house?" He finally turned his head, his bloodshot eyes finding hers. "That a federal crime now?" "You don't seem very bothered by a federal visit," Brooke observed from her post. Her voice was neutral, almost conversational. Her gaze was methodically scanning the room, cataloging details. The piles of yellowed newspapers, the glass ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts like a dead insect hive, the cluster of empty prescription pill bottles on the mantel, their labels faded. "Done my time," Perry muttered, his attention drifting back to the screen. His fingers picked at a loose thread on the arm of the chair. "For hitting that butcher who called himself a doctor. What's left to bother about? You can't take what's already gone." The last sentence was spoken to the television, a flat statement of fact. "Why did you assault him?" Katie asked, taking a half step closer. She wanted to see his eyes when he answered, to gauge the truth in them beneath the alcoholic haze. His head lolled toward her, slow and heavy. The movement seemed to cost him effort. "She was my everything. Irene," he said the name like a prayer and a curse combined. "He took her from me. Cut her open and she never woke up. He deserved worse than I gave him. A lot worse." His voice was a gravelly slur, thick with phlegm and liquor, but the hatred woven through the words was crystalline and sharp, a shard of clean glass in the mud. "And this," Katie gestured with a slight movement of her chin at the surrounding squalor. "This is what's left. After the prison sentence, after the grief. You gonna judge my housekeeping, Fed?" He shifted in the chair, the springs beneath him groaning in protest. A cloud of dust motes stirred in the blue TV light. "You got a nice little checklist. Trash check. Smell check. Sad bastard check. You here to give me a citation? A sneer twisted his lips beneath the beard. I'm asking if you're happy, Jeremy. Katie kept her tone neutral, almost clinical. It was a probe, designed to provoke a genuine reaction, to cut through the alcoholic haze and the practiced self-pity to the core of him. It worked. He surged to his feet with a speed that belied his intoxicated state, the motion violent and sudden, sending an empty beer bottle at his feet, rolling across the floor to clink against the leg of the coffee table. He snatched up a half-full bottle of cheap whiskey from the floor beside the chair, clenching it in his fist like a club, the liquid sloshing inside. Do I look fucking happy? He roared, spittle flying from his lips. The liquor-laden breath washed over her, sour and hot. The rage radiating from him was a physical force, a live wire snapping in the close, foul air. His knuckles were bone-white around the bottle's neck. A vein throbbed in his temple, a frantic pulse beneath the skin. His chest heaved. This man was absolutely capable of violence, no question. The assault conviction wasn't an anomaly. It was a feature, a fundamental part of his wiring. Katie didn't flinch. She held his furious, bloodshot gaze, her own expression a mask of calm assessment. She let the echo of his shout die in the room, absorbed by the trash and the dust. Where were you the last 5 nights? Starting last Tuesday. Here, he spat, the word a projectile. He took a step toward her, the bottle held at his side now, a threat in repose. Always here. This is my world. You're just visiting. Passing through. Can anyone verify that? A neighbor. A delivery. A phone call. No, he barked the word. Nobody comes here. Nobody calls. The phone's been disconnected for a year. He took a long, defiant swig from the bottle, his throat working, some of the amber liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth into his beard. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes never leaving hers, the hatred in them now mixed with a defiant pride. Now spit it out. You didn't come here to ask about my social life. You didn't come here to talk about Irene. What's this really about? You think I did something. Katie let the silence stretch for a 3 count, letting the tension in the room coil tighter, letting his own question hang in the stinking air between them. The only sounds were the inane, cheerful chatter from the TV and the frantic buzzing of a fly trapped against a windowpane somewhere behind her. She could feel Brooke's focused stillness from against the wall. We believe you may be responsible for the murders of 4 women in the Harrisburg area over the past several weeks. Jeremy Perry's bleary eyes didn't widen in shock. They didn't fill with innocent outrage. Instead, they sharpened. The glaze of alcohol seemed to recede, burned away by a sudden, intense focus. The calculation was instant and cold. He looked from Katie to Brooke and back again, a swift, assessing glance that took in their positions, their stances. You believe that? He asked, his voice suddenly lower, more controlled, the slur almost gone. It was the voice of a man coming to full, sober attention. Your reaction isn't helping your case, Katie said, watching the change in him, every nerve alert. And I told you. I was here. Alone. You got no witness says otherwise. You got nothing. He took another drink, but it was a stall now, a mechanical move to buy thinking time, his eyes darting toward the darkened kitchen doorway for a fraction of a second. While Katie held his attention, Brooke had begun to move. Slowly, casually, she drifted away from the wall toward a cluttered shelf unit piled with more junk. Old VHS tapes in cracked cases, broken electronics, stacks of unopened mail, a dusty clock that had stopped at 4:17. She picked her way through the mess, her movements careful and quiet, her shoes avoiding the louder debris. Her fingers brushed over the items, her agent's mind filtering the visual and tactile noise for anything of evidentiary value, anything that didn't belong in this shrine to decay. She paused, her head tilting. Then she lifted a small stack of laminated cards that had been tucked between a cracked ceramic mug, boasting a faded casino logo and a dusty little league trophy with a figurine missing its head. "You say you're a grieving widower," Brooke said, her tone flat and devoid of judgment, a simple recitation of fact. She fanned the cards in her hand, the laminated edges catching the TV light. "Living alone with your memories. But these tell a different story, Mr. Perry." Jeremy's head swiveled toward her. The calculated coldness in his eyes flickered, replaced by a flash of something else, alarm quickly masked by a scowl. What? What are those?" "That's my private stuff." Brooke began to read the names printed in garish, curling fonts on the cards. "Serafina. Velvet. Madame X," she looked up, meeting his gaze over the top of the cards. "Discreet, unforgettable encounters. Your fantasy is my command." She let the phrases hang. "These aren't business contacts. These are escort cards. Ads for sex workers. Collected by the looks of it." Perry's shoulders slumped slightly, a performative gesture of defeat of a man caught in a small, shameful vice. "A man's got needs. So what? It's not a crime. Not anymore. You gonna arrest me for being lonely? For trying to feel something other than this?" He gestured vaguely around the room, with the hand not holding the bottle. Katie watched Brooke's face. Her partner's expression was one of clinical assessment, as she flipped through the small, glossy rectangles, her thumb brushing over the raised print. Then it shifted. Brooke's eyebrows drew together slightly, a faint line appearing between them. Her lips parted on a silent intake of breath. It was a sudden, stark recognition, the click of a puzzle piece snapping into place with almost audible force. Her eyes lifted from the card in her hand to meet Katie's across the room. "Here's one," Brooke said, her voice now carrying a new hard edge. She held up a specific card, tilting it to catch the dim, erratic light from the TV. The card was a pale, glossy pink. "The alias is Crystal," lists a phone number. Then email. "Offers include private companionship and roleplay." She turned the card slowly, deliberately, toward Katie so she could see it. The font was a loopy cursive. The word crystal was in bold, deep purple. Katie's mind made the connection instantly, a cold, clear surge of certainty. Crystal. Lindsay Harper's online alias. The direct line from the amateur escort board Brooke had discovered. The point of fatal vulnerability. The link was no longer theoretical. It was laminated, held in her partner's hand, pulled from this man's shelf. Jeremy Perry saw the knowledge pass between them. He saw the case solidify in their eyes, the professional detachment replaced by the focused intensity of hunters who have just cornered their prey. The pretense of the drunken, broken widower evaporated from his posture, from his face. What was left was the cold, calculating stare, now edged with panic. He moved with shocking, adrenalized speed. He wasn't bolting for the front door, past both of them. He was going for the darkened rear doorway, an escape route to a back door, or perhaps a place where a weapon was stashed. As he pivoted, he flung the whiskey bottle at Katie's head as a distraction, a desperate, violent gambit. Katie ducked, her body coiling, the bottle sailing past her ear with a whoosh of air, and shattering against the wall in an explosion of glass and liquor that sprayed cold and wet across her neck and shoulder. The smell of cheap whiskey bloomed sharply in the room. She tensed to give chase, her hand going to her holster, but Brooke was already in motion, a blur of purposeful movement. Brooke didn't hesitate. She plowed through the debris on the floor, a discarded pizza box crunching loudly under her shoe, a plastic bottle skittering away. She closed the distance in 3 powerful, driving strides, her body low. As Perry hit the doorway, one hand reaching out to brace himself against the frame, Brooke launched herself forward. She hooked her right arm around his waist from the side, just above the belt line, and used her full momentum to drive him off balance, her shoulder driving into his ribs. His forward flight turned into a stumbling, sideways fall. He cried out, a wordless grunt of surprise and impact. They went down together onto the bare, greasy floorboards of the kitchen beyond, with a sickening, heavy thud that shook the wall and sent a reverberation through the floor. The sound was of 2 large bodies hitting unyielding wood, followed by the clatter of a pot or pan being knocked from a counter. Katie was there in seconds, her weapon now drawn and held low in a 2-handed grip, sweeping the dim kitchen, a dirty sink piled with dishes, a humming refrigerator, a small table. Brooke had landed on top, her weight pinning Perry's torso. He was flailing beneath her, his legs kicking, trying to buck her off, a guttural, animal grunt of effort and panic tearing from his throat. Katie holstered her weapon with a smooth, practiced motion, dropped to a knee beside them on the gritty floor, and grabbed for his right wrist. It was slick with sweat and grime. She wrenched it behind his back, feeling the joint protest, then grabbed the left as Brooke shifted her weight to give Katie access, pinning Perry's shoulder with her knee. She forced the left wrist to join the right. The cold steel of the handcuffs clicked shut around both wrists with a series of precise, metallic ratchets, the sound final and definitive in the sudden quiet. The fight left Jeremy Perry instantly. The tension drained from his body, leaving him limp and heavy on the grimy floor, his face pressed against the cold linoleum. A low, broken weeping began, a sound of utter despair that had nothing to do with physical pain. It was the sound of a dam breaking, a raw, shuddering release that shook his entire frame. Tears and mucus smeared on the floor. "Did you kill them?" Brooke demanded, breathing hard, the words coming out in sharp puffs. She shifted her weight off him but stayed close, leaning over his prone form, her face inches from his. Her own breath was ragged. "Tell us. Did you contact Crystal? Did you kill those women?" "Talk." "Not here, Vance," Katie said firmly, her voice cutting through the emotional charge, a command. She got to her feet, her knees popping, and pulled Perry up with her by the chain of the cuffs. He came up like a sack of grain, offering no resistance, his head hanging, his body loose. "That won't hold up. We do this by the book. He's in custody. The interview happens at the precinct, on the record. Get your breath. Check the room." Brooke took a deep, steadying breath that hitched slightly in her chest, and nodded, the fire in her eyes banked by professional discipline. She pushed herself fully upright, wiping her hands on her trousers, leaving dark streaks. She gave the small kitchen a quick, visual sweep, then moved to Perry's other side. Together, each gripping an arm above the elbow, they marched their suspect back through the living room canyon of trash, past the still-flickering TV, down the sticky hallway that now seemed even narrower, and out into the cooling evening air. The outside world felt jarringly clean, vast, and loud. The air was cool and fresh against Katie's skin, carrying the distant, savory smell of someone grilling hamburgers. A dog barked a few houses down, a normal domestic sound. Birds chirped in a tree. The sky was deepening to a bruised purple in the east. They guided a shuffling, weeping Jeremy Perry across the ruined lawn. His bare feet dragged through the dead grass. He was mumbling now, the words incoherent, lost in his beard. Katie opened the rear door of the sedan, the interior light blinking on. She placed a firm hand on his bowed head to guide him in, avoiding hitting the doorframe. He folded himself onto the seat, his body curling inward. She secured the seatbelt across him, the click loud. He slumped against the window, his eyes closed, the tears cutting clean tracks through the grime and sweat on his cheeks. He looked ancient and hollow. Katie closed the door with a solid, insulating thunk. She leaned back against the car hood, the metal still warm from the engine, the heat seeping through the fabric of her jacket. She let her head fall back for a second, staring up at the first pinprick stars in the darkening sky. Brooke stood beside her, bracing her hands on her knees for a moment, head down, taking several deep, clearing breaths before straightening up. They both breathed heavily, not from the exertion of the brief struggle, but from the release of coiled tension, the adrenaline ebbing, leaving a hollow, shaky feeling in its wake. Brooke looked drained. Sweat streaked her temple and darkened the hair at her temples to a deep brown. A smudge of black grime from the kitchen floor marked the knee of her gray trousers. Her hands, resting on her hips, had a slight, fine tremor that she tried to still by curling them into loose fists. For a long minute, they just stood there in the gathering dusk, letting the normal, mundane sounds of the neighborhood wash over them, a balm. The slam of a screen door. A child's distant, delighted laugh. The hum of a car driving past on the next street over, its radio a faint thump of bass. The buzz of the streetlight flickering on above them with an electric pop. "Please tell me that's it," Brooke said finally, her voice husky with fatigue and spent adrenaline. She looked over at Katie, her expression raw in the yellowing light, the professional mask gone for a moment. The shadows under her eyes seemed deeper. No more chasing psychos through garbage dumps. No more looking at what we have to look at. No more waiting for the next body to show up missing a leg. She swallowed, her throat working. "Please tell me he's the one and we can just close the book. To go home. Asleep." Katie pushed off the hood, the warmth leaving her back, and turned to face her. The interior light of the car, still on, illuminated Jeremy Perry's slumped, broken form in the back seat, a portrait of defeat. Based on the card. The direct, physical connection to Lindsay Harper's alias. His history of extreme, grief-driven violence, his obsession with his wife's death, his total isolation, and his complete lack of any alibi for any of the timeframes. She let out a long, slow breath, watching the vapor mist in the cool air. "I'm about 90% sure that's it." The last 10% gets filled in under the bright lights of an interview room, with a lawyer present, with a full confession or forensic ties we haven't found yet. "But yeah," she met Brooke's weary gaze. "This feels like the break. This feels like him." Brooke nodded slowly, absorbing it, her eyes drifting back to the house, the dark, open doorway like a mouth. She looked down at her own hands, flexing her fingers as if checking they still worked, that they were still her own. "Remember after we grabbed Brent and Kyle? Back at the Styles house in the car. I said I'd do it again. That I wanted the next one." A faint, tired smile touched her lips, devoid of any real joy, just a recognition of irony. "Guess I just did. My first real takedown. In a kitchen that smelled like rotten meat and regret." Katie studied her partner. The eager, talkative rookie was gone from Brooke's eyes, sanded away by the ugliness they'd waded through, by the sight of the severed leg, by the empty apartments, by this squalid house. What was left was something harder, quieter, tempered in a fire she hadn't chosen. Katie reached out and nudged Brooke's shoulder with her own, a solid, grounding touch. He was 3 sheets to the wind and running on pure panic. I could have tripped him myself if you'd been a half-second slower. It was a team effort. You saw the card. I held his focus. You moved when he broke. That's how it works. That's the job. Brooke met her gaze. The weariness was still there, a sediment at the bottom of her eyes, but underneath it was a new layer of resolve, a steelier understanding. Fine. You get the assist. But I'm doing it again. For real next time. When it's not a drunk in his own kitchen. When he's sober and mean and knows we're coming. I'm counting on it, Katie said, and she meant it. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of partnership, of trust earned in grim places. She opened the driver's door. The interior light came on again, washing over them, harsh and revealing. Now let's go see what Jeremy Perry has to say when he's sober enough to understand the charges, when the fear of prison outweighs the grief. Let's go get that last 10%. She slid behind the wheel, the familiar feel of the seat and the wheel a small anchor. Brooke walked around to the passenger side, her footsteps firmer now, her shadow merging with the darkness of the car before she opened the door and got in, sealing them once more into a mobile, silent world, with their weeping suspect caged in the back. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The man in the cell was a wreck. Jeremy Perry lay on the metal bench, a slurry of limbs and stained clothing, muttering into the concrete wall. The fabric of his flannel shirt was dark with old sweat and something that looked like dried soup, a Rorschach blot of neglect. His jeans were torn at one knee, the frayed threads catching the harsh fluorescent light from the corridor. He'd been unconscious for most of the ride to the precinct, a dead weight the officers had to haul inside, his head lolling against the cruiser window with a soft, rhythmic thump against the glass. Now, coming around, he couldn't coordinate his own body. One leg slid off the bench first, the heavy work boot thumping dully onto the grimy tile floor. The movement seemed to unbalance his entire mass. His torso followed in a slow, graceless collapse, his shoulder hitting the bench before he rolled. He ended up on his side, breathing in wet, ragged gasps. He pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, his arms trembling violently, fingers splayed for purchase on the slick floor. He scrabbled forward an inch, like a disoriented animal, before his elbows buckled and he slumped back down, his forehead coming to rest against the cool tile with a soft, defeated tap. Brooke Vance stood beside Katie, close enough that Katie could hear the slight, quick rhythm of her breathing. Brooke's nose wrinkled against the smell that seeped through the bars, unwashed skin, stale alcohol, and the sharp, acrid tang of vomit that had dried on his shirt front. Under it all was the pervasive, chlorine-tinged scent of institutional cleaner, failing to mask the human odors beneath. He's not going to be answering questions anytime soon, she said, her voice low, almost a whisper in the cavernous holding block. She crossed her arms, her fingers digging into her biceps. He can barely form a sentence. Look at his eyes. Katie watched him, the timeline in her head refusing to align. This level of obliteration took dedication. It wasn't a few beers, it was a systemic shutdown. She calculated the hours, the metabolism rate, the sheer volume required. If he'd been drinking heavily for over an hour before they arrived at his house, the empty bottle of cheap vodka on the floor was a testament to that, lying on its side in a damp spot on the carpet, and was now this incapacitated, the window for committing a clean, precise murder earlier that evening slammed shut. The logistics alone were impossible. The man on the floor couldn't crawl in a straight line, let alone maintain the clinical discipline required to enter a locked apartment with a copied key, administer a precise injection behind the ear, and perform a surgical amputation with a steady hand. He had no vehicle that matched the description from the Sutton scene. He had no way to transport a body, to clean a scene, to disappear without a trace. His truck, that red rust bucket on blocks in his weedy yard, hadn't moved in months, the tires flat, the undercarriage a home for weeds. Her mind began to superimpose the crime scene photos over his stumbling form. It wasn't a gentle overlay, it was a jarring, dissonant cut, one image bleeding into the next. She closed her eyes for a second and saw the stark, almost sterile bedroom of Lindsay Harper, the bed neatly made except for the horrific absence, the sunlight cutting a sharp rectangle across a clean floor. She saw the precise puncture wound on Kara Sutton's skin, the tiny, almost professional entry point behind the ear, no bruising, no struggle. She saw the clean, brutal cut of the bone in the autopsy close-up, the marrow exposed in a perfect circle. Then she opened her eyes and saw Jeremy Perry, his fingers black with dirt under the nails, his movements a chaotic tremor that ran from his shoulders to his hands. The killer they hunted was a ghost, methodical to the point of obsession, leaving a pattern that was a deliberate, twisted signature. Jeremy Perry was a landslide of neglect, a man crumbling in real time, his decay broadcast in the filth on his clothes and the sour smell of his breath. His house had been a monument to despair, not the lair of a planner who used a circular, self-referential pattern. The psychology was a square peg she was trying to hammer into a round hole, and the wood was splintering in her hands. Every instinct, every year of experience screamed that this was wrong. The feeling was a cold, solid weight in her gut. Chief Doyle's heavy boots echoed in the tiled corridor, a staccato rhythm of authority that grew louder, then stopped. He appeared around the corner, his broad frame filling the space, his face set in a satisfied beam that didn't reach his tired eyes. He clapped a meaty hand on Brooke's shoulder, making her stiffen slightly, her posture going rigid. "Outstanding work, Agent Vance." Fast thinking back at the house. "We've got a team processing his place now." He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "Found a digital receipt on his computer, flowers sent to Lindsay Harper's apartment building a few weeks back. Addressed to Crystal. Neighbors say he's been a ghost since his wife died, just lurking around watching. It's lining up." He said it like a closing argument, punctuating it with a final squeeze of Brooke's shoulder before letting go. "It's not lining up," Katie said, the words flat and final. She didn't turn from the cell. Her gaze stayed fixed on Jeremy, who had managed to get his back against the bench, his head tipped back, eyes closed. The vehicle description from the Kara Sutton scene was a dark, older sedan, a Taurus or a Crown Vic. Jeremy's truck is registered, red, and currently on blocks in his yard. There's no beard in any witness account from Meadow Hills. The man who delivered the flowers to Crystal was described as clean-shaven. She finally gestured toward Jeremy, a sharp, dismissive motion with her hand. "This man, look at him. This man is physically and psychologically incapable of the control we've seen. He's a victim of circumstance, not a perpetrator. He's drowning. Our guy isn't drowning, he's building an ark." Doyle's smile tightened, the skin around his eyes crinkling with impatience. He shifted his weight, his utility belt creaking. "Eyewitnesses are notoriously useless, Agent Ford. You know that. And a drunk can still kill." He might have sobered up just enough for the act, then hit the bottle after to deal with it. "It happens. I've seen it." "He's not a situational drunk," Katie countered, her voice low but sharp, cutting through the hum of the lights. She finally looked at Doyle, meeting his gaze squarely. She could see the fatigue in the pouches under his eyes, the pressure he was under from the mayor's office, the press. This is a system failure. Look at him. This is what happens when the foundation gives way. He loved his wife. He's drowning in that loss. Our unsub hates a woman. He's enacting a punishment, a ritual. We've got the emotional polarity completely wrong. One is grief turned inward. The other is rage turned outward. They don't map. Brooke looked between them, her earlier triumph fading into a cloud of uncertainty that darkened her expression. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, her fingers twisting the nylon strap of her shoulder bag until the material was taut. Her knuckles were white. But the evidence is there, Katie, she said, her voice lacking its usual conviction, coming out thin. The flowers. The direct connection to Crystal. His isolation, his access to tools, he's a handyman, right? It's probable cause. It's a direct link. It's circumstantial links that point to a sad, lonely man who tried to be kind to a woman who reminded him of his dead wife, Katie said, turning her focus fully back to Brooke. She kept her tone even, instructive, but the urgency beneath it was a live wire. It's not a link to a serial murderer. It's a link to human sadness. I need a minute with him. Alone. Doyle let out a long, exasperated sigh that filled the narrow space, a sound of pure frustration. He rubbed a hand over his jaw, the rasp of his stubble loud in the quiet. Ford, we've got him. Let the system work. He'll sober up in the tank, we'll interview him properly in the morning, get a confession. We don't have until morning, Katie interrupted, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. It was the voice she used with junior agents and stubborn bureaucrats. Our killer's cycle is accelerating. If we waste the night on him, someone else dies. I'm not asking, Chief. I'm telling you. 5 minutes. Then you can have him back for your processing, your paperwork, your press conference. But I need 5 minutes now. Brooke's eyes darted to Doyle's flushed face, then back to Katie's impassive one. She gave a reluctant, almost imperceptible nod. She understood the hierarchy, but she also trusted Katie's read, the instinct that had solved the DC. An alleyway case. Just tell us what he says, she murmured, more to the floor than to Katie. Doyle muttered something under his breath, fucking feds, but jerked his head sharply toward the corridor. 5 minutes. On the clock. I'll be right outside. He turned on his heel, his boots slapping the tiles as he walked away, his broad back a wall of displeasure. Brooke lingered for a second longer, her eyes searching Katie's face for reassurance she couldn't give. She opened her mouth as if to say something else, then closed it, pressing her lips into a tight line. She gave one last glance at the man in the cell, then followed the chief, her own footsteps lighter, quicker, fading around the corner. Once they were gone, the silence of the holding block pressed in, thick and cold. It was a different kind of noise. The persistent, high-pitched hum of old fluorescent lights overhead. A distant, rhythmic plink, plink, plink of water dripping from a leaky faucet in a sink in another cell. The faint, tinny crackle of a police radio several rooms away, voices distorted by static. The air was chilled, smelling strongly of industrial-grade disinfectant, a lemon pine scent that clawed at the back of the throat and failed to mask the underlying odors of sweat, fear, and stale urine soaked into the grout. Katie approached the bars slowly. The metal was cold, a deep chill that seeped through the sleeve of her jacket when she rested her hand on one. She could feel the slight vibration of the building, the hum of machinery somewhere deep below. Jeremy, she said, her voice firm but not loud. It was a statement, not a call. Look at me. He groaned, a wet, phlegmy sound that bubbled in his chest. His head lolled to the side, his cheek pressed against the cool concrete of the bench. A line of drool connected his lip to the fabric of his sleeve. She didn't repeat herself. She didn't raise her voice. Instead, she shifted her weight and slapped the flat of her palm hard against the metal door of the cell, right next to the lock. The sharp, percussive crack echoed like a gunshot in the confined, hard-surface space, bouncing off the tiles and the cinderblock walls. Jeremy flinched violently, his whole body jerking as if he'd been shocked. His bloodshot eyes flew open, swimming with confusion and pain, the pupils dilated and slow to contract. But they focused. They landed on her, blurred at first, then sharpening. There was a man in there, buried under the alcohol and the grief, and the sudden shock had dredged him up for a moment. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and listen, Katie said, her words clipped efficient. She leaned closer to the bars, reducing the distance between them. Her gaze locked onto his, holding it. Do you want to rot in here for something you didn't do? Because that's what's happening. Right now. They think you killed those women. They think you cut them apart. They think you killed Crystal. He blinked slowly, his brow furrowing as he tried to process the words, to push them through the syrup in his brain. His tongue, thick and dry, came out to wet his cracked lips. A semblance of awareness, sharp and terrified, cut through the chemical haze. What? He slurred, the word mangled. A string of saliva stretched and broke as he tried to wipe his mouth with a trembling hand. Killed who? Your wife. Angela, Katie didn't let up, didn't give him space to retreat back into the fog. You loved her. A raw, wounded sound escaped him, part sob, part laugh. He looked down at his dirty hands, turning them over as if seeing them for the first time. Stupid question, he mumbled, his voice thick. The only thing I ever did right. Was Crystal like her? A flicker of genuine pain, deep and old, crossed his ravaged face. It was in the way his eyes squeezed shut for a second, the way his throat worked as he swallowed hard. When he opened them, they were glistening. Yeah. A smile. The way her eyes crinkled at the corners. Not the same, but close enough. For a minute, he drew a shuddering breath. Just for a minute. You sent her flowers for her birthday. To her apartment. Was Bane nice? He whispered, his voice breaking on the second word. He looked up at Katie, pleading for her to understand. She was alone. Said her birthday was always crap. No one remembered. Just wanted to, I dunno. Make a thing less shitty. Like Angie woulda. He was crying now, silently at first, then with heaving shoulders. Tears cut clean tracks through the grime on his cheeks, dripping onto his stained shirt. It was the pathetic, unself-conscious crying of the utterly broken, with no audience in mind, just the pure expulsion of pain. Crystal is dead, Jeremy. The effect was immediate and total. The last of the drunken bravado, the fog of self-pity, shattered like glass. His face, already loose with intoxication, seemed to collapse inward, the muscles going slack. The color drained from what little skin was visible under the dirt. He didn't cry out. He didn't protest. He folded in on himself, his shoulders hunching forward, his arms wrapping around his torso as if he'd been gut-punched, as if he were trying to hold his insides in. A raw, guttural sound, more animal than human, escaped his throat, a low, continuous moan of agony. He curled on the floor, his forehead pressing against the cold tile, his body rocking slightly. It wasn't the performative grief of a guilty man trying to appear remorseful. It was the pure, unvarnished wreckage of a heart that had just been broken all over again. He had loved his wife. He had seen a flicker of her in a lonely woman. And now that woman was gone too, and they were telling him he'd done it. The despair was absolute, a black hole in the center of the cell. Katie watched for 3 more seconds, confirming what she already knew. Then she turned away, the image of his broken form etching itself into her memory. She had her answer, clear and unequivocal. The killer was still out there, and they were wasting precious time. A cold knot of urgency tightened in her stomach, pulling taut. She walked back down the corridor, her footsteps echoing, toward the rectangle of brighter light that marked the entrance to the main bullpen. Back in the temporary office, the air was stale and still, trapped. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights was a constant, irritating drone that seemed to vibrate in her teeth. The room, borrowed from a detective on extended leave, was a capsule of neglect. A grimy window looked out onto the dark parking lot, a dusty Venetian blind tilted halfway down, slats bent. The olive-green carpet was worn thin in a path from the door to the desk, the fibers matted and dark. A forgotten coffee mug sat on the filing cabinet, a brown-tied line marking its past contents. Katie ignored the empty, wheeled chair behind the desk. She needed movement, space to think, to physically engage with the problem. She created a storm of paper. She went to the heavy cardboard case file box in the corner and began pulling out everything, not bothering with order. Victim files, each a beige folder with a name scrawled on the tab in black marker. Autopsy reports, their clinical language and stark photos paperclipped to the front. Scene diagrams from forensics, marked with evidence tags and measurements in precise, neat handwriting. She spread them across the scratched wooden surface of the desk, pushing aside a stapler and a dusty tape dispenser. When the desk was covered, she moved to the top of a nearby filing cabinet, laying out more folders in rows. Finally, she knelt and began arranging the remaining documents on the floor around her, creating a makeshift map of the case's anatomy. The clock on the wall, a plain white face with black numbers in a generic font, ticked steadily, each click a tiny hammer strike in the quiet. It was just past 7:45 p.m. Each tick was a heartbeat, a reminder. The killer's rhythm, escalating in frequency, Harper, then Sutton, then Quimby in quick succession, suggested another attack was possible tonight, maybe even imminent. The pressure was a physical thing now, a band tightening across her chest, making her breath shallow. She stood in the center of the paper hurricane, her hands on her hips, her head swiveling slowly as she took in the chaotic landscape of data. The birthday connection was broken, definitively. Lindsay Harper had lied on her rental application. A deeper, rushed records check run by Brooke had confirmed she was a May baby, not November. The first pillar of the profile, the shared birthday month, was sand, washed away by a simple truth. She needed a new link, a stronger one, and it had to be in the details they'd overlooked. The data points that seemed like background noise, the medical histories, the employment records, the tiny footnotes of a life. Katie picked up Lindsay Harper's file from the desk. The folder was cool to the touch. She took a slow, deliberate breath, inhaling the smell of old paper and dust, consciously clearing her mind of the noise. Doyle's frustrated sigh echoing in the hall, Brooke's doubtful eyes, Jeremy's wet, ragged sobs against the tile. She let her eyes skate over the pages. She wasn't reading sentences or narratives. She was hunting for patterns, for repeated words, for locations, for dates. It was a technique from her academic past, a way of pattern recognition that turned pages into data streams, letting the subconscious make connections the conscious mind would dismiss. Her gaze jumped from bolded headings to dates to addresses to medical codes, ignoring the connective tissue. Date of birth, 5/14/1992. Last known address, 312 Maple Lane, Apt 3B. Employer, the Daily Grind Cafe. Medical provider, Harrisburg General Hospital. Previous procedures, see attached. She flipped to the attachment, a single sheet. D&C 2019. Harrisburg General. Ward Maternities. She dropped the file. It landed with a soft whap on the desk. She grabbed Cassie Sullivan's thicker folder from the floor. The mother's statement was in the front, the anguish palpable even in the typed words. My Cassie was a good girl. She flipped past it, pages rustling. School records. Employment history. Then the medical section, paperclip together. Previous surgical procedure, D&C. Date, November 2020. Location, Harrisburg General Hospital. Ward Maternities. She stopped. Her fingers tightened on the paper, the edges digging into her skin. She looked back at the spot on Lindsay's file, now obscured by other pages. Harrisburg General Maternity Ward. 2 victims. Same hospital. Same type of procedure. It was a thread, thin but present. A shared location of trauma, a shared physical experience. Not a personality trait, but a bodily event. And then it clicked. The grotesque puzzle piece she'd been holding upside down snapped into its correct orientation with almost audible force. Cassie Sullivan's severed leg, the crime scene photo she'd stared at a dozen times, showing a section of flesh neatly, surgically sawed away from the thigh. Her mother's tearful, wavering voice on the interview recording played in her head, the digital file she'd listened to in the car. She had a tattoo there. On her thigh. A little heart. It said Mom. She got it after everything, you know. After she lost the baby. Said she needed a reminder. The tattoo was gone in the photo. Not obscured by blood or bruising or the angle of the wound. Removed. Surgically excised. A circle of skin taken. Katie's hand was perfectly steady as she reached for the phone on the desk, the black plastic receiver cold and smooth in her grip. Her mind was a crystal-clear channel, all peripheral noise silenced, focused on a single point. She dialed the main number for Harrisburg General Hospital from memory, her fingers punching the buttons with precise, mechanical movements. The line rang once, twice, 3 times, a tinny electronic sound. In the background of the quiet office, the tick of the clock was suddenly very loud, each second marked, measured. After a long wait, a bored, nasal female voice answered. Harrisburg General, how may I direct your call? In the background, Katie could hear the distant clatter of a cart, a muffled page for a doctor to the ICU. This is FBI Agent Katie Ford, Katie said, her voice level and authoritative, leaving no room for casual dismissal. I need a records check. It's urgent. A homicide investigation. A sigh, the sound of someone shifting in a chair. Ma'am, patient records require a warrant or patient consent. I can't just give out protected health information. You need to go through proper channels. I'm not asking for full records, Katie cut in, keeping her tone firm but calm, the voice of reason under pressure. I need a verification search. A name confirmation. A woman named Irene's. First name only. She would have been treated at your facility, likely years ago, for 2 specific, unrelated things. a surgical amputation of a limb, likely a lower leg, and a separate elective termination procedure. Possibly during the same admission. Silence on the line, then the sound of a keyboard being tapped with deliberate, skeptical slowness. Keys clacked one at a time. Katie could hear the faint, tinny murmur of the hospital PA system in the background, a doctor being paged to surgery. She waited, her breathing shallow, her free hand clenched into a loose fist on the desk. The thread was there. She could feel it, thin and strong, running back through the years. More typing. A pause. Then the woman's voice returned, losing some of its bored detachment, gaining a note of cautious interest. One result comes up under that combination. Irene Harris, admitted 11 years ago for a below-the-knee amputation of the left leg, following diabetic complications and a resulting infection. During that same admission, records indicate a separate, elective termination procedure was performed. Patient was discharged to home care. Deceased 3 years ago. Katie's pulse hammered in her ears, a rushing, wave-like sound that drowned out the buzz of the lights and the tick of the clock. Her grip on the phone tightened, the plastic casing creaking slightly. A cold flush spread from her core out to her limbs. Cause of death, she asked, her mouth suddenly dry, her tongue sticking to the roof of her mouth. More clicking, faster now. Listed as accidental asphyxiation. Found in her bed by her son. Prescription, pain medication, and alcohol in her system. Case was closed by the county coroner. No foul play suspected. Thank you, Katie said, the words automatic, and hung up before the woman could ask any questions, could demand a badge number or a callback. The dial tone buzzed in her ear for a second before she replaced the receiver in its cradle with a soft, final click. The office seemed to shrink around her, the walls drawing closer, the ceiling lowering. The air felt charged, thick with the ozone scent of revelation, though it was just the same stale, recycled precinct air. Details became hyper-focused. The grain of the wood on the desk, a deep scratch near the edge, the dust motes dancing in the beam of the desk lamp, the faint, almost invisible coffee ring beside the phone. The hum of the lights grew louder, more insistent. She stood up slowly, the chair legs scraping loudly against the linoleum floor, a sound that made her teeth ache. Her gaze locked on the crime scene photo of Cassie Sullivan's mutilated leg, pinned to the whiteboard with a blue magnet. The missing patch of skin. The absent tattoo. The mom. The surrogate wasn't a loved one the killer was trying to preserve or reconnect with through these women. It was a hated one. A mother he was endlessly punishing. Irene Harris. A mother who had a limb amputated. A mother who had terminated a pregnancy. A mother who died in a way that might not have been accidental at all, asphyxiation in bed, with pills and booze in her system, found by her son. And her son, it had to be her son, was carving his vengeance into the flesh of women who reminded him of her. He was taking the leg she lost. He was punishing them for the choice she made. It was a transfer of rage, a monstrous inheritance, a way to keep hurting her long after she was gone. She looked at the files spread around her on the floor, the chain now laid bare in her mind, glowing like a neon sign in the dark. Cassie Sullivan, who'd had a termination. Lindsay Harper, who'd had a termination. Cara Sutton, the quiet, isolated woman who'd had a termination. Brooke had found that in a sealed juvenile record. Irene Quimby, the French teacher who'd had a termination. A quick call to the school district's insurance provider, posing as HR, had confirmed a medical leave entry. And now Crystal, the sex worker who'd had a termination, Lindsay's alias, her medical history trailing her. Each victim shared a trait with the next, forming a chain. A relay of pain. But who was the first link? Who had the trait that connected to Crystal? The sex work. Irene Harris hadn't been a sex worker, not according to the sparse records. The chain, as she'd first conceived it, didn't start with her. It started with Katie's breath caught in her throat, a sharp, painful hitch that felt like a rib cracking. She stepped to the whiteboard, her legs moving stiffly. Her hand trembled slightly as she picked up a dry erase marker from the tray, the cap coming off with a soft pop. She ignored the existing columns, physical, psychological, geographic, forensic, and drew a large circle on a clean section of the board, the marker squeaking. At the top, she wrote CASSIE in block letters. She drew a line clockwise. LINDSAY. Another line. KARA. Another line. IRENEQ. Another line. KRYSDAL. She went to draw the line back to Cassie, to close the loop, but stopped, the marker tip hovering an inch from the board. The sex work. Crystal was a sex worker. Cassie Sullivan was not. The loop didn't close. The pattern broke. The circle was incomplete. A cold flush spread over her skin, raising goosebumps on her arms despite the stuffy room. She traced the line again with her finger, not touching the board, hovering over the names. Cassie Sullivan, connected to Lindsay Harper through the termination procedure. Lindsay connected to Cara Sutton through the what? The isolation. The apartment building connection. No, Quimby was the French teacher. That was the language link. She backtracked, her mind racing, tripping over the connections. Cara Sutton was isolated, a homebody. Irene Quimby was a teacher, public-facing, respected. The connections were shifting, unstable, like trying to grab smoke. Then she saw it. It wasn't a single chain. It was a double helix. A braid. Each victim shared one trait with the victim before her, and a different trait with the victim after her. Cassie, termination, to Lindsay, termination. Lindsay lied about birthday, used alias to Cara, lied about birthday. No, lived in a Tillman building. The master key. The connections were muddled, but the structure was there, hidden in the overlaps. It was a pattern of echoes, not a straight line. A killer building a network of associations, not a timeline. She forced herself to think of the killer's mind, to step into that dark, twisted space. A loop with no end. A pattern that satisfied a need for endless, repetitive punishment. A circle where the rage could flow forever, never finding an outlet, never being spent. A closed system. Crystal connected back to who? Not Cassie. To Irene Harris. To the mother. But Irene Harris was dead. Unless. The final piece snapped into place with such force it felt physical, a jolt that made her take a half step back from the board. The chain didn't start with Irene Harris. It ended with her. Or rather, it perpetually returned to her. The killer wasn't just punishing women who reminded him of his mother. He was recreating her in a continuous loop, making each victim a stepping stone back to the original, eternal source of his rage. Crystal, the sex worker. Did Irene Harris have a hidden history, a secret life the son discovered or imagined? Or was the sex work trait a red herring, a misdirection born of the killer using escort boards for access? No, it was part of the pattern. It had to be. It was the trait Crystal carried that connected her to the next victim, and the next in the endless loop. She stared at the circle on the board, the names like stations on a circular railway. Cassie, Lindsay, Cara, Irene, Q, Crystal, and back to Cassie. But for the loop to be perfect, for it to have no beginning and no end, the trait Crystal shared had to be a trait Cassie also possessed. Cassie wasn't a sex worker. What was the shared trait between victim 5 and victim 1? What closed the circle? Her eyes darted to the files on the floor. She lunged for Cassie's, her knees protesting as she dropped into a crouch, flipping frantically past the medical records to the personal history, the background check. Extracurriculars, high school choir. Volunteer work, animal shelter, 2019-2020. Nothing. She grabbed Crystal's thin file, Lindsay Harper's alias profile, compiled from her online presence. Employment, the Daily Grind Cafe. Online activity, Pennsylvania Escort Board, user Crystal99. Oh wait. The Daily Grind. Cassie Sullivan's file. She scrambled for it again, her fingers slipping on the pages. Previous employment, barista, the Coffee Bean, Harrisburg, 2018-2020. Both had worked as baristas. Not the same shop, but the same role. Service work. Public-facing, low-wage, often transient, often exploited. It was a stretch, but it was a connection. A shared experience of vulnerability, of being looked through, of serving others. It was a trait, a facet of identity. The pattern wasn't linear. It wasn't even a simple circle. It was a continuous surface with only one side. A shape where you could start at any point, follow the line, and eventually return to your starting point, but on the other side of the surface. A man who used a pattern that looped back on itself endlessly, with no start and no finish, where you could follow the line of his rage forever and never find an edge, never find a way out. A Mobius strip of vengeance. He was out there, right now, perhaps in his car, perhaps in his home, selecting his next link in the chain. The woman who would share a trait with Crystal and connect to the next Irene, the next iteration of his mother in his mind. The loop demanded it. And she knew his mother's name. Irene Harris. Which meant, with a few database searches, she would know his. The son who found the body. The son who inherited the rage. Zane Harris. The name appeared in her mind not as a guess, but as a cold, hard certainty. The son of Irene. The architect of the loop. The ghost who used master keys and medical saws, who moved through apartments like smoke, who left a trail of severed legs and excised skin. Katie stood motionless in the center of the room, the storm of paper silent around her, a frozen hurricane. The clock ticked. It was 8:17 p.m. The pale glow of streetlights was beginning to dominate the view from the grimy window, painting the parking lot in pools of orange sodium light and long, distorted shadows. The night was young, and the killer was still working, his pattern a machine that required constant feeding. She had a name. A real name. Not a profile, not a description. A name with an address, with a history, with a face. Now she had to find him before he closed another link in his perfect, vicious, endless circle. The hunt, which had been a search in the dark, now had a target. She turned from the board, her body humming with a new, focused energy, and reached for her laptop to begin the search for Zane Harris. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. The house was a tomb, and he was its final resident, waiting for the clock to run down. The air was thick with the smell of old wood, dust, and the faint, sweetly chemical ghost of hospital-grade antiseptic. He sat in his mother's armchair, the fabric worn shiny and greasy where her head had rested for years. He didn't move. His hands lay palms up on the arms of the chair, fingers slightly curled. He listened to the silence. It wasn't empty. It was layered, the groan of the old furnace kicking on, the skitter of something in the walls, the distant hum of a transformer on the power line. He catalogued each sound, separating them from the phantom noises that lived in his skull, her voice, her coughing, the thump of her cane. 5. That was the full count. 5 points of contact, 5 segments in the limb, a complete set. A hand had 5 fingers. A star had 5 points. A complete cycle. After the 5th, he'd put a period on this story and join the wretched woman who started it all. He'd join her, or he'd finally be rid of her. He wasn't sure which outcome he wanted anymore. The line between desire and compulsion had blurred into a single, taut wire he was walking. He'd found her. The last piece. Watching from the stained glass shadows of the church as they bagged Irene Quimby's remains, his eyes had locked onto the young agent with the mismatched eyes. One blue, one brown. Heterochromia. Just like his mother S. It was a sign he couldn't ignore. He'd been frozen in the chilly gloom of the side chapel, the scent of old wax and damp stone in his nose, his back pressed against cold plaster. He'd watched the agents move, the older one with the severe blonde hair and the tense posture, and the younger one, the rookie, whose face had been pale but set with determination. But it was the senior agent's gaze, sweeping the scene, that had snagged on a shaft of colored light, revealing the anomaly. One eye the color of a winter sky, the other the deep brown of wet earth. A jolt had gone through him, electric and nauseating. His breath had fogged in the cold air. Irene, the thought had come, unbidden and vicious. As she sent you. The universe had been mocking him with her ghost for years. Every blonde on a street corner, every whispered name in a bar, every hollow-eyed addict nodding off on a bus bench, they all carried a piece of her. A laugh, a turn of phrase, the particular slope of a shoulder. His mother, Irene. A ghost who'd given him life, and then made it a prison of resentment and servitude. He would see a woman buying vodka at the gas station, her hands trembling as she counted change, and his throat would close. He'd hear a nurse speaking with false, clipped cheer to a patient, and his fists would clench. They were all echoes. Faint, distorted, but echoes nonetheless. He had spent years trying to tune them out, until he realized the only way to silence an echo was to go to its source and destroy the original wall. But she was already dead. So he had to destroy the reflections. It was just the two of them in that rotting farmhouse. No father worth the name, no extended family that would claim them. Just her demands, her liquor, her pills, and her contempt, which was a living thing in the rooms, thicker than the dust. The memories weren't linear, they were sensory flashes that assaulted him in the quiet. The sticky feel of spilled syrup on the kitchen linoleum. The particular, acrid smell of her first morning cigarette, mixed with the metallic scent of the oxygen concentrator. The sound of ice cubes cracking in a glass of cheap vodka at 10 a.m. She de-worked herself raw as a home health aide, changing bedpans and bathing sour-smelling old men, but the money was never enough. The medical bills were a bottomless pit. She took on private clients, men who paid for her time in cash. She called it private nursing or companionship when she was feeling fancy. Usually, she just called it escorting. He learned the truth young, not from anything she said, but from the things he overheard. the phone calls she thought he couldn't hear from his room, the way certain cars would idle at the end of the long driveway late at night, the smell of strange cologne that sometimes lingered in the hallway. He was 9 the first time he found a crumpled $100 bill in the pocket of her coat when he was sent to fetch her cigarettes. The paper felt illicit, dangerous. When he was 11, she was in a car accident coming home from one of those appointments. "Oh dear," she said. "Black ice." He remembered the hospital waiting room, the smell of industrial cleaner and fear. The damage was catastrophic. A compound fracture of the femur, compartment syndrome, necrosis. They took her leg above the knee to save her life. After that, he became her nurse, her servant, her punching bag. His childhood ended in that hospital corridor. He learned to change dressings, to monitor for infection, to administer her pain medication. He learned to cook the bland foods she demanded, to do the laundry, to manage the meager disability payments. And he learned to duck. Her hands were quick, and the cane she eventually used was quicker. She beat the fight out of him, not just physically, but spiritually, until all he had left was the quiet, internal world of stolen medical textbooks from the library and the small, sharp, precise pleasures of dissection. Frogs in biology class, then later, stray animals he found on the road. There was an order to anatomy, a logic that her world completely lacked. In a body, everything had a place and a purpose. 3 years ago, he'd waited until the pills and booze pulled her under for the night. The ritual was familiar. The rattle of the oxycodone bottle, the glug of vodka into a tumbler, the slow, slackening of her face as she stared at the flickering television. He waited until her snores became wet and ragged. The room smelled of unwashed sheets, menthol rub and decay. He didn't feel anger as he stood over her. He felt a profound, chilling calm. He picked up the pillow from his own bed, a flat polyester thing. He'd placed it over her face, his hands positioned on either side, and leaned his weight into it. He didn't look at her. He looked at the wall, at a water stain shaped like a continent. He's held it there. She didn't stir. There was a muffled, wet sound, a final exhale that shuddered through the pillow. Then nothing. He held it for a full minute after, counting the seconds. When he lifted it, her mouth was slightly open, her good eye half-lidded, staring at nothing. He smoothed her hair back from her forehead, a gesture that felt like something a son should do. The coroner called it a respiratory failure due to polypharmacy intoxication. No one questioned it. The local deputy took a cursory statement, looked at the collection of pill bottles on the nightstand, and nodded sympathetically. His only regret, which surfaced in the quiet days after the funeral, was that he'd waited so long. He'd given her years of his life she didn't deserve. But she wasn't gone. She was in the walls, in the air he breathed, in the very structure of his bones. He would catch his reflection in a dark window and see the set of her jaw in his own. To be free, he had to finish her work. The Möbius pattern was her legacy, a loop with no beginning and no end. You could trace a line along its surface forever and never find the other side. The fifth victim's traits would circle back to match the first, closing the circle. A blonde, an addict, an escort, a mother, Irene. The agent with the mismatched eyes was the key. She was the loop's final twist. He'd left a trail from the last body straight to this doorstep. The church, the teacher named Irene, the escalation to a public place, it was a flare shot into the sky. If they were half as smart as they thought they were, they'd follow it. He'd made it obvious, almost insultingly so. All he had to do now was sit in the dark and wait for the end to come knocking. He closed his eyes, listening. The house settled around him. He imagined he could hear the slow, inevitable turn of the earth, bringing the agent with the blue and brown eyes closer with every rotation. The temporary office in the Harrisburg precinct felt like the inside of a drained battery. The air was stale, recycled one too many times, carrying the ghosts of burnt coffee, sweat, and lemon-scented disinfectant. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with a persistent, nagging frequency that felt drilled into the back of Katie's skull. Outside the grimy window, the afternoon was bleeding away into a dull, metallic twilight. Brooke Vance stood across the scuffed metal desk, her posture rigid. She'd been staring at the whiteboard, at the 4 columns of victim names and traits, at the lines Katie had drawn connecting them. The final column, for victim 5, was terrifyingly blank. "You're absolutely certain?" Brooke asked, her voice tight, as if she were holding back a more volatile reaction. Katie Ford didn't do percentages out loud. It gave doubt an opening, made speculation sound like fact, but internally she was at 99. The profile had snapped into place with an almost audible click, a series of connections locking together. The access, the medical knowledge, the escalating intimacy with the victims, the mother fixation, the geographic anchor. It wasn't just a theory, it was the shape of the hole they'd been trying to fill. "I am," Katie said, her own voice low and flat. She met Brooke's anxious gaze. "Are you with me?" Brooke shifted her weight from one foot to the other, her eyes darting toward the hallway that led to the holding cells. The movement was small, but it screamed her hesitation. "We have a viable suspect in interrogation right now. Jeremy Perry. He fits some of it. The anger, the misogyny, the proximity. Shouldn't we exhaust that first? Run his alibi for Quimby to ground, go over his property with a fine-tooth comb. What if this is a wild goose chase? What if we're wrong?" Her words came faster, fueled by a rookie's fear of committing to a path that might lead to embarrassment, or worse, failure. Katie didn't move from where she leaned against the desk, arms crossed. She let the questions hang in the buzzing silence for a 3 count. "What if it's not?" she countered, her tone leaving no room for the debate Brooke was trying to start. She uncrossed her arms and planted her hands on the desk, leaning forward slightly. "What if the real killer is out there right now, finalizing his plans for his 5th victim, while we're in here, burning daylight and breaking an innocent man just because he's convenient and looks the part?" She held Brooke's gaze, making sure the younger agent was tracking. "That guilt, Vance. The kind that comes from knowing you pinned a crime on the wrong person, while the right one was still active. That guilt will rot you from the inside. It'll sit in your gut like a stone, and you'll carry it on every case that comes after." Trust me, the last 2 words weren't gentle. They were hard-earned and carried the weight of personal history Brooke knew only in outlines. Brooke's throat worked as she swallowed. She looked down at her hands, then back at the whiteboard, then finally at Katie. The conflict was plain on her face. The desire to be thorough, by the book, safe, warring with the dawning, chilling understanding that Katie's certainty was a professional instrument, finely tuned. She chewed her lip, a nervous habit she'd been trying to suppress. Then she gave a single, sharp nod, a decision made. "Fine. Who's the name?" "Zane Harris." Brooke froze. Her eyes widened slightly. Zane Harris, the name seemed to echo in the small room. She turned abruptly, her chair scraping harshly against the linoleum floor. "Where is it?" "The employee roster from Gary Tillman." We split the list. She started digging through the chaotic piles of case files, printouts, and notepads that littered Katie's desk. Her movements were frantic, sending a cascade of papers sliding to the floor. "Damn it," she muttered, dropping to her knees. "I know I saw it. It was on my half. I remember the name because, I don't know, it was plain. It didn't stand out." She shoved a stack of property records aside, her breathing quick. Come on." Katie watched, the cold thrill that had begun as a prickle at the base of her neck, now shooting down her spine, raising goosebumps on her arms. She felt a slight, involuntary shiver. The pieces were hovering, waiting to connect. "Got it," Brooke's voice was triumphant. She unearthed a printed sheet, slightly crumpled, from beneath a manila folder. She scrambled to her feet, thrusting the paper at Katie. "There. Bottom of my halves. See? Zane Harris. Maintenance. Hired 8 months ago." Katie took the paper. Her fingers were cold. She stared at the name. A simple, unassuming, listed between a John Miller and a David Ruiz. He worked for the landlord, she said, the logic unfolding. That's how he had universal access. He could have had master keys, or known how to get them. He could have made copies. He just walked in, Brooke breathed, the color draining from her face as she recalled her own theory about the first crime scene, the lack of forced entry, the eerie normalcy. No struggle because there was no break-in. He belonged there. No priors either, Katie said, scanning the sparse data on the sheet. Date of birth put him at 24. One address in town, one rural route. He was invisible. A ghost in the system. She balled the paper in her fist, the crinkling sound loud in the quiet room. A wave of hot, sharp frustration boiled over, tightening her jaw. She had to consciously unclench her teeth. We had his name. From day one. It was on a list we divided between us. It was right here. She slammed the balled paper onto the desk, where it bounced once and lay still. Brooke reached over, carefully smoothed the sheet back out on the desk, her fingers pressing the wrinkles flat. It was a small, meticulous action, an attempt to restore order. He's got 2 addresses listed, she pointed out, her finger tapping the page. One on Chestnut Street, apartment 4B. And this rural route number. Why 2? Which one is current? Let's ask the man who hired him, Katie said, the anger channeling into immediate action. She pulled out her phone, the movement quick and decisive. She found Gary Tillman's number in her recent calls and dialed. She put it on speaker, setting the phone on the desk between them. The tinny ringtone filled the room. It rang 4 times, long enough for Katie to think he might not answer, before he picked up. Yeah, his voice was gruff, background noise of a television game show faintly audible. Gary, it's Agent Ford. A beat of silence, then a sigh. Oh, Agent, I already told you everything I know. I'm cooperatin', but I got a business to run. Zane Harris, Katie cut in, her voice a blade slicing through his protest. He did maintenance for you. A pause. She could almost see him on the other end, in his recliner, frowning as he searched his memory. Harris, yeah, I remember that kid. A skinny. Quiet. Did some odd jobs for a few months. Painting, drywall, unclogging drains. I let him go months back. Why? What was he like? Katie pressed, her eyes locked on Brooke S. Brooke had grabbed a notepad and was poised to write. Like I said, creepy. Quiet in a way that wasn't right. Didn't talk much, just stared. The other guys gave him hell 'cause of his mom. Word got around she was, a working girl. Had a real chip on his shoulder about it. Got into a couple shoving matches. Nothing serious, but it was a headache. Another connection confirmed. The mother. The shame. The social isolation. Katie's grip tightened on the edge of the desk, her knuckles whitening. Which address does he live at? He's got 2 listed on your paperwork. How should I know? Tillman's voice took on a defensive, dismissive edge. He was always out at his mom's old place when he worked for me. A real dump out in the sticks past the quarry. That's where I sent his final check. He gave the Chestnut Street address when he applied, but he was never there. Probably a P.O. box or something. Why did you fire him, Gary? Katie's question was direct, leaving no room for evasion. She heard the distinct flick of a lighter, a long, slow inhale. He was smoking, buying time. Caught him stealing, he said finally, the words exhaled with the smoke. I don't tolerate thieves. Bad for morale. What did he steal? Another drag. A tool. A reciprocating autopsy saw. The heavy-duty kind, for construction or demolition. Expensive. Said he needed it for work, but I found the damn thing in his truck a week later, still in the box. Confronted him. He didn't even deny it, just said he bought it at a medical supply auction. Like hell he did. Those auctions are for licensed buyers. I fired him on the spot. The air in the office seemed to solidify. Brooke's pen had stopped moving. She looked up, her face pale. The murder weapon. The specific, grotesque tool they'd been searching for. Katie closed her eyes for a second, absorbing the hit. It wasn't just a link. It was a direct, tangible thread from the employer to the tool to the crime scenes. Gary, Katie said, her voice deadly calm. I need that rural address. The exact one. Right now. Hold on, he grumbled. She heard the rustle of papers, the thump of him getting out of his chair. Muffled curses. After a minute that felt like 10, he came back on the line. Yeah, here it is. 1487 Old Quarry Road. It's a county route. Place is a shack. You can't miss it, 'cause there's nothing else out there. Did he ever talk about his mother? About her accident? Tillman was quiet for a moment. Not to me. But Ricky, one of my other guys, said the kid's mom was a cripple. Lost a leg. Said the kid had to take care of her. Ricky made a joke about it once, asking if he had to change her diapers too. Harris just looked at him. Didn't say a word. Ricky said it was the coldest damn look he'd ever seen. Stopped joking after that. Lost a leg. The words landed with the force of a physical blow. Katie's mind raced, the pattern completing itself with brutal clarity. The removal of the victim's legs wasn't just a trophy or a means of transport. It was a reenactment. A correction. A symbolic taking of what was taken from his mother, or perhaps a punishment for women who could still walk away. Gary, listen to me very carefully, Katie said, her tone brooking no argument. Do not call that number. Do not drive out there. Do not mention this conversation to anyone. Do you understand? Is he the one? Tillman's voice had lost its bluster, replaced by a shaky fear. Just stay put. And stay quiet. Katie ended the call without waiting for a reply. The silence in the office was profound. The buzz of the lights seemed louder. Brooke was staring at the notepad where she'd written 1487 Old Quarry Road, and beneath it, Mother, Lost Leg. Katie looked at the balled-up paper with Zane Harris's name, then at the whiteboard with its 4 victims. The 5th column was no longer blank. It had a name and it had a location. She reached for her jacket, the leather cool in her hand. "We're not waiting for backup from the county?" Brooke asked, her voice barely above a whisper. She was already reaching for her own coat, the motion automatic, but the question was there. "We call it in on the way," Katie said, shrugging into her jacket. "But we're not waiting for a conference call and a tactical plan that gives him another hour. He's expecting an end. He's sitting in that house waiting. Either for us or for his chance to complete his pattern. We go now." She looked at Brooke, assessing her. The fear was still there, but it was buried under a layer of grim resolution. The rookie was gone from her eyes. "You with me?" Katie asked again, the same question, but the stakes were now real, immediate, and lethal. Brooke Vance took a deep, steadying breath, her shoulders squaring. She gave that same sharp, decisive nod. "As I'm with you." Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The dashboard clock glowed 2:17 a.m., a green accusation in the dark. Katie's headlights cut a solitary path through the sleeping outskirts of Harrisburg, the beams picking out the frayed edges of the road, the sudden, startled eyes of a raccoon that vanished into a ditch. No other cars shared the 2-lane blacktop that wound past darkened farmsteads and skeletal winter fields. The only sound was the hum of her engine and the rhythmic thump of the tires over frost heaves. Her GPS, mounted on the dash, showed 1.8 miles to the destination, a pin on a map that felt like the center of a tightening noose. She de-split from Brooke 45 minutes ago, a tactical gamble that gnawed at her gut with every mile. Brooke was headed to Zane Harris's apartment on Groton Avenue, a location pulled from a utilities database. Katie was taking the mother's place, the farmhouse on Clarkville Road, pulled from a decades-old property tax record. Time was a resource they'd already spent, and the clock in her mind ticked louder than the one on the dash. The next victim could be in his sights right now, being watched, being chosen, being led to a slaughterhouse apartment. Every piece fit. The dead mother, Irene Harris. A former sex worker, a patient at Harrisburg General, a woman who'd lost a leg in a car accident. The name itself, Irene, now echoed in their latest victim, the teacher. The profile was complete, a portrait of a son's twisted vengeance painted in the blood of echoes. A son who cleaned the leg stumps. A son who took the legs so they couldn't walk away, like his mother perhaps had tried to do. A son who needed to destroy every reflection of the woman who had both created and ruined him. She snatched her phone off the passenger seat, the screen blinding in the dark cabin. She hit speed dial for Chief Doyle, her thumbprint leaving a smudge on the glass. It rang 4 times, each tone stretching longer than the last. Finally, a click. Ford, his voice was gravelly with exhaustion, stripped of any greeting. Please tell me you have good news. I need units at 4 Clarkville Road and 13 Groton Avenue. Now. Simultaneous entries. The unsub is Zane Harris. He's our guy. A heavy, wet sigh crackled through the speaker, the sound of a man at the absolute end of his reserves. Katie, we're tapped. I mean bone dry, on our knees tapped. Half my guys are still processing the Perry scene, bagging up bottles and vomit. The rest are on a mandatory hold at the church. The bishop called the mayor. There's a media cordon. It's a whole political thing. I have 2 patrol cars covering the entire county right now. 2, she heard the rustle of fabric, a muffled curse. I can maybe scrape 1 car together. Maybe. But it's gonna be 20 minutes minimum before they can roll, and I have to choose one address. Then choose both, Katie said, her voice low and hard. Call in Stades. Wake up the county sheriff. This is a multiple homicide suspect who is actively hunting victim number 5. Scrape faster. You're not hearing me. There is no faster. The system is broken right now. Give me the better address. Which one is he more likely to be at? Katie's jaw tightened. The farmhouse was a shrine. The apartment was a workshop. The killer needed his tools. Groton Avenue. The apartment. Get someone to Brooke Vance. Now. They'll try. Don't try. Do it, she ended the call and threw the phone onto the passenger seat. It skidded against the case file folder. The silence in the car was suddenly oppressive, filled only with the sound of her own breathing. 20 minutes. A lifetime in a fight. Brooke was already there, or would be any second. Alone. The farmhouse materialized out of the gloom on her left, a hulking silhouette against a starless sky. It wasn't a home, it was a shape that swallowed light. No porch light, no curtain glow from within, no sign of life from the listing barn 20 yards away. She guided the car past it, killed the headlights, and coasted another 100 feet down the road before pulling onto the gravel shoulder. The engine ticked as it cooled. She sat for a full 30 seconds listening. The cold seeped through the windshield. Far off, a dog barked once, a lonely sound. Nothing else. Drawing her Glock from its holster, she performed a tactile check in the dark, magazine seated, round-chambered, safety off. The familiar weight was a comfort. She stepped out into the brittle cold, her boots crunching on the frozen gravel of the roadside. The air was knife-sharp in her lungs. The walk to the house was across a flat, dead field, the stubble of last year's crop poking through a skim of frost. Her shadow, cast by a distant security light on a neighboring property, stretched long and thin ahead of her. The house grew larger, more detailed, peeling white paint, a roof sagging at the ridge, a screen door hanging by one hinge. The windows were black, sightless eyes. She stopped 10 yards from the front porch, using the skeletal trunk of a dead oak as scant cover. Zane Harris. FBI. Come out with your hands up. Her shout was swallowed by the vast, empty landscape, leaving no echo. It vanished into the nothingness. No lights flicked on. No curtain twitched. No shadow moved behind the glass. The house was a tomb. Probable cause was a flexible friend, and right now it was all she had. A missing persons connection. A direct link to a homicide investigation. It would have to be enough. She moved quickly up the creaking porch steps, avoiding the rotten board in the middle. The front door was solid wood, paint cracked like a dry riverbed. She tested the knob. Locked. Solid. She took 2 steps back, braced a hand on the mildewed porch rail, and drove her heel into the door just beside the lock. The impact jolted up her leg, a sharp burst of pain in her hip. The wood splintered with a sound like a gunshot in the silent night. She kicked again higher. The frame gave way with a groan of protesting nails, and the door swung inward, banging against an interior wall. She entered fast and low, sweeping her phone's flashlight beam across a narrow hallway choked with the smell of decay, old food, damp plaster, and something sweetly organic underneath. Federal agents. Show yourself. The beam danced over water-stained wallpaper, a listing coat rack buried under dusty jackets, a pile of unopened circulars from years ago. She cleared the hallway, moving to the doorway on the right. A living room. The light revealed a landscape of profound neglect. Mounds of yellowed newspapers stacked like crumbling pillars, a floral print sofa with its stuffing erupting in gray tufts, a coffee table buried under crusted plates and mugs. The air was thick and still. Clear, she whispered to herself, the protocol a grounding force. Back into the hall to the left. Oh, a kitchen. The beam hit the sink first, overflowing with petrified grime and stacked pots, their contents long since fossilized. The linoleum floor was sticky underfoot. A single chair lay on its side. The refrigerator door stood ajar, revealing empty shelves and a dark, moldy interior. She moved past it, checking the pantry. Empty but for a single can of beans, its label faded, and a back door that was dead-bolted shut from the inside. Clear. A steep, narrow staircase led to the second floor. She took the steps one at a time, her back to the wall, the Glock leading, the phone light pointed upward. Each step groaned under her weight. The upstairs was a short hallway with 3 doors. The first opened to a bathroom, the porcelain of the tub and sink stained a permanent brown, the mirror clouded with age. The second was a small bedroom, empty save for a bare mattress on a rusted frame, a single, thin curtain fluttering at a broken window. The third door was the master bedroom. It was less a room and more a storage unit for grief. The bed was made, a faded quilt pulled tight. But every other surface, the dresser, the nightstands, the windowsills, was covered in photographs. Dozens of them in cheap drugstore frames, all of the same woman. Irene. Katie moved in slowly, her light playing over the images. Irene as a younger woman, smiling stiffly at a carnival, her arm around a boy of maybe 8. Zane, his face a pale moon. Irene in a waitress uniform, looking tired. Irene in a hospital gown, propped up in bed, one leg clearly missing below the knee, the sheets flat where it should have been. The photos were a chronological descent. The last few, on the nightstand closest to the bed, showed a woman ravaged by time and hardship. Puffy face, lank hair, eyes that held nothing at all. On a dusty mantelpiece over a non-functional fireplace, more photographs stood sentinel. Katie's beam lingered on one. It was a close-up, framed in tarnished gold. Irene Harris near the very end. Her face was a mask of resignation, the lines around her mouth deep grooves. Something about it tugged at her. She leaned closer, the phone light washing over the image, eliminating shadows. Then she froze. Her breath caught in her throat. She blinked, leaned back, then in again, bringing the phone to within inches of the glass. The photograph was slightly blurred, but the detail was there. It wasn't a trick of the light. Irene Harris had 2 different colored eyes. One was a deep, muddy brown. The other, the left, was a faded, milky blue, the color of a winter sky just before snow. A cold jolt like iced water shot down Katie's spine. She fumbled with her phone, her fingers suddenly clumsy and cold. She exited the flashlight, pulled up the secure FBI database app, and navigated to the digital case files the forensic lab had uploaded just hours ago. Her heart was a hard drum against her ribs. She found the folder for Irene Quimby, opened the subfolder for morgue photographs. She skipped past the clinical shots of the body, the stump, the injection site, and found the facial ID shots. The close-ups. The woman's face was pale in death but clear. And there it was. Irene Quimby had heterochromia. One brown eye, one a distinct pale green. Not the same colors as Irene Harris, but the same condition. The same striking, unforgettable asymmetry. The final, horrific connection snapped into place with a force that was almost physical. The killer's ultimate criterion wasn't just the name, or the profession, or the medical history. It was the eyes. The mirror. He wasn't just killing women who shared traits with his mother. He was killing women who looked like her, in that one, specific, genetically rare way. The Mobius pattern had a final, twisted link, eye to eye. A cold, sick dread poured into Katie's veins, turning her limbs to lead. Her stomach lurched. A cold sweat broke out on the back of her neck, instantly chilled by the frigid air of the death-filled room. She knew someone who matched that description perfectly. Not just a trait, but the exact, vivid, unforgettable detail. Brooke Vance, with her one blue eye and one brown, a feature her father had mentioned once with paternal pride, a genetic quirk. The rookie she had just sent, alone, into the lair of a man who hunted women for their eyes. "No," she whispered, the word tearing from her throat. "No, no, no." She turned and ran, stumbling out of the bedroom, her shoulder slamming into the doorframe. She took the stairs 2 at a time, her boots slipping on the worn treads. She burst into the foul hallway, shoved the broken front door open, and sprinted across the frozen field toward her car. The cold air burned her lungs. Every second was a lifetime, every heartbeat a wasted opportunity. She yanked the car door open, flung herself inside, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. She spun the wheel, hitting the gas before the car was fully straightened, sending a spray of gravel arcing into the dark. She grabbed her phone, hitting Brooke's speed dial. It rang once, twice, 3 times. A voicemail. Damn it, she threw the phone down again, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. She punched the gas, the sedan's tires squealing as she hit the paved road. The GPS recalculated. Groton Avenue was 14 minutes away. 14 minutes. Brooke had been there for nearly 20 already. She hit Doyle's number again. "Where is my backup?" she screamed into the phone the second he answered. "Ford, I've got a car en route to Groton, ETA 7 minutes. It's all I could get." 7 minutes is too long. He has her, Doyle. The killer has my agent. Do you understand? He has her right now. She ended the call, not waiting for a reply. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine screaming as the dark countryside blurred past. All she could see was Brooke's face, those mismatched eyes wide with fear, and the pale, burning eyes of Zane Harris looming over her. Brooke's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, trapped bird rhythm she could feel in her throat and her temples. She slid out of the sedan, the door closing with a soft, definitive thunk that sounded obscenely loud in the silent street. The apartment block on Groton Avenue wasn't a building so much as a concrete bunker. 4 identical units slapped together with attached garages under a flat, tar paper roof. Zane Harris's was the last one on the left, Unit D. This was the moment. The reason she'd pushed through the brutal grind of Quantico, the reason she'd endured her father's skeptical looks, the reason she'd wanted the badge. Not for paperwork, not for analysis, but to stand on a dark street in the dead of night between a monster and his prey. Her breath plumed in the frigid air in short, sharp gusts. She adjusted her grip on her service weapon, the textured polymer cool under her sweating palm. She had checked the magazine twice in the car. 17 rounds. She was armored with her standard-issue vest under her jacket. She was as ready as she would ever be. The street was a dead end, lined with similar bleak rectangles. No movement. No lights in windows. A single, sickly yellow porch light burned above the door of Unit D, doing little to dispel the pool of darkness around it. The window to the left of the door was dark, but as she watched, she saw a faint, greenish flicker from deep within, a digital clock, a charging lead, something electronic. Okay, Vance. Breathe. Clear the approach. She moved from her car, using its bulk as cover, scanning the small, patchy lawn, the empty driveway, the mouth of the attached garage. The garage door was shut. No car visible. The approach to the front door was 10 feet of exposed concrete walkway. She crossed it quickly, silently, her back to the siding next to the door. As she listened, nothing from inside. No TV, no footsteps, no murmur of a voice. She reached across with her left hand and tried the knob. It turned smoothly, a full rotation, but the door held. Locked. A deadbolt. She set herself, shifting her weight to her back foot, ready to kick just beside the handle. A standard breech. The frame looked flimsy. A soft, metallic click sounded from within, distinct in the silence. Brooke froze, her breath catching. The sound of a deadbolt being retracted. The door drifted open an inch, revealing a sliver of absolute darkness. Her pulse spiked, a surge of adrenaline that made her vision sharpen and her mouth go dry. The trap. An invitation. Had he heard her? Seen her? Was he waiting just inside in the dark? There was no time for deliberation, no time to call it in, no time to wait for backup that wasn't coming. Katie was counting on her to clear this location. The next victim was counting on her. She nudged the door wider with the toe of her boot, the movement slow and controlled. The darkness beyond remained complete and silent. Zane Harris. FBI, she announced, her voice firmer than she felt. She stepped inside in a low crouch, sweeping her gun left to right, and used her shoulder to quickly push the door shut behind her. It clicked closed, sealing her in. The darkness was thick, disorienting. Then her eyes began to adjust to the faint, greenish glow emanating from somewhere deeper in the space. It wasn't much, just enough to outline shapes, to turn the black into shades of deep gray and green. It came from the power strip on the floor by a small desk, a row of tiny LED eyes. It outlined a single, open room, a living area to her right with a couch and a low table, a galley kitchen to her left, separated by a breakfast bar. The air was cool, clean, and smelled faintly of chemical cleaner, like a hospital corridor. She moved along the wall to her left, clearing the corners. Her training took over a mechanical sequence. Slice the pie, clear the angles, move, listen. The kitchen was narrow. Past the fridge, its surface smooth and cold under her glancing touch. Past the stove, the dials cool. The sink was empty, dry. Everything was unnervingly tidy. A door stood ajar on her left, just past the kitchen. A bathroom or a closet. She positioned herself to the side, reached out with her free hand, and shoved it open. It swung inward and hit the wall with a soft tap. Harris. Come out. The FBI. Darkness within. Her left hand, trembling slightly, felt along the wall inside the doorframe, found a plastic pull cord. She yanked it. Light blazed, harsh and sudden, flooding the small room and spilling out into the main area, making her blink against the glare. In the center of the small bathroom, sitting on the white tile floor, was a medical-grade cooler. It was large, white and pristine, the kind used for transporting organs. It was sealed with sturdy latches. A faint, mechanical hum vibrated from it, a battery-powered compressor. A chemical chill, the smell of cold storage and preservatives, seeped from it and washed over her. Confirmation, solid and terrible. She was in the kill room. This was where he stored the parts. Where he prepared. Her eyes darted around the sterile space. A basic shower tub combo, a toilet, a sink with a medicine cabinet above it. No towels. No toiletries. Just the cooler, humming its sinister lullaby. She took a half step into the room, her gun trained on the cooler as if it could spring open. She needed to secure it to call it in. This was evidence. This was. The whine was instantaneous, a high-pitched, rising electric scream that tore through the apartment's silence. It came from directly behind her, from the main room she had just cleared. A reciprocating autopsy saw, its blade a blur of serrated teeth, arced toward her back in a vicious, horizontal sweep. A guttural, wordless snarl filled her ears, right on top of her. Pure, animal instinct took over. She jerked violently to the side, throwing herself toward the bathtub. Her finger clenched on the trigger of her Glock. 2 deafening reports exploded in the tiny room. The bang! The bang! The muzzle flash was blinding. She didn't aim, she reacted. The mirror over the sink exploded. A spiderweb of cracks erupted across its surface before it disintegrated, shards of silvered glass cascading into the porcelain sink and onto the floor with a sound like falling ice. In the glittering fragments at her feet, she saw the reflection of his shoes, dark, practical work boots, planted right behind her in the bathroom doorway. He was on her. She couldn't turn, couldn't get a clean shot. The saw's whine was deafening, vibrating in her teeth. She could feel the wind of the blade's passage. She planted her feet against the doorframe, her back to him, and shoved backward with all her strength, a desperate, brute force move. They crashed to the floor in the narrow hallway just outside the bathroom, a tangle of limbs and weaponry. The impact jarred him. She felt his grip loosen for a split second. Her head snapped back, cracking against his collarbone. Stars burst behind her eyes. She was on top of him, then not rolling. Her gun was still in her hand, but her wrist was pinned under her own body. In the strobing light from the open bathroom door, she saw the thick black power cord snaking from the saw's handle, across the floor, to a wall outlet just inside the main room. As he scrambled to get his weight on top of her, his knee driving into her ribs, she kicked out hard, her boot scything across the floor. It connected with the plug. A sharp tug, a spark, and the plug ripped from the socket. The saw's vicious whine died instantly, leaving a ringing, hollow silence that was somehow worse. He was stronger, faster, fueled by a frenzy she couldn't match. He wrestled her gun hand free, his fingers like iron prying at hers. Her fingers went numb. The Glock clattered away into the dark of the main room, lost. He was on top of her now, his weight crushing the air from her lungs, pinning her legs with his. She bucked and thrashed, her nails scratching at his arms, his face. A raw, animal sound tore from her throat, born of adrenaline and terror. His face came down close to hers, entering the wedge of light from the bathroom. Young. pale, almost bloodless. Dark hair stuck to a sweaty forehead. And his eyes, they burned with a terrible, focused clarity. No rage, no madness. Just a cold, surgical purpose that was infinitely more frightening. "Your eyes," he hissed, his breath hot and sour. Spittle landed on her cheek. "They're just like hers. The last one. The perfect one." Revulsion, hot, immediate and total, ignited a final reserve of fury in her gut. He was talking about her eyes. The realization cut through the panic. She wasn't just an agent to him, she was the next piece of his collection. The final reflection. She let go of his wrist and instead grabbed a handful of his throat, her thumb digging into the soft hollow above his collarbone. At the same moment, she brought her knees up to her chest and slammed them into his side, right over his kidney. He grunted, a pained, explosive sound, and his grip faltered. He rolled off her, the now silent saw still clutched in one hand like a talisman. He scrambled backward on all fours, then up, and vanished into the blackness of the main room. Brooke lurched to her feet, dizzy, the world tilting. Her ribs screamed where his knee had landed. Her back was on fire from the scrape of the floor. No time. No time to find the gun in the dark. He had the saw. He could have another weapon. He knew this space. She had to move, had to finish it. She followed, stumbling through the doorway from the hall. The darkness in the main room was absolute, the green LED glow now seeming miles away. Her eyes, dazzled by the bathroom light, were blind. She heard a scrape, a heavy metallic sound. Then a creak, a door hinge protesting. A rectangle of slightly less profound blackness appeared ahead. A heavy door swung open. He was going into the garage. She ran toward it, her hands out in front of her like a sleepwalker. She stumbled through the doorway, her foot catching on the raised threshold. She fell forward, catching herself on her hands on a cold, oil-stained concrete floor. A single bare bulb flickered on overhead with a dull pop, strobing the scene into her disoriented brain in jarring snapshots. A single-car garage. Concrete walls. A workbench along the far side, under a pegboard. And on that bench, arranged with chilling, surgical precision, were tools. Not carpentry tools. Surgical tools, scalpels of various sizes, bone saws, retractors, hemostats, all laid out on a clean blue cloth. Next to them were coils of thin, strong wire, a roll of heavy-duty plastic sheeting, and a stack of clean white towels. It was a preparation station. For her. A hand closed like a vice around her ankle and yanked. She hit the concrete floor hard, her chin snapping down, her teeth clacking together. The breath was knocked from her lungs in a painful whoosh. He dragged her, her body a dead weight, the rough cement tearing through her jacket and shirt, scraping the skin of her back raw. She stared up at the shuddering light bulb, fighting a wave of black-edged nausea and pure, mindless terror. The pain was a bright, sharp signal in the fog. Her head came to rest near the cold, painted metal leg of the workbench. She could smell the sharp, coppery scent of metal and the astringent bite of antiseptic wipes. The tools were right above her, just out of reach. Zane Harris loomed over her, blotting out the flickering light. He was breathing heavily, but his movements were deliberate. He released her ankle and turned to the workbench, his back to her for a crucial second. His hand hovered over the array, selecting. He bypassed the saw. He picked up a long, gleaming scalpel, its handle black, its blade catching the unstable light. He turned back to face her, holding the scalpel down by his side. His pale face was calm now, the frenzy gone, replaced by a dreadful serenity. "Number 5, he said, his voice flat, final, and utterly convinced. "The circle closes." He took a step toward her, his shadow falling across her face. Brooke's hand, scrabbling blindly beside the workbench leg, closed around something cold and solid. It was a length of steel pipe, about 2 feet long, discarded on the floor. It was heavy. As he knelt down, bringing the scalpel up, his other hand reaching for her shoulder to pin her, she swung it with every ounce of strength she had left. The pipe connected with the side of his knee, with a sickening, wet crack. Zane screamed, a high, shocked sound of agony. He collapsed sideways, the scalpel skittering away across the concrete. He clutched his leg, his face contorted. Brooke rolled away, scrambling to her feet. She stood, swaying, the pipe held like a baseball bat. He was on the ground, incapacitated but not out. His eyes found hers, and the pain in them was now mixed with a betrayal so profound it was childlike. You're not supposed to fight," he gasped. "They never fight at the end." "I'm not them," Brooke snarled, her voice ragged. She heard a sound then, from beyond the garage door, the crunch of tires on gravel, the slam of a car door. Voices shouting. "The FBI. Open up. The backup. Katie." Zane heard it too. His eyes darted to the side door that led to the backyard, then back to her. A calculation flashed through the pain. With a grimace, he tried to push himself up. Brooke didn't hesitate. She raised the pipe again, not to hit him but to threaten. "Don't move. Don't you fucking move." The interior door from the house burst open. Katie Ford stood there, gun raised in a two-handed stance, her face a mask of frantic intensity that melted into a split second of overwhelming relief when she saw Brooke standing. Her muzzle swept the room, landing on Zane writhing on the floor. "On your face. Now." Hands behind your head, Katie's voice was a whip crack of authority. Zane Harris defeated, his grand design shattered by a length of pipe and a rookie who fought back, slowly, painfully, rolled onto his stomach and complied. Brooke let the pipe drop from her trembling fingers. It clanged loudly on the concrete. The sound seemed to break a spell. The adrenaline began to recede, leaving in its wake a trembling weakness that started in her knees and spread upward. She leaned back against the cold workbench, her breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps, her eyes fixed on the prone figure of the man who had wanted to make her his final, perfect piece. Katie was on him in an instant, knee in his back, pulling his wrists together to cuff him. She never took her eyes off Brooke. "And you're hit. And are you hurt?" Brooke shook her head, unable to form words. She was hurt, her back was shredded, her ribs ached, her throat was raw, but she was alive. She was whole. Her eyes, both of them, filled with tears that blurred the scene of the garage, the tools, the killer on the floor. She had stood between the monster and his prey. And the prey this time had been her. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Katie's rental car screamed through the empty streets of Harrisburg, the engine a raw snarl in the quiet night. Her hands were locked on the wheel at 10 and 2, knuckles pale. The GPS on her phone was a silent blue line leading her to Brooke's last known location, but she didn't need it. The address Zane Harris had listed on his maintenance records was burned into her mind. She'd memorized it the moment Brooke had rattled it off over the phone, her voice tight with adrenaline. Clarkville Road. Apartment 4B. The radio in the rental was off, but the silence was worse. It left room for the hammering of her own heart against her ribs, for the frantic, circular thoughts. Do slow. You sent her in alone. You knew the pattern. You knew he'd be waiting. The dashboard clock glowed too, 4:43 a.m. Every second was a grain of sand dropping in an hourglass she couldn't see. She imagined Brooke's sedan parked outside the building, empty. She imagined a dark, open doorway. She took a corner too fast, the tires protesting with a sharp chirp. The car fishtailed slightly on the damp asphalt before she corrected, her jaw clenched. She forced a breath into her lungs, a deliberate, measured inhale that did nothing to calm the electric fear in her veins. She scanned the dark houses blurring past, looking for any sign of a patrol car, for the flashing lights of the response Doyle had promised. The street was desolate. She was alone. The apartment complex materialized on her left, a two-story, L-shaped building of beige siding and dark, unlit windows. It looked cheap and temporary, a place for transients and people with no other options. Exactly the kind of place a property maintenance worker might get as part of his compensation. Exactly the kind of place where no one would notice a thing. Brooke's gray sedan was there, parked haphazardly across two spaces near the building's entrance. The driver's door was closed, but the interior dome light was on, a sickly yellow beacon in the dark. Left in a hurry. Katie's stomach turned to ice. She didn't park. She aimed the rental at the curb behind Brooke's car and slammed the brakes, the car jerking to a violent halt, the tires smoking on the asphalt. The engine died with a cough as she killed the ignition, already moving. The night air was cold and damp, smelling of wet concrete and distant garbage. She was out of the car, her service weapon drawn from its holster in one fluid motion, the grip familiar and solid in her palm. The building was a dark silhouette against the cloud-choked sky. No lights shone from the upper floor windows. No sound came from within. Her eyes tracked to apartment 4B, a door on the second floor, accessible by an external metal staircase at the end of the building. The staircase was a black skeleton against the siding. She took the stairs two at a time, her boots ringing on the grated steps, the sound impossibly loud in the stillness. Each footfall echoed her own dread. At the top, a narrow walkway led to the door. It was painted a peeling brown, the number 4B barely visible. She pressed her ear against the cold metal. Nothing. No voices, no struggle, no saw. She tried the knob. It locked. Stepping back, she assessed the frame. A flimsy, hollow core door. She holstered her weapon, needing both hands. She took one more breath, filling her lungs, and then drove her shoulder into the door just beside the lock. The impact jolted up through her collarbone with a burst of pain. The frame splintered with a sound like a gunshot in the quiet hallway. The door flew inward, banging against the interior wall. She was through the opening in the next instant, weapon back in her hand, sweeping the space. FBI, the shout was a raw command, echoing in the small, empty kitchen. A darkness. And a smell. Not just the stale, closed-up smell of a vacant apartment. Underneath it was something coppery, thick and sweet. The blood. A lot of it. Her left hand slapped the wall beside the door, fingers scrambling over peeling wallpaper until they found the plastic switch. As she flipped it, the overhead bulb flickered to life, a single bare 60-watt globe in a cheap fixture that cast a harsh, unforgiving light. It revealed a galley kitchen with stained linoleum floors, old laminate cabinets, and a rust-spotted sink. And cutting across that faded, yellowed linoleum, a slick crimson path. It wasn't a spray or a spatter. It was a drag trail, about 2 feet wide, smeared and glistening under the light, as if something heavy and wet had been pulled from the front door deeper into the apartment. The trail led out of the kitchen and down a short, dark hallway. Katie followed it, her weapon leading the way, her breath shallow to avoid the metallic tang in the air. The hallway walls were close, pressing in. She passed a small, empty bedroom on the left, the door ajar, revealing only darkness. The trail ended at the last door on the right. The bathroom. The door was open just a crack. A sliver of blackness. She used the toe of her boot to push it open slowly. It swung inward without a sound. The bathroom was tiny, a closet with plumbing. A toilet, a sink, a shower stall with a mildewed curtain. And a deep, old-fashioned cast-iron bathtub with claw feet. The tub held the source of the trail. A pale, severed human leg lay in the dry porcelain basin. It was a left leg, severed cleanly mid-thigh. The skin was waxy and bloodless, the toenails painted a chipped, pale pink. It was placed with a grotesque care, almost ceremonially, the foot pointed upward, the severed end facing the doorway. The surgical precision of the cut was evident even from across the small room. No ragged tears. A professional job. Katie's throat tightened. This was a trophy. A piece of Irene Quimby brought here. A prepared. For what? Her eyes dropped from the horrific sight in the tub back to the floor. The drag trail didn't start here. It led past the bathroom to a final door at the very end of the hallway. A solid, heavy-looking door, painted the same brown as the front door. A basement or garage access. She moved past the bathroom, the image of the leg seared into her vision. The smell here was layered. Blood, yes, but also the sharp, clean scent of rubbing alcohol, and beneath that, a faint, greasy odor of motor oil. She stopped in front of the final door. Listened. A sound. A faint. A low, rhythmic scraping. Then a soft, pained whimper, instantly stifled. Brooke. Katie's finger slid inside the trigger guard. She reached for the doorknob with her left hand. It was cold metal. As she turned it slowly, it unlocked. She took one more breath, held it, and then shoved the door open with her shoulder, flooding the space beyond with the harsh light from the hallway. The room was a single-car garage, converted or built as part of the apartment. Concrete floor, stained with dark, ancient oil spots. Cinderblock walls painted a grimy white. It was cold, a deep, damp chill that seeped through her jacket. The air smelled of concrete dust, mildew, and that pervasive, coppery blood smell. A beat-up, primer gray sedan sat in one corner, its hood up, exposing a dead engine. And in the center of the cleared space, under the glare of a single, caged work light hanging from the ceiling, was Brooke Vance. Brooke was on her knees on the cold concrete, her body sagging. Her hands were bound behind her back with what looked like plastic zip ties, the white plastic cutting into the wrists of her dark blazer. Her head lolled forward, chin against her chest. A line of saliva, or blood, dripped from her parted lips to the floor between her knees. Her hair was matted with sweat, and something darker on the right side of her head. But what held Katie's absolute, frozen focus was the large, heavy-duty syringe pressed against the side of Brooke's neck, just below her ear. The barrel was full of a clear liquid. The needle was already buried in her skin. The hand holding it was steady. It belonged to a young man standing behind Brooke, using her kneeling form as a shield. He was tall and lean, dressed in dark jeans and a gray hoodie. Zane Harris. His face was pale, his features sharp and angular under the cruel work light. His eyes, fixed on Katie, were a flat, emotionless brown. He looked like any tired 20-something, except for the absolute calm with which he held a lethal dose against a federal agent's carotid artery. Katie's service weapon came up, the front sight post centering on the slice of his forehead, visible above Brooke's drooping head. Her finger took up the slack in the trigger. The world narrowed to that sight picture, to the shallow rise and fall of Brooke's shoulders, to the unwavering pressure of Zane's thumb on the syringe's plunger. Let her go. Now, Katie's voice was low, controlled, a steel cable of command in the cold garage. Zane didn't flinch. A small, almost polite smile touched his lips. "You're just in time for the main event," he said. His voice was unnervingly calm, conversational, as if discussing the weather. "I was prepping the site." "The site for what?" Katie demanded, her eyes scanning for an angle, for any shift in his stance that would give her a clean shot. There was none. Brooke's body blocked his center mass, his throat, his heart. A headshot was possible, but insanely risky. A twitch, a stumble, and the round could pass through his skull and into Brooke's. Or miss entirely and hit her. He nodded with his chin toward a metal utility table set up against the cinderblock wall. It was covered with a clean, blue surgical drape. Arranged on it with meticulous care were instruments. Several scalpels of different sizes, hemostats, a pair of heavy-duty medical shears, rolls of gauze, and bottles of isopropyl alcohol. And lying separate, dominant, was the reciprocating autopsy saw. Its cord was plugged into a heavy-duty orange extension cord that snaked across the floor. The saw's blade was clean, gleaming under the light. "For her leg," Zane said simply, as if it were obvious. "But you," his eyes flicked over Katie, assessing. "You're better leverage. More experienced. More connected." He tilted his head slightly. "I don't plan on walking out of here. You understand what that means for negotiations. Suicidal. Unpredictable. No exit strategy." The words clicked into place in Katie's mind with cold, professional clarity. A subject with no desire to survive was the most dangerous kind. Rules, threats, promises of leniency, they meant nothing. The only currency was what he wanted in this moment. And what he wanted, it seemed, was an audience. A witness to his final act. Her finger hovered over the trigger, the pressure a hair's breadth from firing. She calculated angles that didn't exist. If she shot his hand, the convulsion might drive the plunger home. If she charged, he'd inject before she covered half the distance. Her mind raced, options flashing and dying like faulty neon. "Put the gun on the floor," Zane instructed. His tone hadn't changed. It was still that calm, reasonable monotone. Slowly. "Then kick it over there, under the workbench." Or I depress the plunger. She's already got a dose in her system. A second will stop her heart. It will be very fast. Katie's eyes darted to Brooke's face. A faint tremor ran through the younger woman's shoulders. Her eyelids fluttered. A dose in her system. Paralysis. Slowing the heart and lungs. She was fighting it, trapped inside a body that was shutting down. The choice was an illusion. There was no choice. Katie's gaze locked with Zane's. She let him see the calculation, the surrender, the fury. Then, never breaking eye contact, she slowly bent her knees, lowering herself into a crouch. The concrete was gritty under her palm as she placed her free hand down for balance. She laid the pistol on the cold floor with deliberate care, the metal clicking softly against the concrete. She kept her movements smooth, non-threatening. Then, with a push of her fingers, she slid the gun away. It skittered across the oil-stained floor, spinning once before coming to a rest against the leg of the metal workbench, 10 feet away. The clatter was the sound of her primary advantage vanishing. She straightened up, hands now empty and raised slightly to her sides, palms open. "Why the women, Zane?" she asked, her voice softer now, shifting from confrontation to conversation. She needed to engage him, to get him talking, to find a flaw in his focus. Was it always about Irene? At the name, his expression shifted. The flat calm rippled. Something alive and pained flickered in his eyes. He smiled, but it was a thin, bitter stretch of his lips that held no warmth. "Go on," he said, almost inviting. "It impressed me." Katie took a half step forward, not enough to be threatening, just enough to close the distance slightly. She kept her body language open, her tone analytical, like a professor working through a problem. "She was your whole world. And she was broken. The car accident, the amputation, losing the leg, it twisted her. The pain, the addiction, the shame. She took it all out on you. You were the only one there." She watched his face, saw the muscle in his jaw tighten. "Every woman you chose mirrored a piece of her. Lindsay Harper, she was a home health aide just like Irene was. A connection to caregiving, to the medical world that failed your mother. Cara Sutton, she was secretly doing sex work, using an alias. Just like Irene had too, after the accident. Cassie Sullivan, her name. Cassie sounds like Kathy, one of the aliases your mother used online. And Irene Quimby. It's the name. The final direct echo." She paused, letting it sink in. Zane was listening intently, his head cocked. The syringe hadn't moved a millimeter. "Even the eyes," Katie continued, pushing forward. "Brooke here has heterochromia. 2 different colored eyes. Your mother had that too, didn't she? That was going to be the final piece. The ultimate reflection. Your Möbius pattern, a loop that connects back to itself. You're not just killing them, Zane. You're disassembling her memory. Trying to cut away the parts of her that hurt you, one victim at a time." For a long moment, the only sound was Brooke's ragged, struggling breath. Then Zane let out a soft sigh, almost of relief. "Very good," he whispered, his eyes glinting with a perverse admiration. "You're smarter than the local cops. You see the pattern." "How did you know Brooke would come here?" Katie asked, seizing on his engagement. "Tonight. How did you know to be ready?" "I was at the church," he said matter-of-factly. "Watching you all. From the trees. I saw you look at the body. I saw your face when you heard the name, Irene. I knew the investigation would lead here eventually. It's to my home. To my mother's things. I just had to wait." His gaze drifted to Brooke's slumped form. "One agent walks in, she becomes bait for the other. Simple logistics. You sent the young one first. Predictable." Katie felt a cold fury ignite in her chest, a sharp, crystalline rage that cut through the fear. He'd been right there, in the shadows, watching them work while Irene Quimby's body cooled on the stone. He'd seen her, calculated her moves, and she'd played right into it. She let the anger heat her blood, sharpen her tongue. She needed to break his calm, to provoke a mistake. "You know what's funny?" Katie said, her voice dropping, taking on a conversational, almost contemptuous tone. "For all her flaws, your mother probably had moments of clarity. Sober moments, in between the bottles and the pills. Moments where she looked at you and knew she'd failed. Knew she was leaving you with nothing but this sickness." Zane's smile vanished. His eyes narrowed. "But you," Katie continued, driving the verbal knife in. "You're her greatest failure. A sniveling copycat hiding in a garage, playing with stolen surgical saws. She was damaged by life, by accident, by pain. And you're just pathetic. You're not even original. You're a cheap echo of an echo." The insult hung in the cold, oily air between them. It vibrated with a tangible malice. Zane's composure didn't just crack, it shattered. A raw animal snarl ripped from his throat, a sound of pure, unfiltered rage. The intellectual detachment vanished, replaced by primal fury. His face contorted, his eyes bulging. "You bitch," he screamed, the calm voice gone, shredded. He acted not with strategy, but with reflex. He shoved Brooke away from him, a violent, sideways thrust of his arm. The syringe tore free from her neck, leaving a fresh bead of blood welling up. Brooke crumpled like a rag doll, her bound body hitting the concrete with a sickening thud, her head bouncing once before she lay still, a heap of fabric and limbs. He came at Katie in a blind, furious rush, the empty syringe still clutched in his hand like a dagger. Katie was already moving, meeting his charge. She didn't retreat, she stepped into it, turning her body to minimize the target. They collided against the edge of the metal utility table. The impact jarred her teeth, a shock of pain blooming in her hip. Glass vials on the table rattled and toppled, shattering on the concrete floor, releasing the sharp scent of alcohol. Zane was stronger than he looked, fueled by rage. His free hand clawed at her face. Katie ducked her head and drove it forward, smashing her forehead into the bridge of his nose. There was a wet, crunching sound. Zane reeled back with a choked cry, blood immediately gushing over his lips and chin. He stumbled, his free hand flying to his face. His other hand, still holding the syringe, flailed wildly among the surgical instruments on the table. His fingers closed around the handle of a scalpel. He came back at her, slashing horizontally with the blade. Katie threw up an arm to block, but she was a fraction too slow. The scalpel's edge, honed to surgical sharpness, sliced a hot, thin line across her left cheekbone. For a split second, she felt nothing. Then the pain arrived, a bright, searing line of fire. Warmth flooded down her cheek, dripping onto her lips. The coppery taste of her own blood filled her mouth. Oh, she used it. Instead of recoiling, she leaned in and spat a fine, red mist directly into his eyes. Zane gasped, blinded momentarily, his head jerking back. It was the opening she needed. Her right fist hammered into his ribs once, twice, feeling the give of cartilage. He grunted, the air leaving his lungs in a pained wheeze. He twisted, trying to bring the scalpel around again, but his movements were panicked now. He abandoned the blade, letting it clatter to the floor, and instead drove a hard, desperate kick into her diaphragm. The air exploded from Katie's lungs in a soundless whoosh. Agony radiated through her core. She staggered back, vision swimming with black spots, fighting to draw a breath that wouldn't come. She hit the side of the primer gray sedan, the metal panel buckling slightly under her weight. Zane, panting, blood streaming from his nose and smeared across his face, scrambled away from her. His target was Katie now, it was the table. The saw. He lunged for the reciprocating autopsy saw, his hand closing around the pistol grip. His thumb found the trigger and squeezed. The motor whined to life with a high-pitched, aggressive buzz that instantly filled the garage, drowning out all other sound. The blade became a vicious, chattering blur, an inch-long row of serrated teeth moving back and forth with terrifying speed. The sound was the scream of a dentist's drill multiplied by 100, a mechanical snarl that promised absolute destruction. Katie pushed off the car, finally dragging a ragged, burning breath into her lungs. Her eyes darted frantically around the garage for a weapon. A half-empty bag of mortar mix leaning against the wall. A rusty, old freezer in the corner. A stack of bald tires. Nothing she could reach before he was on her. "You had a chance to end this clean," Zane yelled over the deafening whine of the saw. His voice was ragged, hysterical. He advanced, holding the saw out before him like a lance, the blurring blade pointed at her chest. Spittle and blood flew from his lips. "You could have just watched. Now you get to join her." Katie's mind clicked into a cold, hyper-focused state. The pain in her cheek, the ache in her ribs, the burn in her lungs, all of it receded, filed away. There was only the man, the weapon, and the geometry of the space. He lunged, a clumsy, overcommitted thrust with the whirring saw aimed at her midsection. Katie feinted left, making her shoulders dip. He bit on the fake, shifting his weight. The moment he was committed, she dove right, hitting the concrete on her shoulder and rolling. The saw blade passed through the air where she'd been, so close she felt the wind of its passage against her jacket. She came up behind him as he stumbled forward, off balance. She leapt, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind in a tight chokehold, her legs scissoring around his waist. She squeezed with every ounce of strength in her arms, cutting off the blood flow to his brain. Zane roared, a guttural sound of fury and panic. He threshed, trying to buck her off. He couldn't reach her with his hands, so he swung the whirring saw backward, blindly, over his shoulder. Katie saw the blur of metal coming and tried to twist her upper body away. She wasn't fast enough. The chattering teeth of the blade grazed the outside of her right upper arm. It wasn't a clean cut, it was a ripping, grinding tear. The sound was a sickening zip of shredding fabric and flesh. White-hot agony, immediate and all-consuming, shot through her nervous system. It felt like her arm had been dipped in molten metal. Her grip on his neck failed instantly, her muscles going loose and useless. She spilled off his back and onto the cold concrete, landing hard on her injured side. A fresh wave of nauseating pain swamped her. Her right arm lay at a strange angle, screaming with pain, the sleeve of her jacket dark and soaked. She could feel warm blood pooling under her, slick on the concrete. She tried to move her fingers. A weak, distant twitch was the only response. The arm was going numb, a terrifying deadness creeping in from the wound. Zane turned, panting, his face a mask of blood and triumph. He looked down at her, his eyes wide and wild. The saw was still screaming in his hand. The stink of hot metal and ozone from the motor washed over her, mixing with the smells of blood and sweat. He loomed above her, blotting out the caged work lights. He raised the saw high over his head, a two-handed grip, preparing for a downward, butchering stroke. The blurring blade was a halo of lethal motion. This was the last sight his other victims had seen, she realized with a strange, detached clarity. Lying on their backs, paralyzed, watching death descend in a mechanical whine. She braced herself on her good arm, trying to scrabble backward, but there was nowhere to go. The sedan was behind her. Her thoughts fragmented into a frantic, silent litany of apologies. Nina. I'm sorry. Glenn. I'm so sorry. Brooke. The saw descended. A shriek, primal and furious, cut through the mechanical whine. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was a roar of pure, unadulterated rage. Zane's charge became a strangled choke. The saw dropped from his suddenly limp hands, clattering to the concrete floor beside Katie's head with a deafening clang, the motor dying instantly. The silence that followed was shocking. Katie rolled onto her back, vision swimming with pain and adrenaline. Brooke Vance stood behind where Zane had been. She was on her feet, swaying but upright, her hands still bound behind her back. Her face was a mask of blood, from the puncture on her neck, from a gash on her forehead. But her eyes were alive with a savage, focused light. In her hands, gripped with a strength that defied the paralytic in her veins, was the heavy, stainless steel medical cooler from the corner of the garage. It was the size of a small suitcase, meant for transporting organs or large tissue samples. She had swung it like a battering ram. As Zane started to turn, confused by the impact, Brooke brought the cooler down again. This time with both hands, putting the full, twisting force of her body into the swing. It connected with a sickening, wet crunch against the back of his skull. The sound was unmistakable. The sound of breaking bone. Zane's feet did a macabre, shuffling jig for 2 steps, as if his brain had sent a final, confused signal to his legs. Then his eyes rolled back in his head, showing the whites. He collapsed forward, landing face down on the concrete beside Katie, a twitching, boneless heap. A low, guttural moan escaped his lips, then silence. Brooke. Stop, Katie's voice was a raw, torn thing, scraping from her throat. Brooke stood over him, the cooler still gripped in her white-knuckled hands, raised for a third blow. Her chest heaved with ragged, sobbing breaths. The savage light in her heterochromatic eyes, one blue, one brown, flickered, the fury warring with shock with the dregs of the drug in her system. She stared at Zane's prone form, at the unnatural angle of his head. The cooler slipped from her fingers. It hit the concrete with a heavy, resonant thud, landing a few inches from Zane's still hand. Silence rushed back into the garage, thick and heavy. It was broken only by the ragged, uneven breathing of 3 people. Katie's pained gasps, Brooke's shuddering inhales, and the faint, wet rattle from Zane's throat. Katie pushed herself up with her good arm, wincing as fire shot through her ribs and her torn arm protested. She crawled across the gritty, blood-slicked concrete to her partner's side. Brooke was trembling violently now, the adrenaline leaching away, leaving shock and the lingering effects of the paralytic. Her knees buckled and she started to sink to the floor. Katie caught her with her left arm, holding her up. It's over, she whispered, her voice hoarse. It's done, Brooke. You did it. Wordlessly, her own hands shaking, Katie reached to her belt with her left hand. Her fingers found the cold metal of her handcuffs. She fumbled with the latch, then pulled them free. She pressed the cuffs into Brooke's blood-slick palm, closing her fingers around them. Secure him, Katie said, her voice firm, anchoring. Do it by the book. Brooke stared at the cuffs in her hand, as if she'd never seen them before. The metal gleamed dully under the work light. For a second, she seemed lost, adrift. Then, something clicked behind her eyes. Professional training, overriding personal trauma. Mechanical precision. She nodded once, a sharp, jerky motion. She moved past Katie, her steps unsteady but deliberate. She knelt beside Zane's unconscious form. With efficient, practiced movements, she rolled him onto his stomach. His head lolled to the side, his face pale and bloody against the dark concrete. She pulled his arms behind his back, crossed his wrists, and snapped the cuffs into place with a definitive double click. She checked them for tightness, her movements clinical, detached. Task completed, she sat back on her heels, staring at her handiwork. Then the strength seemed to leave her all at once. She slumped sideways, her back against the cold cinderblock wall, and slid down to sit on the floor. Katie crawled over to sit beside her, their shoulders touching. They sat there in the dirty, blood-stained garage, side by side, watching their captive breathe. Zane's breaths were shallow and wet, but they were breaths. He was alive. For now. The distant wail of sirens, which had been a faint promise on the edge of hearing, now grew louder, piercing the night. They were close. Red and blue lights began to strobe through the small, high windows of the garage door, painting the walls in alternating pulses of color. Brooke turned her head slowly. The fury, the savage light was gone. So was the clinical detachment. What remained was a profound, weary emptiness. Her face was pale beneath the smears of blood, her eyes hollow. She looked at Katie, really looked at her, taking in the deep gash on her cheek, the way she cradled her injured arm, the blood soaking her jacket. Her gaze held Katie's for a long moment. This was the woman whose life she'd just taken back from the edge. The woman who had trusted her, mentored her, and then, in the worst moment, had to watch her be used as bait. Brooke's lips cracked and dry parted. Her voice, when it came, was a hoarse, broken whisper, barely audible over the approaching sirens. "Told you," she breathed, a ghost of her earlier, eager defiance in the words. "I wouldn't let you down." Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Katie leaned against the cool brick of the patrol car, letting the solid surface take some of her weight. The full ache of the fight was settling into her bones, a deep, radiating throb that mapped every impact. The adrenaline was a receding tide, leaving behind the sharp sting of every cut and bruise like exposed nerve endings. She could feel the split in her lip, the swollen tenderness along her jaw where a fist had connected, the hot scrape across her knuckles. Another scar for the collection. She watched her breath fog in the cold night air, the scene around her a tableau of controlled chaos under the stark white glare of portable floodlights. The lights hummed, casting long, stark shadows that made the suburban street look like a film set. The air smelled of damp asphalt, exhaust, and the faint, coppery tang of blood that she knew was probably her own. Brooke Vance sat on the curb a few feet away, hunched over as if carrying an invisible weight. A white bandage was stark against the pale skin of her throat, the edges already speckled with rusty blood. Her hands trembled in her lap, fingers plucking absently at the frayed knee of her trousers. The paramedics had checked her, but the shock was deeper than physical. Every few seconds, she'd take a shallow, hitching breath that seemed to catch on the way in. "He's in custody?" she asked, her voice a dry, raspy thing that seemed to hurt her to use. She didn't look up when she spoke, her eyes fixed on a crack in the pavement. "He is," Katie confirmed, her own voice low and steady. She pushed off the car, her muscles protesting with a chorus of sharp twinges. She knew the look on Brooke's face, the hollow, post-battle stare where the mind replays every split-second decision on a loop, questioning, justifying, condemning. The eyes were focused on nothing, seeing everything that had just happened. Katie walked over, her boots crunching on the gravel-strewn asphalt, each step sending a fresh jolt up her spine. She rested a careful hand on Brooke's shoulder. The younger woman flinched at the touch, her whole body going rigid for a second, then she sagged, the tension leaking out as she stilled. "You pulled me out of the fire back there." "Literally." Brooke managed a weak smile that didn't reach her eyes. It was a twitch of muscles, nothing more. Her lips were dry and cracked. "I did what I had to." She paused, her throat working as she swallowed with visible effort. "Does that make it right?" "That's for a review board, not us," Katie said, her gaze scanning the activity. An evidence tech was photographing the open garage door, the dark interior yawning like a wound, the flash popping intermittently, freezing droplets of oil on the concrete in stark white. "I'm the one who should apologize. I sent you in blind. It was a bad call. I knew he was likely armed, I knew he was cornered, and I sent you through that door first." She let her hand drop from Brooke's shoulder, folding her arms across her own chest, a defensive gesture against the chill and the admission. Brooke looked up, her eyes finding Katie's. There was a clarity there now, cutting through the shock, a sharpness that hadn't been there before the garage. "I volunteered," she countered, each word deliberate, pushed out past the pain in her throat. "You gave me a choice in the car. I made it." And honestly, she paused, swallowing again, wincing. She looked down at her trembling hands, then clenched them into fists, the knuckles white. In that garage, when it was just him and me and that saw, it was the most alive I've ever felt. Every sense was screaming. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, like a drum. I could smell the oil on the concrete, the mildew from the walls. I could see every detail of his face, the sweat on his upper lip, the way his left eye twitched. It was terrible. And electric. Katie shook her head slowly, a familiar sorrow tightening her chest, a constriction behind her sternum. She'd heard variations of this before, from other rookies, from herself, a lifetime ago in a different alley, a different monster. That feeling fades. She spoke to the middle distance, watching a uniformed officer string yellow tape between two trees. What's left is the weight. The memory of his breath on your face. The sound the saw made when it hit the floor, that metallic skitter. The look in his eyes when he realized he'd lost. Not regret, not fear. Just calculation. Like he was already working on the next move. This job breaks people from the inside out, Brooke. It sands away pieces of you, until one day, you look in the mirror and wonder where the rest went. Remember that. They fell into a silence that was filled with the distant radio chatter, crackling, disembodied voices calling out codes and statuses. The slam of a car door echoed. The low murmur of officers coordinating by the garage entrance was a steady background hum. They watched the choreographed chaos of the scene. Two uniformed officers, their faces set in grim, tired lines, escorted Zane Harris toward a waiting cruiser. His hands were cuffed behind his back, the metal gleaming under the floodlights. His head was down, lank hair falling over his face, but his posture wasn't defeated. It was coiled tense, the line of his shoulders rigid. One officer had a firm grip on his bicep, fingers digging into the fabric of his jacket, the other kept a hand near his service weapon, his head on a swivel. Harris moved with a strange, deliberate slowness, as if savoring his last moments in the open air, his feet dragging slightly on the asphalt. "That's him," Brooke whispered, as if saying it louder would make him turn and look at her, would bridge the 20 yards between them with that flat, empty gaze. "Oh, it is." Brooke's trembling hands stilled, clenched into tight fists in her lap, the bandage on her throat pulling taut. Should I say something to him? To his face, her voice was barely audible, a thread of sound. Don't, Katie said, her voice firm but not unkind. She'd seen this impulse too. The need for closure, for a final word, for the victim to confront the monster and somehow win a moral victory. It never worked. Your part is over. He's facing a lifetime in a concrete box. Nothing you say will land. It'll just be fuel for his fantasy, a trophy he'll replay in his cell. Let it go. Your victory is his silence. She watched as the officer opened the cruiser's rear door, a hand on Harris's head guiding him down into the seat. The door shut with a solid, final thunk. I almost ended him, Brooke said, staring at her own hands as if they belonged to someone else. When I had the gun on him. After he dropped the saw. My finger was on the trigger. I felt the curve of it, the slight give before the break. I wanted to. For Lindsay. For Kara. For all of them. I wanted to see him drop. She looked up, her eyes searching Katie's for judgment. I wanted it so bad my arm was shaking. Katie recalled a line from her early days with Nina, after a particularly ugly arrest that had left a suspect permanently disabled. Nina had been quiet for a long time in the car afterward, staring out the window at the passing streetlights. Then she had said it without looking at her, her voice gravelly with fatigue. Brooke, you're just the instrument. You didn't forge the blade. You didn't load the gun. You were placed in a situation by a man who made a series of monstrous choices. Your job was to stop him. You did. The rest is noise. She repeated it now, the words feeling both true and inadequate. A short, pained laugh escaped Brooke, more of a choked exhale. She brought a hand to her bandaged throat, fingers hovering over the gauze. Is that how you sleep at night? Some nights, Katie said honestly, the admission costing her something. Other nights you don't. You lie there and you listen to the noise. And you get up the next day and you do it again. They watched the cruiser's interior light go out, leaving a dark silhouette behind the glass. The engine started, a low rumble that vibrated through the ground, and it pulled away slowly, its tires crunching over gravel, navigating past the other official vehicles. The flashing lights painted the houses in alternating pulses of red and blue, a silent disco of aftermath. So that's it, Brooke said, the words hanging in the cold air, a statement seeking confirmation. For this one, Katie said, turning to look at her. The bandage on Brooke's neck was a stark white reminder of how close it had been, of the millimeters between a warning graze and a severed artery. Ready for the next. Brooke looked down at her bandages, then flexed her right hand slowly, wincing as the scraped knuckles stretched and the skin pulled. She touched her side with her other hand, probing gently, and sucked in a sharp breath. My throat's on fire, like I swallowed glass. I think I cracked a rib when he threw me into the workbench. Every breath is a little knife. I've got the mother of all headaches pounding behind my eyes, and I just watched a man try to kill us with a surgical saw. You're asking if I want more of this? She met Katie's gaze, her eyes searching, looking for the trick, the test. Katie waited, her own breath fogging in the air between them. This was the moment. After the shock faded, after the paperwork was filed and the commendations or reprimands were handed out, this was the quiet question in a cold parking lot that determined a career. It wasn't about courage in the moment, that was a spike of adrenaline. This was about the long, grinding haul. Brooke looked away, out at the quiet suburban street, now dotted with the flashing lights of justice. A few curious neighbors stood in doorways or behind parted curtains, wrapped in robes, their faces pale ovals in the dark. One older man had come out onto his porch with a mug in his hand, watching the spectacle with a detached interest. "I definitely had the wrong idea about this work," she admitted softly, her voice rasping. "I thought it was puzzles. Profiles. Outsmarting bad guys from a clean room. What happened in that garage, that's permanent." The smell of his sweat, sour like old milk. The sound of my own voice, yelling at him to drop the weapon. It sounded so small in that big dark space. That's burned in. But would I do it again? She pushed herself to her feet, moving stiffly, a hand going to her side, her face contorting in a grimace. She stood there for a moment, swaying slightly, then planted her feet wide and steadied. She looked at Katie, and something had firmed in her expression, a hardening around the eyes, a set to the jaw. The hollow shock was receding, replaced by a weary, grim resolve. "Yeah, I would. Because next time, I'll be smarter. I'll be faster. I'll see the pattern sooner. And maybe I can stop it before it gets to the garage." "Good," Katie said, and she felt a genuine note of relief in her own voice, a loosening in her shoulders she hadn't realized was tight. It was a selfish relief, she knew. The Bureau needed good agents who wouldn't break. She needed competent partners she could trust at her back. "I had my doubts, especially after the autopsy room. I thought you might be another analyst who wanted to play detective, who'd fold when the game got real. But if I had to run a case with someone other than Nina Shaw, you'd be on the shortlist." "Shortlist?" Brooke raised an eyebrow, a flicker of her old, analytical spirit returning. She tried to smile, but it turned into a wince as her split lip stretched. "Top 5. "Don't push it," Katie's phone buzzed in her pocket. The vibration felt like a minor electric shock against her bruised thigh. She pulled it out, the cold plastic case slick in her hand. The screen glowed in the dark, a text from Glenn. "Almost at your building. You back." She typed a quick reply, her thumbs clumsy with cold and fatigue, the screen's light making the dried blood on her knuckles look black, wrapping up here. "Be there by midnight." She hit send and looked at the time. 11:07 p.m. It would be a tight drive, over 2 hours if the roads were clear, and her body was already begging for stillness. "What's the plan?" Brooke asked, nodding toward the phone, her voice still rough. "I need to check on Nina. She's still laid up in D.C. You good to head home? Your dad will want a debrief, even if it's just a 'I'm alive' text." "Home sounds perfect," Brooke said, the word laden with a deep, soul-level exhaustion. "A shower that lasts an hour. A bed that doesn't smell like hotel cleaner and fear." As they walked slowly toward their parked cars, the rental sedan and Brooke's personal vehicle sitting, side by side like weary steeds, she moved with a careful, stiff-legged gait. She glanced at Katie, her expression turning briefly curious, personal. "So, you got someone waiting? A partner? Significant other?" The question was tentative, an attempt to bridge the gap from professional to human. Katie unlocked her door, the chirp of the locks disengaging loud in the relative quiet that was descending, as the first wave of responders began to pack up. The interior light came on, illuminating the stark rental car emptiness, the generic gray upholstery, the empty cup holders, the navigation screen dark. "Ask me tomorrow," she said, offering a faint, tired smile that felt brittle on her face. "Get that rib looked at in the morning." "I mean it." "And Brooke." Brooke paused, her hand on her own car door, the metal cold under her palm. She looked back, her face pale in the uneven light. "And yes." You did good work today. Solid detective work. The geographic center point, the link to the mother, pushing past the dead ends. That was you. Remember that part too. It's easy to forget the wins when the losses are so loud. Brooke gave a single, slow nod, her eyes holding Katie's for a second longer. Then she ducked into her car, the dome light flashing on to show her wincing as she lowered herself into the seat. Katie slid behind the wheel, the ache in her body amplifying as she settled into the unforgiving seat. The steering wheel was cold. She started the engine, letting it idle for a moment, the heater fan blowing cold air that gradually warmed. She watched Brooke's taillights, two red pinpricks, disappear down the street, turning the corner and vanishing into the normal night. Then she put the car in drive, the transmission engaging with a soft clunk, and began the long journey back to D.C., the case of Zane Harris officially closed behind her, the weight of it settling into the passenger seat beside her. The fluorescent lights of the hospital room hummed with a persistent, high-pitched frequency that felt drilled directly into Nina Shaw's skull. It was a sound beneath the other sounds, a constant, nagging whine that made her teeth ache. She muted the inane chatter of the late-night news on the wall-mounted TV, another breathless report on the ongoing disturbances downtown, footage of flashing lights and blurred figures, and shifted gingerly on the stiff mattress, trying to find a position that didn't pull at the fresh, itchy stitches in her side. Every movement sent a warning twinge through her abdomen, a deep, hot reminder of the blade that had slipped past her guard, of the feeling of cold metal parting skin and muscle. One more day of this sterile prison, she hoped. The doctors were noncommittal, talking in circles about infection risk and healing times, but she could feel her strength returning, a slow and frustrating trickle, like sand through a clenched fist. Her phone vibrated on the bedside table, a sharp buzz against the laminated wood that made the plastic water cup rattle. Katie's name lit up the screen, a green glow in the dim room. A welcome distraction from the monotony of pain, bad television, and the smell of antiseptic that never quite covered the underlying scent of illness. She grabbed it, wincing as the motion tugged at the tight skin around her stitches, a sharp, bright spark of pain. She fumbled for a second, her fingers still clumsy from the painkillers, before getting a firm grip. Ford. Tell me you wrapped it up. Her voice was rough from disuse, from hours of silence broken only by nurses' questions. Case closed, Katie's voice came through, threaded with a tired satisfaction that Nina recognized intimately. It was the sound of a hunt concluded, a puzzle solved, mixed with the bone-deep weariness that was the true price. Nina felt an unexpected swell of pride, a warmth that cut through the clinical chill of the room. It started in her chest, a loosening, and spread outwards. She let out a slow breath, her shoulders relaxing slightly against the stiff pillows. The rookie who once charged headlong into danger, who felt every loss like a personal failure, who wore her heart and her anger on her sleeve, was now closing complex cases and guiding a new agent through the bloody aftermath. The wheel was turning. She was becoming the veteran, the steady hand. The thought was strangely poignant, a bittersweet ache beneath her ribs that had nothing to do with the knife wound. Details, Nina demanded, settling back, her eyes fixed on the acoustic tile ceiling, tracing the familiar pattern of dots and holes. She needed the facts, the architecture of the thing, to slot it into place in her mind. Local guy. Zane Harris. 24. Years of mommy issues taken to a literal extreme. His mother, Irene, was a sex worker, amputee, alcoholic. He fixated on destroying women who echoed pieces of her. A relay pattern. He called it making them quiet. Textbook, Nina grunted, but her mind was already analyzing, slotting the information into known typologies. Organized, ritualistic, driven by a distorted personal mission, a need to control a narrative that had controlled him. Method, she reached for the plastic cup of water, took a small sip, the water lukewarm and tasting faintly of plastic. Paralytic injection behind the ear. Post-mortem dismemberment with a medical saw. He was a maintenance worker, had master key access. Used online escort boards to find them. It was intimate. Possessive, Katie's voice was flat, clinical, but Nina could hear the revulsion underneath, carefully contained. Took him alive. And it was close. Brooke Vance had to draw down on him in a garage. He had a reciprocating saw, revved it up. She held her nerve. Didn't fire. A faint, approving smile touched Nina's lips. She tried to suppress it, to keep her professional mask in place, but it lingered, a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. The kid had spine. More than that, she had discipline under fire. Your streak holds. Nina adjusted the thin pillow behind her, the cheap fabric rustling, trying to get comfortable. A fresh wave of pain radiated from her side, and she breathed through it, her knuckles white where she gripped the phone. You at the office. Paperwork party. Just got to my apartment. Glenn's meeting me. Figured I'd debrief tomorrow after some actual sleep. My eyes are crossing. Romantic, Nina teased, the word dry, but her mind, honed by decades of seeing patterns in chaos, was already clicking ahead, moving past the case closure to the environment around it. The news footage on the muted TV showed a helicopter shot of downtown DC, clusters of blue and red lights swirling like angry insects. Listen, don't come here. Stay clear of downtown. The city's a mess. A real go-trope. The traffic was insane coming in, Katie said, and Nina could hear the faint, distinct sound of a key turning in a deadbolt through the phone, then the creak of a door opening. Roadblocks everywhere. Cops in riot gear. What's going on? It looked like a war zone from the highway. It's that crew from my Manhattan op. The Liberty Phalanx idiots. Bunch of militia cosplayers with a grudge. They've decided to throw a party in the streets, a little retaliatory chaos for the guys we bagged. Firebombs, looting, the whole sad, desperate show. Cops and bureau are all over it, but it's a sprawling, noisy mess. Just go from your place straight to my cabin tomorrow. Avoid HQ entirely. The executive floor will be a circus, Vance will be pinned down in a command post, and you don't need that headache. You healing okay? Katie asked, and the concern in her voice was genuine, cutting through the professional debrief, a thread of warmth. I'll live. The stitches itch like hell, like ants under my skin, but I'm breathing. Call me when you're settled in. Get some rest, Ford. You earned it, she meant it. The fatigue in Katie's voice was a tangible thing, even over the line. You too, Shaw. Don't give the nurses a hard time. No promises, the line went dead with a soft click. Nina placed the phone back on the table, the screen going dark. But her instincts, dulled by medication and confinement, were now buzzing like a stirred hornet's nest, a low-grade alarm vibrating in her veins. She lay back, staring at the ceiling, but she wasn't seeing the tiles. She was visualizing a map of DC. In her mind's eye, a grid of streets and landmarks. Her hospital was on the outskirts, in a quiet, residential area. Downtown was the epicenter of the chaos, miles from the J. Edgar Hoover building, but also miles from here. The bulk of available law enforcement, including her own security detail. The young Agent Peters, who was supposed to be outside her door, would be drawn there, engaged in a chaotic, resource-draining street fight. A perfect sink for manpower and attention. A perfect distraction. Her eyes went to the window, the dark rectangle showing nothing but her own reflection. A pale woman with tired eyes, propped up in a hospital bed. Beyond the glass was the parking lot, the street, the city. Katie was 10 miles east, in her fire-damaged apartment in a neighborhood that was quiet, isolated. Her guard would be down after a hard-won victory. She'd be riding that false high of invincibility that comes after surviving a fight, muscles loose with spent adrenaline, mind switching from hunter mode to home mode, to the mundane tasks of keys and doors and loved ones. She'd be thinking about Glenn, about a hot shower, about collapsing into bed. She would not be thinking about threat assessment. She would feel safe. Who would know to exploit that precise psychological state? Who would understand the post-case euphoria and the profound vulnerability it masks? Who studies behavior, predicts reactions, sets traps within minds? Profilers. Psychologists. Psychopaths who study behavior for a living. Who treat human emotion as a system to be manipulated. The pieces snapped together in her mind with a cold, metallic clarity, like a lock tumbling open. The gang violence wasn't random retaliation. It was too coordinated, too conveniently timed with Katie's return. It was theater. A large, loud, bloody diversion designed to pull resources and attention away from a single, specific target. A target who had just returned from the field, who would be isolated, exhausted, and feeling the first fragile sense of safety. A target who had crossed Calvin Calloway one too many times. Katie. The thought was an ice-cold dart to her heart. She grabbed her phone, her fingers now steady, all clumsiness gone, burned away by a surge of pure adrenaline. She called Katie. It rang once, a long tone in her ear. Twice. 3 times, the monotonous sound stretching out. It rang until voicemail picked up. You've reached Katie Ford. Leave a message, the beep sounded. Damn it, she hung up, the plastic casing of the phone creaking in her grip. She called again immediately, stabbing at the screen with her thumb. Nothing. No answer. Just the same ringing, then the voicemail again. No time. No time for calls, for explanations. A cold certainty flooded her, washing away the last vestiges of pain-induced fog, sharper and more clarifying than any medication. Ignoring the sharp, immediate protest from her wounds, Nina swung her legs out of the bed. The linoleum floor was shockingly cold under her bare feet, a jolt that traveled up her calves. She stood, a wave of dizziness hitting her, the room tilting slightly. She braced a hand against the bedside table, the laminate cool and smooth under her palm, and waited, breathing slowly through her nose, until the gray spots at the edges of her vision receded and the room steadied. Her clothes were in the narrow closet, a metal cabinet with a louvered door. Moving with careful, deliberate slowness, each motion planned in advance, she dressed. It was an exercise in controlled pain. Pulling on the jeans was an ordeal. She had to sit on the edge of the bed, breathing through the fire in her side as she worked them over her hips, the denim dragging against the bandages. The simple act of threading a belt felt like a major victory, her fingers fumbling with the buckle. Her shirt was a soft gray Henley, thrown over a chair. She got one arm in, then had to pause, panting lightly, sweat beading on her forehead, before contorting to get the other. The fabric stuck to the bandages beneath, a damp, uncomfortable adhesion. She left it untucked, the hem hanging loose. Her service weapon and badge were in the bedside drawer, locked. The key was taped under the table, a paranoid habit from her early days that now felt prescient genius. She peeled it off, the tape sticky, and unlocked the drawer. The weight of the Glock 19 in her hand was both foreign and deeply familiar, a balanced piece of metal and polymer that was an extension of her will. She checked the magazine, full, racked the slide to chamber around, the sound loud in the quiet room, and tucked it into the back waistband of her jeans, the metal slide cool against the small of her back. The badge she shoved into her front pocket. She listened at the door, her ear pressed to the cool wood. The usual low murmur of the nursing station, the squeak of cartwheels, the occasional page over the intercom, it was all absent. The shift change chatter, which usually created a bubble of noise, gone. Her guard post outside the door, a young, earnest agent named Peters who talked too much about his fantasy football team, was empty. His chair, a padded vinyl thing, sat vacant in the hallway, angled slightly as if he'd just gotten up. Drafted to the downtown fray. Confirmation. The diversion was working perfectly. She was out the door and moving, a grim certainty propelling her forward, a force stronger than pain. Each step sent a jolt up her side, a hot wire of agony, but she focused on the rhythm of her breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, on the goal that was a 10-mile drive away. She moved down the hallway, past darkened rooms where the only light was the glow of medical monitors, her sneakers making no sound on the polished floor. The elevator bank was ahead, the stainless steel doors reflecting the dim hallway lights. She could see the red digital numbers holding steady on the first floor. Too slow. Too visible. A camera would be in the ceiling. The stairwell door was heavy, metal, marked with a glowing green exit sign. She pushed through, the groan of the hinges and the sigh of the pneumatic closer echoing in the concrete shaft. The air was cooler here, smelling of dust, disinfectant, and cold concrete. She started down, one hand on the cold metal railing, the other pressed firmly against her side, holding herself together as if her insides might spill out. Each descent was a calculated negotiation with gravity and pain. 4 flights. She counted them, using the numbers to focus, to partition the agony. 3. Her breath began to saw in her chest, ragged and too loud in the enclosed space. 2. A stitch pulled, and she felt a warm, wet trickle beneath her bandages, a spreading dampness on her skin. She ignored it, gritting her teeth. 1. She burst out into the ground floor lobby, the door swinging shut behind her with a final thump. It was eerily quiet, like a museum after hours. The reception desk was unmanned, a computer screen glowing with a screensaver of floating shapes. A bank of security monitors on the wall showed static on several channels. The others showed empty hallways and the chaotic downtown feed. The main automatic doors slid open with a whisper as she approached, a blast of cold night air hitting her in the face. The night air was cold and damp, carrying the distant wail of sirens, a chorus from the city center. The hospital parking lot was half empty, pools of light from sodium vapor lamps creating islands of jaundiced yellow in the darkness. Her car, a nondescript navy blue sedan, was parked in a staff section, what felt like a lifetime away across the vast expanse of asphalt. She broke into a shuffling jog, every footfall a minor agony that lanced up through her core. She fumbled for her keys in her pocket, her fingers numb, finally pulling them out. She unlocked the door, the beep-beep of the disarm too loud, and collapsed into the driver's seat, the worn upholstery smelling of old coffee and synthetic cleaner. Starting the engine, she took a moment, just a second, to lean her head back against the headrest and breathe, her eyes closed. The dashboard clock glowed a pale green, 11:48 p.m. Katie was walking into a trap. A beautifully laid, psychologically perfect trap. And Nina Shaw, bleeding through her shirt, her body screaming in protest, was the only cavalry. She put the car in drive, the transmission engaging with a soft jerk, and pulled out of the parking lot, turning toward the city, toward the quiet neighborhood where a phoenix was supposed to rise from ashes, but where a predator was waiting in the scorched remains. The drive back to D.C. was a blur of highway hypnosis and throbbing pain. Katie navigated the familiar roads on autopilot, the rental car's heater finally blowing warm, stale air that did little to ease the chill in her bones. The adrenaline had fully deserted her now, leaving a profound, leaden exhaustion in its wake. Her mind kept circling back to the garage in a disjointed loop, the look on Zane Harris's face when the saw clattered to the floor, not fear but a kind of petulant surprise. The surprising strength and steadiness in Brooke's voice when she ordered him down, the way it had cut through the whine of the saw, the feel of the cuffs clicking shut around his wrists, the finality of the sound. It was a clean end, as these things went. No grand standoff, no monologue about his mother or the quiet. Just violence and then silence, and then the mundane procedures of arrest. She thought of the weight she'd mentioned to Brooke. She felt it now, settling onto her shoulders, a familiar mantle she shrugged on with every closed case. The weight of Lindsay Pierce, who just wanted a fresh start in a new apartment. Of Cara Sutton, the nurse who liked true crime podcasts. Of Cassie Sullivan, trying to escape her mother's shadow. Of Irene Quimby, the French teacher who loved her students. Their stories were now case numbers in a file, their endings part of a twisted pattern she had unraveled. It was a victory, the killer in custody, the pattern understood. But it tasted like ash, like something burnt and empty. The diversion Nina mentioned became apparent as she crossed into the city limits. Flashing blue and red lights painted the low clouds over downtown, a sickly, pulsating purple, a false aurora. Roadblocks manned by stone-faced officers in reflective vests forced her off the main arteries and onto circuitous side streets, past closed shops and darkened row houses. She saw groups of police in full riot gear, their faces obscured by helmets and visors, standing in tense cordons behind metal barriers. The distant, muffled pop-pop-pop of what might have been flashbangs or gunfire echoed between the buildings, flat and threatening. Once, a plume of orange smoke drifted above the rooftops, caught in the searchlight of a helicopter that thumped overhead, its spotlight carving a white cone through the night. The city felt under siege, a world away from the quiet, tree-lined Pennsylvania suburb she'd just left, a different planet entirely. Her apartment building, when she finally reached it after a maze of detours, stood in a pocket of eerie, profound calm. This neighborhood, still showing the scars of the recent fire on its brickwork, was untouched by the downtown chaos. It was a bubble of silence, so complete it felt pressurized. She parked the rental in her assigned spot at the back of the lot, the tires crunching over loose gravel. For a long moment she just sat there, listening to the engine tick as it cooled, a rapid metallic clicking. The building's facade was dark, only a few windows glowing with the warm yellow of lamplight or the blue flicker of a television. Her own balcony door, on the third floor, was a black rectangle, a missing tooth in the smile of the building. Chloe must be out or asleep with the lights off. With a groan that was part fatigue, part pain, she gathered her go-bag from the passenger seat, the heavy canvas pulling at her sore shoulder as she slung the strap over it. She got out, the cold air immediately seeping through her jacket, and locked the car with a press of the fob, the lights flashing once. She walked toward the building's side entrance, her footsteps loud in the stillness. The night air was cold and still, but it carried a hint of distant smoke from downtown. Or maybe it was the memory of smoke from her own apartment, the ghost of it clinging to the brick and in the seams of the windows. The key turned too easily in the lobby door lock. There was no satisfying clunk of heavy tumblers, no resistance. It felt loose, insubstantial, like the lock was already disengaged. Katie frowned, a prickle of unease brushing the back of her neck. She pushed the heavy door open. The small foyer was dark, the only light a dim emergency bulb over the mailboxes. The mail table was a shadowy shape against the wall. The air inside was still and slightly warmer, smelling of lemon-scented cleaner and old carpet. She rode the elevator up, the familiar mechanical whine, and the shudder as it ascended loud in the silence, the numbers above the door lighting up with a soft ping at each floor. When the doors opened on her floor, the hallway was empty, lit by the dim, always-on sconces that cast more shadow than light. The patterned carpet was worn thin in the center. It was quiet, the kind of quiet where you could hear the hum of the refrigerator in a distant apartment. She approached her apartment door, apartment 312. The numbers were brass, slightly tarnished. The key slid into the deadbolt. Again, it turned with no resistance, no solid thunk. It felt used. Like it had been turned recently and often. Katie's frown deepened, the unease coiling tighter in her gut. Chloe must have been by, she thought, trying to rationalize it. Her roommate's habit of forgetting to lock up was legendary, a point of constant, low-grade friction between them. But Chloe hasn't mentioned coming over, a voice in her head countered. And after the fire, after everything, we both swore we'd be more careful. Hadn't we? She'd texted Chloe she'd be back late. No response, but that wasn't unusual. She pushed the door open. The acrid scent of old smoke and harsh chemical cleaner immediately assaulted her nostrils, a ghost of the fire that had ravaged the living room. It was a smell that lived in the walls now, in the very bones of the apartment. The cleanup had stripped the space bare, leaving a skeleton. The carpet was gone, ripped up to reveal stained, dusty subflooring, sheets of plywood with dark watermarks and blackened edges. The walls were scorched and patched in places, the paint a mismatched, primer gray, streaked where they'd tried to wash off soot. The furniture was all gone, donated or trashed, leaving a vast, empty space that echoed. The sliding door to the balcony was open about a foot, a rectangle of cold night sky, the sheer curtain drifting in the slight breeze, fluttering like a pale ghost. The lights were on, the overhead fixture, bare bulbs in cheap sockets that threw harsh, shadowless light across every ruined surface. It felt staged, like walking onto a set that had been dressed for her arrival. "Katie, I'm sorry." Glenn's voice, choked with tears, came from the darkened kitchen doorway. He was bound to a dining chair, his wrists lashed behind his back with what looked like electrical cord. His face was pale, his eyes red-rimmed and wild with fear. "He made me text you." The realization was a physical blow, a cold wave that hit her chest and radiated outward. The lure. The text. The easy lock. All of it orchestrated. Who Glenn's? Who's here? Before he could answer, she felt it. A familiar, vile pressure against her senses, the same aura she'd felt in that prison interview room, that suffocating gravity of a mind built for cruelty. She turned slowly. Calvin Calloway stood in the entrance to the hallway, pale and gaunt, thinner than the last time she'd seen him. A hunting knife hung loosely in one hand, the blade catching the bare bulb light. He looked like a man who had walked a long distance through unpleasant weather to keep an appointment. "I considered killing him first," he said conversationally, as if discussing the order of courses at dinner. "But I thought you'd appreciate the drama." Katie's pulse hammered against her skull, but her mind went cold and clear, the way it always did when the worst possible thing was actually happening. This was the moment. So this is the finale. I believe so, Agent Ford. Any last requests? No. Calloway smiled. A gentleman. The bedroom door opened. A man in a black balaclava stepped out. Then another from the bathroom. They filed into the living space from both ends of the hallway until 6 of them stood in a silent semicircle, blocking every exit. No guns visible, just clenched fists and the coiled readiness of men waiting for a signal. Calloway wanted this personal. Need a gang to do your work? Katie asked. I'll handle the finale, Calloway said. He crouched and slid his knife across the subflooring until it stopped at her feet, the blade spinning once before settling. A sporting chance. Men, restrain her. Don't kill her. That's my privilege. Katie snatched up the knife and backed toward Glenn. 3 options flashed through her mind: surrender, fight, or the balcony's long drop. Only one was worth considering. Cut me loose, Glenn hissed. You'll die. I'm dead anyway. Let's go down swinging. Katie sawed at the ropes binding his wrists. One of the masked men took a step forward, his boot heavy on the bare plywood. Let them, Calloway commanded, holding up a hand. Let them have their heroic last stand. The ropes parted. Glenn surged to his feet and grabbed the broken leg of the chair, hefting it like a club, his knuckles white. His jaw was set, his breathing controlled. The wrestler in him was awake. Then they came. A blur of motion and violence. Katie slashed with the knife, feeling it bite into a forearm, warm blood spraying across her hand. A fist connected with her jaw, snapping her head sideways. She kicked out, drove the blade into a thigh. A man screamed. Hands seized her arms from behind, wrenching the knife away. She fought with elbows and teeth, but weight and numbers overwhelmed her. She was forced to the sooty subflooring, limbs pinned, the taste of ash and copper in her mouth. Glenn had downed one attacker with a vicious swing, but was now pinned under 2 others, the chair leg kicked out of reach. Calloway walked over, surveying his work with the calm of a man inspecting a finished construction. Who's first? Me. Glenn shouted. No. Katie strained against the hands holding her. Calloway crouched over Glenn, fist raised, then paused. He stood and turned to Katie. It changed my mind. Her first. He climbed onto her, his weight pressing the air from her lungs. Up close he was just a man, thin hair, sallow skin, eyes full of nothing. A vacancy where a soul should be. This is necessary, he whispered. Go to hell. He yanked Katie up by her hair. She spat in his face. He wiped it away, amused, and nodded to his men. They dragged her toward the open balcony, the cold night air rushing in. Calloway forced her to the railing's edge, making her look down at the distant pavement below. This was it. Her mind, strangely calm, hoped only that Glenn might survive. She closed her eyes. The first sound wasn't a gunshot. It was a metallic clack-clack and a sudden, violent hiss. Thick, white smoke erupted from 2 canisters that rolled into the center of the room from the hallway. In seconds, visibility dropped to 0. The hands holding Katie went slack in the confusion. A gunshot cracked, deafening in the enclosed space. The man nearest her crumpled. Another shot. Another body hit the floor. Katie dropped to the carpet, crawling blindly toward where she'd last seen Glenn. She collided with a leg, grabbed it, and drove her shoulder into a knee. She heard a grunt of pain, and the man fell away. Katie. It was Nina's voice, sharp and close. Down. Katie flattened herself. 2 more shots rang out, precise through the smoke. She heard a gurgle, then a heavy thud. You redecorating? Nina called, her voice dry and strained. I liked the old look better. The smoke was beginning to thin near the floor. Katie saw Nina Shaw braced in the doorway, pale and bleeding through her hospital clothes, a service pistol held steady in both hands. 2 of Calloway's followers lay dead near her feet. Glenn was on his feet, swinging the retrieved chair leg at a staggering figure. Calloway was gone. Katie scrambled up, her eyes stinging. The balcony was empty. She sprinted for the apartment's front door, yanking it open and launching herself into the hallway. The door to the fire stairs was swinging shut. She took the concrete steps 3 at a time, her shoulders screaming in protest. She heard footsteps echoing from below, fast and uneven. He was favoring a leg. She pushed harder, her breath ragged, her vision tunneling. She burst out of the stairwell exit into the rear parking lot. The cool night air hit her face like a slap. A figure was sprinting across the asphalt, limping badly. Calloway. He was heading for the narrow alley that fed onto the side street. Calloway. She yelled. He didn't look back. He vanished into the mouth of the alley. Katie ran, her boots pounding the pavement. She skidded into the alley in time to see him wrench open the passenger door of a black SUV, idling at the curb. The interior was dark. He hauled himself inside. The vehicle's tires screeched, spitting gravel. It accelerated away. Katie ran after it, a futile, furious sprint. She reached the end of the alley as the SUV's taillights flared red at a distant intersection, then turned and disappeared into the flow of the city. She stood there, chest heaving, the taste of smoke and failure thick in her mouth. He was gone. Not with a theatrical leap, but with a tactical, professional extraction. Wounded and furious, but alive. The game wasn't over. It was just resetting for the next round. A scream of pure frustration built in her throat, but she choked it back. She turned and walked slowly back toward her building, where the flashing lights of responding units were now painting the brick in pulses of red and blue. He was gone, but he'd left his mark. And she knew, with a cold certainty that settled deeper than any bruise, that Calvin Calloway would be back. Chapter 31. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Samantha adjusted the joystick with a delicate touch, the plastic cool and smooth under her thumb. The drone lifted from the weathered planks of her back deck, with a sharp, electric whine that climbed in pitch as it ascended. The sound faded to a persistent, distant mosquito buzz as it climbed above the roofline. The tablet screen balanced on her lap glowed, showing a green sea of treetops, the view tilting sickeningly as she banked the Phantom in a slow, wide arc over the old quarry. Mapping the property lines had seemed like a sensible, practical first project for the new drone, a way to learn the finicky controls without crashing it, and to prove to her husband, Mark, over his evening beer, that she hadn't wasted the money on a toy. He'd called it that. Another toy, Sam, with that patient, slightly weary smile that meant he was humoring her. He said it right there at the kitchen island, not looking up from his laptop, his fingers pausing on the keys. The memory tightened her jaw. The morning air in Millerton was still and heavy, saturated with the damp, sweet smell of cut grass from yesterday's mowing. It clung to the back of her throat. The sun, still low, painted long, distorted shadows from the oak trees across the dewy lawn. A family, a man in a stiff-looking suit, a woman in a floral dress, two small girls with ribboned hair, walked in a neat procession along the gravel road below her property, heading toward the white-steepled church at the town's heart. The faint, melodic clang of a single bell carried on the quiet. Samantha, seated in a faded striped lawn chair on her back deck, her knees drawn up to her chest, offered them no wave. She let her hand, which had half risen from habit, fall back to the armrest. She'd de-learned. 6 weeks since the moving truck had emptied their Baltimore life into this century-old farmhouse with its creaking floors and ancient plumbing, and the quiet, pervasive judgment was a fact of life, as tangible as the humidity. City girl. Outsider. Another. She saw it in the prolonged stares at the grocery store, the way the cashier's eyes would track her from the organic arugula to the imported olive oil. She heard it in the way conversations at the hardware store, about rainfall or cattle feed or the high school football team, would dip to a murmur when she entered, resuming only after she'd passed, leaving a pocket of silence in her wake. She felt it in the polite, empty smiles that never reached the eyes of the women at the library, their gazes flicking to her charcoal gray linen pants and minimalist silver necklace before sliding away. They detraded Baltimore's constant symphony of sirens, traffic, and shouting neighbors for this. Sprawling, fenced fields of grazing cattle, a placid, algae-edged pond, and a silence so profound it sometimes felt like a physical pressure in her ears. In the evenings, with Mark home, it was a blanket. In the dead of night, when he was traveling, it was a void. Her husband had glossy childhood memories of Millerton, stories of idyllic summers spent at his grandparents' place, fishing in the creek and riding bikes down dirt roads. He'd forgotten to mention, or perhaps had never truly noticed, the deep-seated conservatism that ran like a bedrock layer beneath the picturesque surface, the way modern anything, from her artfully cropped hair to her preference for black clothing to this very drone, was met with a polite, frosty distrust. It was a town that liked things, and people, to stay in their assigned places. Her place, she was still figuring out, but it wasn't here on this deck with a tablet. It was probably in the kitchen, or at the church social she'd already declined twice. The drone cleared the last of the tall, shaggy pine trees that marked their western boundary. On the tablet screen, the land fell away sharply into the abandoned granite quarry, a sheer gray bowl of scarred rock now half filled with murky, rainwater the color of weak tea. Beyond the quarry's far rim lay a deep, wooded ravine, a tangled no-man's land between properties too steep and choked with undergrowth for anyone to bother with. It was perfect, she'd thought, for testing the camera's optical zoom without risking a collision. She pushed the left joystick forward gently, dipping the Phantom's nose. The digital horizon on the feed tilted, and the craft descended along the quarry's far rock wall. The image on her tablet jostled slightly with a gust of wind, then stabilized as the gimbal compensated. She could hear the faint, persistent buzz from the sky, a sound that seemed to belong to another world. She tapped the screen, switching to a higher resolution mode. The image sharpened, details snapping into focus. Thick, green undergrowth of briars and young saplings. Fallen logs furred with moss like green velvet. A deep, rotting carpet of brown leaves from last autumn, so thick it looked soft. Her thumb froze on the control. There. A flash of color. Not natural forest green or brown. A pale, waxy rectangle, stark against the organic chaos. Her heart gave a single, hard knock against her ribs that she felt in her throat. Probably trash, she told herself, forcing her thumb to move, nudging the craft a few feet lower. An old discarded cooler lid, a piece of plastic sheeting blown in from a construction site. She nudged the zoom slider with her index finger, the digital magnification ratcheting up. The image pixelated for a heart-stopping second, a blur of green and gray squares, before the processor caught up, and it resolved into shocking, impossible clarity. It was a torso. A human torso, severed cleanly at the waist, lying supine amidst the ferns and deadfall. The skin was a bluish-white, marbled with darker, bruise-like patches. It was naked. The navel was a dark, shallow dimple. A few yards away, partly obscured by the skeletal branches of a fallen bush, was the lower half, legs still joined at the hips, feet pointing slightly outward. They were placed with a chilling, deliberate space between them, not scattered as if thrown, but positioned. Arranged. Like components laid out for assembly. A scream caught in her throat, snagging on her vocal cords and becoming a choked, wet gasp. The air left her lungs in a rush, leaving her chest hollow and tight. Her hands began to tremble violently, a fine tremor that made the drone's feed shudder and bounce as if caught in a storm. The tablet slipped in her lap. She clutched at it, her fingernails scraping the plastic case. A wave of nausea rose from her gut, sour and hot, flooding her mouth with saliva. She tasted the bitter dregs of her morning coffee. She swallowed hard, her throat convulsing. She fumbled the controls, her slick thumb slipping on the plastic, sending the phantom into a clumsy, jerking ascent. But her eyes remained locked on the screen, unable to break away. The image was searing itself into her vision, the pale flesh against the dark, damp earth, a negative she knew she would see behind her eyelids for years. The sheer wrongness of it, the clean cut, the separation, the casual exposure to the elements locked her in place. She scrambled for her phone, which had been resting on the small wicker table beside her lawn chair. Her fingers, numb and clumsy, knocked it to the deck boards. It landed with a plastic clatter and skittered toward the edge. She lunged for it, her movements uncoordinated, the belt of her robe catching on the chair arm. She grabbed it with both hands as if it were a lifeline, her grip so tight her knuckles ached. The screen was smeared with her fingerprints. She stabbed at it, bringing up the keypad, her vision blurring at the edges. She misdialed, hitting a 4 instead of a 1, and had to erase it, her breath now coming in short, sharp pulls that didn't seem to reach her lungs. Each inhale was a shallow sip of the heavy, grass-scented air. Finally, the call connected. The ringtone sounded once, twice, 2 long electronic bleats that stretched time. 911, what is your emergency? The operator's voice was a calm, professional monotone, maddeningly slow and measured against the frantic drumbeat in Samantha's chest. There's a body, Samantha blurted, the words too loud, cracking on the second syllable. She lowered her voice, pressing the phone hard against her ear. In the ravine. Behind the old quarry off Millerton Road. Her voice was a thin, reedy thing, barely her own. She gave her address, the numbers and street name tumbling over each other. You have to send someone. Now. I'm dispatching units now, ma'am, the operator said, her tone unchanged. A keyboard clicked softly in the background. Can you describe the victim? Are you with the victim now? No, I'm at my house. I saw it from my drone. Samantha squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block it out, but the image flashed behind her lids with terrible clarity, the unnatural geometry of the limbs, the stark division. The woman's. I think it's a woman. She's in pieces. The last word came out as a whisper. In pieces, can you clarify? The operator's voice was detached, methodical. She's cut in half. The clinical description felt grotesque in her mouth, a violation. The top part and the bottom part are just lying there. In the woods. Separate. Are you certain it's human? Could it be a mannequin or an animal? A deer carcass sometimes. It's human, the force of her own shout startled her. She lowered her voice, a sob threatening to break through. She clamped her free hand over her mouth, then dragged it down her chin. And I'm sure. I zoomed in. I saw skin. It's a person. Please, you have to believe me. It's okay, ma'am. I need you to stay on the line. Units are en route. Can you secure your drone and wait at your residence? Yes. Yes, I'll be here. The formal language, the procedure, was a fragile raft in the sea of her panic. As she clung to it, she realized she was rocking slightly in the chair, a forward and back motion she couldn't control. Is there anyone else with you? No, the word sounded small. My husband is away on business. The isolation of the farmhouse, which had felt peaceful an hour ago, now felt vast and threatening. Every window seemed like a dark eye. The empty fields were hiding places. He's in Chicago. Okay. Stay on the line until you hear the sirens. Can you do that? But Samantha couldn't. The need to move, to do something, to break the connection with this calm voice that couldn't possibly understand the horror on her screen, was overwhelming. They're coming. You're sure? Sheriff's deputies are approximately 7 minutes out. I have your location. Are you in a safe place? I'm on my back deck. She looked around as if the concept of safe had just been redefined. The deck felt exposed. I have to land the drone. It was an excuse. She couldn't stand the calm, placid voice in her ear for another second, discussing ETA while that image was still hovering in the sky, broadcast from the ravine. I'll be here. She ended the call before the operator could respond, dropping the phone into her lap as if it had grown hot. The silence that followed was immediate and thick. On the tablet, the drone's view was now a high, stable shot looking down at her own roof, the green metal shimmering in the sun. She operated the controls by rote, her movements mechanical, her fingers stiff. She brought the Phantom into a slow, descending spiral toward the back lawn. Her breath still hitched in her chest, a little catch on every third inhale. As the craft settled onto the grass with a soft thump, the propellers whirring down to a sigh and then silence, the morning quiet rushed back in, now profoundly sinister. It was a listening silence. She sat frozen in the lawn chair, the tablet screen darkening to a swirling screensaver, a galaxy of colors that felt obscene. The smell of cut grass was now nauseatingly sweet, cloying. The distant church bell had stopped. All she could hear was the frantic, whooshing pulse in her own ears. She became aware of a deep, cold ache in her hands from how tightly she'd been gripping the tablet. She pried her fingers loose one by one. A movement. A flicker at the very edge of her vision, down where their property met the county road. A shift of shadow against the steady green of the field. She turned her head slowly, her neck stiff, vertebrae grinding. Down by the rusted wire fence line, old Walter from the hardware store stood perfectly still. He was maybe 200 yards away, a gaunt figure in faded overalls and a checked shirt, the sleeves rolled to his elbows. He wasn't looking at her house or at her on the deck. His face, leathery and lined like old saddle leather, was tilted upward, His eyes narrowed against the morning sun. He was staring intently at the empty patch of sky where her drone had just been, his gaze fixed on that specific point in the blue, as if he could trace an invisible line back down to the controller in her hands, straight through the digital lens to the horror she had just discovered in the ravine below. His hands hung at his sides, fingers slightly curled. He didn't move. He didn't shift his weight. He didn't wave. He just stood there, a silent sentinel at the border of her new life, watching. Knowing. A coldness that had nothing to do with the morning air seeped into Samantha's bones, starting at the base of her spine and spreading outwards. She realized, with a jolt that tightened her stomach, that the drone's camera had been pointing down, transmitting for the entire panicked minute after her discovery. The feed had been live. The screen on her lap had been glowing with that awful image. And Walter had been watching. Not the sky, not the drone itself, but the screen. Her screen. From his vantage point, he couldn't possibly see the ravine. But he had seen her reaction. He had seen her jerk back as if struck, fumble for her phone, the unmistakable panic in the hunch of her shoulders, the way she'd brought a hand to her mouth. He'd seen her head bow, her body curl in on itself during the call. He'd seen her frantic movements with the controller. He knew something was terribly wrong. And as he finally, slowly, turned his head to look directly at her house, his expression wasn't one of curiosity or concern. It was a flat, assessing look, devoid of warmth, the look a man might give a piece of machinery that had suddenly malfunctioned. He held her gaze across the distance for 3 long seconds. She didn't blink, couldn't look away. His eyes were pale, washed-out blue in the distance. Then, without haste, he turned on his heel, the motion deliberate, and walked back along the fence line, his boots crushing the tall grass. He disappeared behind a stand of scrub pines, their branches swallowing him whole. Samantha was left alone on the deck, the tablet dark in her lap, the drone a silent black insect on the lawn. The silence was no longer empty. It was full of the image in the ravine and the memory of Walter's stare. The church bell began to ring again, a steady, mournful toll marking the hour. It sounded like a warning. She was an outsider who had stumbled into a secret she was never meant to see, and the town, in the form of Walter's knowing, impassive face, had just acknowledged it. She wrapped her arms around herself, but the cold was inside now, deep and settling. She waited for the sirens, staring at the spot where Walter had vanished, wondering what else this quiet, judging town was keeping in its ravines. Chapter 32. In Chapter 2. In Chapter 2. Katie Ford's body was in the hospital chair, a hard plastic shell that dug into the bruises on her lower back. Her mind was elsewhere, trapped in a relentless, grinding loop with Sela's crow. The loop always started the same way. The sound of Ben's muffled cry through the apartment door, the splintering wood, the dark shape in the hallway. Then the fight, a blur of fists, gunshots, and Nina's roar of fury. It ended the same way, too. Crow's weight against her, the sickening lurch as the railing gave, and her own desperate heave. The silent drop. The empty concrete. 8 hours had bled away since that moment, and the parade of other patients. The murmured conversations, the squeak of gurney wheels, the distant, tinny page for a doctor, was just background noise, a radio left on in another room. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sickly greenish tint on everything. The air was a layered smell of antiseptic, stale coffee, and the underlying, sweetly nauseating scent of illness. Katie shifted, and the plastic chair creaked. The movement sent a fresh spike of pain through her ribs, a reminder that the loop in her head wasn't just memory. It was etched into her muscles, her bones. Her forearms, resting on her thighs, were a patchwork of gauze and tape. Beneath the dressings, the deep gravel burns from the concrete rooftop throbbed with a persistent, hot ache. She could feel the tiny, embedded fragments like grains of sand under her skin, a constant, grating presence. Last night, Crow had taken Ben. He'd used him as bait, a piece on a board only he could see. Katie had walked right into the trap, driven by a fear so sharp it felt like a physical object in her throat. Nina Shaw had been the detonation that saved them, a force of nature turning the apartment into a charnel house of smoke and blood. Katie's final act had been to heave Crow over the railing, using the last of her strength. But the ground below, when she'd forced herself to look, had offered up no body. No broken form. Just empty concrete, stained with old rain, under the yellow glow of a security light. He was out there now. Somewhere in the pre-dawn dark, bleeding, hurting, but alive. Vengeance would be the only thought in that twisted mind. She had to find him first. End him. The question was where. The city was a maze of a million hiding places, and Crow knew the darkest corners better than anyone. She closed her eyes, trying to force her thoughts into some semblance of order, but all she saw was the railing giving way, the empty space where a body should have been. A nurse appeared, a young man with tired eyes and a 5 o'clock shadow that looked permanent. He didn't speak, just efficiently wrapped the blood pressure cuff around her bicep. The Velcro ripped loudly in the quiet curtain bay, a sound that made Katie flinch. He pumped the bulb, the pressure tightening until it ached, a band of pain around her already sore arm. He watched the gauge as the needle slowly fell, his expression blank. He removed the cuff, the sound softer this time. "You're cleared, Agent Ford. But you need rest. Real rest." Aggravating these wounds risks shock and systemic infection. He gestured vaguely toward her arms, her torso, hidden under the thin hospital gown. "You'll have significant scarring." Scarring was the least of her worries. A map of past violence was just part of the uniform. "Am I discharged?" "You are." He pulled a small pad from his pocket and began writing, not looking at her. "Keep the wounds clean. Change the dressings twice daily. The gravel fragments, they're deep. They'll work their way out over time. It will be uncomfortable. Be careful." His tone was rote, the same speech given a dozen times a shift. He tore off the slip and held it out. "Instructions. Follow up with your primary in a week." Katie took the paper, her fingers brushing his. "Thanks," it was a hollow courtesy. As she stood, the movement was a cascade of protests. A sharp complaint from her ribs, followed by a deep, throbbing ache in her lower back, and the familiar hot sting from her arms. She pushed the curtain aside, the metal rings rattling softly, and stepped into the main ward corridor. The linoleum was icy cold under her socked feet. Her boots and jacket were somewhere, probably bagged as evidence along with everything else from that apartment. She felt exposed and small in the gown, the ties loose at the back. She followed the sound of a familiar, gritted voice, arguing behind a pale blue curtain 2 bays down. It was a sound like grinding stones, unmistakable even through the hospital haze. "Not spending another minute in this bed, Doc. I'm fine. I'm upright. I'm talking. That's the definition of fine." Katie pulled the curtain back on its metal rings. The scene was a still life of stubbornness. Nina Shaw was sitting on the edge of a hospital bed, her back ramrod straight, her fingers working at the monitor leads stuck to her chest. She peeled off a circular electrode with a grimace, revealing an angry red patch of skin underneath. The wires dangled, and the heart monitor beside the bed emitted a steady, flatline beep of protest. A doctor, maybe in his 50s with deep shadows under his eyes and a stethoscope draped around his neck like a noose, stood before her, his posture one of profound defeat. He had his arms crossed, but it looked less like a stance of authority and more like he was holding himself together. "You are not fine," the doctor said, his voice flat, drained of all persuasive energy. "You were admitted 72 hours ago with a punctured lung and significant blood loss. You discharged yourself against medical advice. Last night you were involved in an incident that has resulted in burst stitches, a high risk of infection, elevated heart rate, and tracheal swelling from what I can only assume was manual strangulation." He pointed a finger at the bruising visible at the collar of Nina's gown, a ring of dark purple and yellow. "You need observation. At least 24 hours. Fluids. Antibiotics. And actual sleep." "It's normal wear and tear," Nina shot back, not looking at him but spotting Katie in the doorway. Her eyes, usually chips of flint, were bloodshot and weary, the whites a network of red lines. "Ford, tell him. This is a waste of a bed. They need it for people who are actually sick." Katie leaned against the curtain frame, crossing her arms, then uncrossing them immediately as the motion pulled at the cuts on her forearms. She settled for hooking her thumbs into the pockets of the hospital gown. "Arguing with Agent Shaw is a losing battle," Katie said, directing it to the doctor. Her own voice sounded rough, unused. "But is her condition critical? Right now, tonight? Is she going to drop if she walks out of here?" The doctor pinched the bridge of his nose, squeezing his eyes shut for a long second. When he opened them, the defeat was even deeper. "Potentially, yes. If an infection sets in from the burst abdominal stitches, or if the internal bleeding she's undoubtedly aggravating right now gets worse, it could become septic, or she could collapse the lung again. It's not a minor risk. It's a probable one." Nina scoffed, a dry, rasping sound that turned into a short, wet cough. She pressed a hand to her side, her face paling. "How about I go home, rest in my own bed, and come back if I feel faint?" "You have my word. I'll sit on my couch. I won't move." "You left this hospital against advice once already. Your word has a limited value here," the doctor said, but the fight was leaving him, seeping out into the antiseptic air. He looked at the flatlining monitor, at the discarded electrodes, and sighed. "You should probably listen to him, Nina," Katie said, her voice low. She meant it. Nina looked pale, a grayish undertone beneath her usual weathered tan. A fine sheen of sweat glistened at her temples and her upper lip. Her hands, as they worked at the second electrode, had a faint, visible tremor. The doctor sighed, a sound of such profound exhaustion it seemed to weigh down the room. "I can't force you. You're alert and oriented. But leaving in your state is medically irresponsible and could be fatal." He looked at Katie, a silent plea for reinforcement, his eyes begging her to be the voice of reason. "5 minutes," Katie asked him, nodding toward the curtain. "You look like you need a coffee." "Or 3. Let me talk to her." He didn't argue. He just gave a small, helpless shake of his head, turned and shuffled out, the curtain falling closed behind him with a soft swish. The sound of his squeaking shoes faded down the corridor. Once they were alone, Katie moved closer. The space between the bed and the wall was narrow, barely enough for one person. She could smell the hospital on Nina, antiseptic soap, the faint metallic tang of old blood, the stale, recycled air, but underneath it was the familiar scent of Nina's leather jacket, of gun oil and stubbornness. "The truth," Katie said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. She put a hand on the cold metal rail of the bed. "How do you actually feel?" "No bullshit. I need to know if you're going to pass out in the car." The defiance, the rigid posture, dissolved all at once. Nina sagged, her shoulders slumping forward, her head dipping so that her chin nearly touched her chest. It was a sudden, stark vulnerability that made Katie's breath catch in her own bruised throat. Nina's hands, which had been busy and defiant, now lay limp in her lap, palms up. Her breath came in shallow, careful pants, as if each inhalation was a calculated risk against a band of pain around her ribs. "Like death warmed over," she muttered, not looking up. Her voice was a threadbare version of itself. "And then kicked back into the grave for good measure." It was written all over her, in every line of her body. The accumulated trauma of the last week, her own near-fatal injury during the Campbell raid, the forced hospital stay, the second attack in her home, last night's bloodbath, had sanded her down to the core. The iron will was still there, but the physical vessel was cracking. Katie, younger and less physically battered by the long years of the job, felt a surge of protective guilt so sharp it was nausea. This was her partner. This was her fault. Crow had come for Nina, and Katie had been the lightning rod that drew him out. She reached out, her hand hovering for a second over Nina's shoulder before she let it drop, and instead gently adjusted the thin hospital blanket that had pooled at Nina's waist. It was a useless, maternal gesture, but it was all she could think to do. "Then stay," Katie said, the words feeling inadequate, childish even to her own ears. "Just for the night. Recover. The world won't end in 12 hours. Crow's hurt. He's licking his wounds. The world doesn't stop. And neither does he." Nina's eyes lifted, meeting Katie's. The weariness was there, a deep ocean of it, but so was the old, unyielding fire, a pilot light that never went out. She began gathering her jacket from the foot of the bed, moving slowly, deliberately, each shift of her torso making her jaw tighten. The leather jacket was scarred and stained, a testament to its own history. "Thanks for last night," Nina said, her focus on the zipper she was trying to fasten. Her fingers fumbled, missing the tab twice. "Felt good to put those bastards down. A real, tangible result. I really thought we had him. At the end, when he went over, I thought that was it. I saw him go and I thought, finally. It's done." She finally caught the zipper, pulling it up an inch with a grimace of effort. "I'm sorry I didn't. I should have done more than just throw him. I should have made sure. Gone over with him something." The words tumbled out, fueled by the loop still playing behind her eyes. Nina shook her head, a slow, painful-looking movement. "You were spent. Out of ammo, out of gas. It was a logical move. Create distance, disorient him. I'd have done the same in your shoes." Her tone was matter of fact, a clinical assessment that left no room for Katie's spiraling guilt. She shifted on the bed, swinging her legs slowly to the floor. Her face tightened, a mask of controlled agony, as she moved her right leg. The hospital gown rode up, revealing a thick, fresh bandage around her thigh. "And so, where does a ghost like Crow go? He's hurt. He needs a hole. A quiet, dark hole." Katie leaned back against the wall, the cool plaster a relief against her aching head. She let her eyes close for a second, searching the mental files. "We know his places. The Barrens. Those abandoned warehouses by the river. The old meatpacking plant off I-95. Would he be that predictable? He knows we know them. He's arrogant, but he's not stupid. Sometimes his move is the obvious one. A double bluff. He wants us to think he's clever, so he acts plain. He hides in the place we've already cleared, because he knows we won't look twice. Katie rubbed her eyes, seeing flashes of the fight behind her lids, Crow's snarling face, the glint of a knife, the spray of plaster dust from a near miss. But honestly, she opened her eyes, meeting Nina's gaze. It's a guess. I hope. We have nothing else. No forensics from the apartment yet, no witnesses, no financial trail. He's a ghost. Nina checked her phone, the screen lighting up her tired face in the dim room. The blue glow accentuated the hollows under her eyes. Vance and the police chief are 10 minutes out. They've secured the scene, done the preliminary sweep. We need to brief them, give them a direction to throw resources at. Can you list every location we've ever tied to Crow? Every den, basement, flophouse, ruin. From the old files and from our recent dance with him. We need a map. I can try. Katie closed her eyes again, sifting through the snarled memories of the fight, pushing past the adrenaline and the fear to the quieter moments. Crow's words had been few, hissed into her ear during the struggle as they grappled near the window. I'll be the one. You didn't think I worked alone. It has to be this way, cryptic, arrogant. The rest was just violence and noise, the crash of furniture, the gunshots, the guttural sounds of combat. No addresses. No clues. Just rage and that terrible, empty feeling when the railing gave way. Where's Ben? Nina asked, looking past Katie toward the curtain. Her voice was tighter now, laced with a concern she rarely voiced. He was getting checked out. He okay? They keeping him? As if summoned, the curtain rustled, the rings clinking softly against the rod. A shape appeared behind the blue fabric, a shadow that hesitated. Then a hand, knuckles scraped raw, pushed the curtain aside. Ben stepped in. The sight of him, whole and upright, sent a jolt of relief through Katie that was immediately undercut by a fresh wave of guilt, so potent it dried her mouth. One side of his face was a storm cloud of purple bruising, swelling from his cheekbone down to his jaw, distorting the familiar, handsome lines. His left eye was puffy, nearly closed, a slit of blue visible between the swollen lids. A butterfly stitch held together a split on his brow. He moved carefully, favoring his left side, but he moved. He was wearing a clean, too large t-shirt and sweatpants, hospital issue. Alive and reporting, he said, his voice a welcome, solid thing in the sterile room. It was hoarse, scratchy, but it was his. Katie was across the small space in 2 steps, her socked feet silent on the floor. She moved into his embrace, careful of his injuries, pressing her forehead to the solid muscle of his shoulder. He smelled of hospital soap, and the faint, lingering, almost ghostly scent of his own cologne, a familiar anchor beneath the institutional smell. She breathed him in, her eyes squeezing shut, her arms coming around him gently, afraid to hurt him. The guilt was a cold, heavy stone in her gut, weighing down every breath. I'm so sorry, Ben, she whispered into the soft cotton of his shirt. Her voice broke. I never wanted this for you. Never. This is my world, and I dragged you into it. I should have made you leave. Weeks ago. His arms came around her, strong and steady despite everything. One hand came up to cradle the back of her head, his fingers threading gently through her hair, avoiding the tender spot where she'd hit the floor. Hey, he murmured, his voice a vibration in his chest. Stop. I get thrown around for a living. This is just a bad Tuesday with worse lighting. He gave a pained half-smile as she pulled back to look at him, her hands coming up to frame his damaged face, her thumbs carefully avoiding the bruises. He gently touched his jaw, wincing as his fingers made contact. You too, okay? I saw the parade of cops and feds outside. Looked like a war zone. They wouldn't tell me anything. Katie nodded, her own aches flaring in sympathy as she looked at him. She gestured vaguely at her own face, the minor cuts and abrasions, the bandages on her arms. Stones under the skin. Nothing vital. We'll match in a few days. She tried for a smile, but it felt weak and false. Ben's eyes shifted to Nina, the woman he'd first seen months ago executing masked men in his girlfriend's living room with terrifying efficiency. His expression was a complex mix of gratitude, awe, and residual shock. You, he asked, his good eyes searching her face. They said you got hurt before. Is it worse? Nina was watching them, her face unreadable, but her eyes held a softness that was rare. She was leaning heavily, on one hand braced on the mattress. Functional, she said, the single word clipped. Then, after a beat where she seemed to weigh something, she added, You held your own last night. Didn't freeze. Didn't beg. That's something. Most people would have broken. Ben acknowledged this with a slight, careful nod. He talked a lot. Tried to get in my head. I just kept thinking about the door. He looked back at Katie, the question returning to his eyes, deeper now. Who was he asked, his voice quieter, more serious. And where'd he vanish to? 1 minute he was there, the next, the cops said there was no body. Nothing. Like he evaporated. Katie looked at Nina, a silent request for permission, for guidance on how much to share. This wasn't a case file. This was the man she loved, asking about the monster who'd tied him to a chair. Nina gave a single, slow nod. Tell him. He's in it now. He deserves to know what's hunting us. Katie took a breath, steeling herself. She guided Ben to sit on the end of Nina's bed, the mattress dipping under his weight. The movement made Nina shift, a flicker of pain crossing her features before she controlled it. Katie remained standing, needing to move, but the small room gave her nowhere to go. Sila's crow, she said, the name feeling heavy and poisonous on her tongue. She let it hang in the air for a moment. A serial killer. The predator. Not the kind you see in the movies. He's an organizer. A contractor for other monsters. Nina put him away years ago, put him in a supermax, but the case, it was complicated. Evidence issues, a coerced confession from an accomplice. He got out on a technicality 18 months ago. He's wanted payback ever since. I got on his radar when I became her partner. He sees her legacy, and he wants to destroy it. Erase it. By hurting me, by hurting you, he gets to her. She met Ben's gaze, forcing herself to hold it. It's my fault he came for you. He used you to get to me. Because he knew it would work. It is not, Nina cut in, her voice firm, brooking no argument. She leaned forward, wincing, but her eyes were locked on Ben. This was always coming. A debt he thought was owed. With or without her, he'd have made a move eventually. I took his freedom, his empire. He's a narcissist. He can't let that stand. You were a tool. A convenient one. Don't let her take that weight. It's not hers to carry. Oh, it's his. All of it. Ben absorbed this, his good eye moving between them. He looked down at his hands, turning them over as if seeing the scrapes for the first time. He let out a long, slow breath. Jesus, he breathed out, the word laden with the sheer scale of it, the absurd, terrifying reality. A serial killer. And he's just out there. And now, after last night, he's not a lone wolf, Nina added, pulling her jacket tighter around herself as if suddenly cold. He never was. He's plugged into gangs, traffickers, backwoods cults, prison networks. He's a facilitator, a nightmare broker. You need a body disappeared. A witness silenced. A shipment moved through a port without inspection. He's your guy. He's got a network that stretches like rotten roots under this whole city, maybe further. I've been chasing his shadow, cleaning up his messes for 16 years. Last night was the closest I've ever been to ending it. So what's the plan? Ben asked, looking from Nina's grim face to Katie's tense posture. You find this network. Follow the roots. Find him, Nina said, as if it were that simple. Her voice was cold and final. Cut the head off. The network will scatter, find another monster to serve. But him. He ends. Tonight. Before he has time to heal and plan his next move. We just don't have a starting point, Katie admitted, frustration tightening her voice into a wire. She paced the short length of the room, 2 steps toward the curtain, 2 steps back. Her socked feet were soundless. His known associates are ghosts. His properties, the ones we know about, are being watched, but he'd know that. He'd expect it. He's in the wind and he's hurt. That makes him more dangerous, not less. A wounded animal is unpredictable. He'll lash out, or he'll burrow so deep we'll never find him. Nina's phone chimed, a harsh buzz on the bedside table that made all 3 of them jump. She picked it up, her mouth a thin, bloodless line as she read the screen. Vance and the chief are in the waiting room. We need to go give them a direction, or they'll start their own, and it'll be a waste of time and bodies. They'll flood the wrong neighborhoods, knock on the wrong doors, and Crow will be laughing at us from whatever hole he's found. Ben looked between them, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, then to a dawning realization, as if a puzzle piece was tilting into place in his mind. Wait, he said, holding up a hand. You don't know where to start. That's all. You have no lead. He could be anywhere, Katie said, stopping her pacing. She ran a hand through her hair, her fingers catching on a tangle. 100 holes to crawl into. He might not even be in the city anymore. He could be halfway to Pennsylvania by now, holed up in some hunting cabin his network owns. He could be on a boat. He has the resources. Ben's eyebrows lifted, a gesture that made him wince again as the skin around his eye pulled. He looked down at his hands, then back up at them, his gaze intense, focused inward. Am I crazy? He asked slowly, carefully. Didn't you notice it? In the apartment during the whole thing. The smell. It was so strong it made me gag. I thought I was going to puke. I had to breathe through my mouth. Katie stared. Her mind raced back, scrambling through the panic and the violence, trying to isolate a sense beyond sight and sound. It smells. There was cordite, sharp and acrid. Plaster dust, dry and chalky. The coppery scent of blood, both fresh and old, from the previous violence in that apartment. The mildew from damp carpet, but nothing distinct, nothing out of place for a brutal fight in a dusty, neglected building. She shook her head slowly. I know I didn't. There was a lot going on. Nina went perfectly still. Not a muscle moved. Her eyes, tired and hazy a moment before, were now sharp, laser-focused entirely on Ben. All her pain seemed to recede behind a wall of pure professional intensity. What smell? She asked, her voice low and deliberate, the way she spoke to a witness on the verge of a breakthrough, gentle but insistent. Describe it. Take your time. Ben spread his hands, as if trying to shape the memory in the air between them. He looked at the ceiling, his good eye narrowing in concentration. I guess you missed it. The adrenaline, the chaos. But I was tied to that chair for a while before you got there. Just sitting in it. Nothing to do but wait and smell. And the whole time, it was this overwhelming, sweet, rotten stench. It filled the room. Like spoiled meat left in the sun and chemicals and something else. Something earthy and foul, like wet soil from a deep hole. He shook his head, searching for the right comparison, his nose wrinkling at the memory. I used to do waste management back in college. Summer jobs. This was like the worst landfill smell, the leachate smell from the bottom of a pit, but concentrated. Cloying. It stuck in the back of your throat. It was in the fabric of the chair, I swear. In the air, like it had seeped into the walls. I think it was on him, too. Don Crow. When he leaned in close to talk to me, got right in my face, it was strongest. It was coming off his clothes, his skin. Like he'd been bathing in it. Katie's heart began to beat a hard, quick, painful rhythm against her bruised ribs. A smell. A specific, memorable, horrific stench. Not just a general foulness, but a particular cocktail of rot and chemicals. Her mind, trained for patterns, began to spin, discarding possibilities. Not a slaughterhouse, that was mostly blood and awful. Not a meth lab, that was sharper, more ammonia-based. A landfill. Possibly, but Crow hiding in a dump. It didn't fit his profile of controlled, hidden spaces. Ben looked at their frozen faces, seeing the dawning comprehension, the shift from hopelessness to a razor-edged focus. He gave a small, grim nod, confirming their unspoken thought. I think I know where your guy is hiding. Or at least where he's been. You're looking for a hole. I think I know what it smells like. He paused, letting the implication hang in the sterile, antiseptic air of the hospital room, a stark contrast to the foulness he described. You need to look underground. Chapter 33. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The air in the sterile hospital side room felt charged, thick with the competing smells of antiseptic, stale coffee, and the faint, metallic scent of old blood that no amount of cleaning could erase. It was a small consulting room, not much bigger than a closet, with a scuffed laminate table bolted to the floor and 4 mismatched plastic chairs that groaned and creaked under weight. A faded anatomical diagram of the human muscular system was taped to one beige wall, a relic from a different kind of consultation, the red and blue veins of the illustration looking like a roadmap to a simpler injury. The door was shut, a heavy, solid click sealing them in with the persistent hum of the HVAC and the immense, suffocating weight of unfinished business. Katie Ford stood beside Ben, her body, a map of throbbing pain held rigidly in check. Every breath was a conscious effort, a shallow sip of air that avoided the sharp protest in her ribs. With Nina Shaw a solid, pained presence on her other side, she felt anchored. Across from them, FBI Director Robert Vance and D.C. Police Chief Michael Foster completed the tense circle, their postures erect, their faces grim and shadowed in the unforgiving fluorescent glare. Vance's gaze, weary but sharp as a scalpel, swept over Ben, a clear, unspoken question in the tight line of his mouth. He didn't recognize him, and in their world, an unknown in a confidential briefing was a potential breach, a loose thread. "Ben Carter," Ben said, his voice cutting through the static, answering the director's unspoken question before it could be voiced. He stood straight, shoulders squared, but Katie, from her angle, could see the tension in the corded muscles of his neck, the way his hands hung loosely at his sides, the fingers slightly curled, ready to form fists at a second's notice. Vance's gaze flicked to Katie, a silent demand for context, for validation. "He's with me," Katie stated, leaving no room for ambiguity. Her tone was flat, final, the same tone she used to shut down bureaucratic interference. Vance held her eyes for a beat longer, his own gaze assessing, calculating the risk. Then he gave a slight, almost imperceptible acknowledging nod. The unspoken understanding passed between them, he was the one taken. "He's part of this now. He stays." Ben laid it out, his voice steady but stripped of any embellishment, a just the facts recitation that somehow made it worse. "A masked men." A black SUV with tinted windows, so dark they swallowed the morning light, turning the interior into a cave. The trunk, the smell of spare tire rubber and old, mildewed carpet, the disorientation of motion in the absolute dark, his own heartbeat loud in his ears. Being hauled out, the rough grip on his arms, the cold bite of zip ties on his wrists, being tied to a chair in Katie's own living room, the familiar surroundings of bookshelves, and a worn rug turned into a stage for his terror. Campbell was already there, he finished, the name dropping into the quiet room like a stone into a still pond. Awaiting. Leaning against the mantel like he owned the place. Like he was waiting for a guest. Chief Foster, a broad-shouldered man with the permanently wind-burned complexion of a street cop who'd spent decades squinting into the sun, leaned forward, his elbows on the table making it tilt slightly. "Anything we can trace. Even a partial on the license plate. Distinctive marks on the SUV, dents, stickers, aftermarket rims. Voices, accents, speech patterns, anything they said to each other." Ben's eyes went distant, looking at the wall but seeing the past. He shook his head slowly, a muscle in his jaw twitching. "They were professionals. Gloves. No names used. Get him in, watch the curb, that kind of thing. The plates were muddy, maybe deliberately. Nothing usable." He paused, his focus sharpening as he leaned forward, his forearms resting on the table. "But my phone. It was in my jacket pocket when they grabbed me. It was recording. Audio. The whole time they had me in the car. One of them must have found it later, used it to text Katie, to lure her, so it's probably still in her apartment, under furniture or something. It's a black case. It'll be hard to see." Katie's pulse jumped, a sudden, painful hammer against her bruised ribs. She turned her head slowly to look at him, the movement sending a fresh ache down her neck. "You were recording. The entire abduction." "Habit," Ben said simply, meeting her gaze. There was no pride in it, just cold, practical fact. "From my old job. You never know when you'll need a record." I hit the voice memo button when the SUV first pulled up, before they got out. I thought it was a delivery. I was wrong. He held her eyes, and in them she saw the ghost of the fear, and the fierce, focused intelligence that had made him a formidable investigator in his own right. "We need that device," Nina cut in, her voice gravelly with pain and a razor-edge urgency. She shifted her weight off her injured side, a barely perceptible transfer that nonetheless made her suck in a quick breath through her nose. A fine sheen of sweat glistened at her temples. Immediately. Before the cleaners get in, or Campbell circles back for souvenirs. That audio could give us voices, background noise, traffic sounds, a location if they stopped anywhere. It's a direct wire into his operation. Chief Foster was already scribbling a note in a small, leather-bound pad he'd pulled from his breast pocket. The pen scratched loudly in the quiet. "I'll have a forensic team at your apartment within the hour, Katie. They'll tear it apart grid by grid." Silent approach. "If the phone's there, we'll find it." He looked up, his eyes moving from Ben to Vance. "Now," he said, the word a pivot, "where do we start hunting this bastard?" "We put his face on every screen from here to Baltimore. Flood the zone. Make him a celebrity." Director Vance held up a cautioning hand, his fingers long and manicured but the knuckles prominent, bony. "A full public spectacle will drive him deeper underground. He's survived this long by being a ghost, Chief. We announce a manhunt. Every two-bit informant and glory seeker comes out of the woodwork with false sightings, and he vanishes into a sewer pipe for another 6 months while we chase our tails. We need precision. We need intelligence, not noise." The room was quiet for a long moment, the only sounds the scratch of Foster's pen and the relentless hum of the lights. Katie watched Ben. He was staring at the tabletop, his brow furrowed in intense concentration, mentally sifting through the horror, looking for the one grain of sand that didn't belong. "Ben," Katie prompted softly, her voice barely above a whisper. He looked up, blinked, and rubbed his jaw, the stubble rasping audibly under his palm. "This might sound strange, and it's not visual, but that car and Campbell himself, when I finally saw him in Katie's living room, they both had the same smell. It cut through everything else, the mildew, the fear, the stale air. Sewer water. Not just damp earth, but stale, chemical with that sweet-rot undertone. I worked waste management for a summer in college, inspecting lines. That smell gets into your clothes, your hair. It clings to your sinuses for hours. You don't forget it." Chief Foster's eyebrows rose, disappearing into his close-cropped hairline. "The sewer system. He's using it as a highway. Like some kind of rat." "It's plausible," Nina said, thinking aloud. Her eyes lost focus as she mentally mapped the possibility, her gaze fixed on the anatomical diagram as if it were a tunnel schematic. Miles of forgotten tunnels, maintenance access points, old storm drains that haven't been checked in years. Multiple entry and exit points across the city and into Maryland. Perfect for a ghost. No need for a car, no traffic cameras, no witnesses. He could move at night, sleep during the day down there if he had a dry niche. And no CCTV, Katie added, the pieces clicking into a grim, coherent picture. Her mind, always seeking patterns, latched onto the logic of it. He could traverse half the city unseen, pop up in a park, an alley, a basement. He could have a dozen bolt holes down there. Storage for weapons, supplies. It's a perfect base of operations for someone who wants to stay off the grid completely. A literal underground. Director Vance's expression turned grim, the lines around his mouth deepening into grooves. He placed both hands flat on the table, a deliberate, anchoring gesture that signaled a shift from discussion to declaration. Before we proceed with any operational planning, official notification. As of 600 hours this morning, following the attempted murder of a federal agent and the kidnapping of a civilian, Tobias Campbell has been formally designated an outlaw. He let the term hang for a second, its medieval weight felt by everyone in the room. The protection of the law no longer applies. He is to be considered armed, extremely dangerous, and an imminent threat to public safety. Lethal force is authorized on sight. The words seemed to thicken the antiseptic air. Outlaw asterisk. It was a rare, brutal term in modern procedure, stripping away all pretense of due process, of rights of capture. It meant shoot to kill. It meant the hunt was now, officially, a purge. Understood, Chief Foster said, his voice devoid of emotion. It was a tactical reality to him, a box checked. He gave a short, sharp nod. No. Nina's voice was a whip crack in the small room, startling in its force. All eyes snapped to her. She had pushed herself fully upright, away from the wall she'd been leaning on for support, her face pale beneath its olive tone, but her jaw set like granite. We bring him in alive. Vance fixed her with a look that was part pity, part exasperation, the look of a man who has to manage both grief and policy. Mia, given the circumstances, what he did to you, what he tried to do to Agent Ford and Mr. Carter, the authorization is standard, it's procedural. It's for the safety of every officer involved. He's demonstrated he will not be taken peacefully. 16 years, she interrupted, not raising her voice but filling the space with its low, vibrating intensity. She took a half step toward the table, her movement stiff. 16 years he's been a stain on my career, on my life, on the memory of good agents. This ends with me watching the life leave his eyes in a courtroom, under the glare of lights, with a judge and a jury and a transcript that lasts forever. Not in some dank tunnel with a flashlight beam on his corpse. I need that. My team, what's left of it, needs that closure. The families need that verdict. My request stands. Apprehension, not elimination. Katie felt a twist of conflict, a physical sensation like a hot knot tightening under her sternum. Her own desire for vengeance was a live wire, humming with the memory of Ben tied to that chair, of Crow's taunting smile, of the sheer violation of her home. She wanted Campbell erased. But Nina's need was a tangible force in the room, a raw, magnetic pull. She saw it in the white-knuckled grip Nina had on the back of the empty chair, in the unvarnished, desperate want in her partner's eyes. Katie opened her mouth, her voice careful, measured, trying to bridge the gap. Nina, if he poses a direct, immediate threat to an agent's life, if there's no other way to neutralize him. I know the risks, Katie. I've lived with them longer than you've been carrying a badge. Nina's gaze didn't waver from Vance. It was a veteran's stare, unblinking. But I'm asking, officially, as the senior agent on this case, since its goddamn inception. We take him alive. We try. Chief Foster sighed, a heavy, pragmatic sound that came from his chest. He looked at Vance, then back at Nina, his cop's mind weighing the operational nightmare against the human plea. We'll attempt apprehension. We'll issue tasers, beanbag rounds, the whole less lethal kit. We'll have negotiators on standby. But if my people are in the crosshairs, if he's armed and refusing to surrender, we drop him. No debate. No second chances. That's my condition. My officers don't die for your closure, Agent Shaw. Nina held his stare for a long 3 seconds. The muscles in her throat worked as she swallowed hard. She gave a single, sharp nod, her lips pressed into a thin line. Agreed, she said, the word tight, conceding to the brutal arithmetic of the street she knew as well as he did. Vance waited, letting the uneasy agreement settle, watching the two women. Then he gestured with his chin toward the door. "Ben, Chief Foster, if you could give us the room for a moment. Coordinate on that phone recovery. I need a word with my agents." Ben gave Katie a questioning look, his eyes searching hers. She nodded, a slight, reassuring dip of her chin. "It's okay. Go." He held her gaze for a second longer, then turned and followed Chief Foster out. The door clicked shut behind them with a sound of finality, leaving a sudden, heavier silence that was filled only by the hum of the lights and the sound of Nina's slightly labored breathing. Vance didn't speak immediately. He reached under his arm, where he'd been holding a slim manila folder pressed against his side, and placed it on the table with a soft, definitive tap. The label was blank, anonymous. "There's been a development," he said, his voice lower now, confidential, the tone he used for compartmentalized information. "Separate from Campbell. In Maryland. A small town called Millerton, just over the line in Garrett County. 2 murders in the last 10 days. The local police are in over their heads. They're good all boys who handle DUIs and domestic disputes. This is different." Nina shook her head, a quick, dismissive motion that made her wince as it tugged at the wounded muscle in her shoulder. She folded her arms across her chest, a defensive, closed-off posture. "Robert, we're tapped out. Physically, mentally. Look at us. And we're needed asterisk here. Campbell is active. He's here in D.C. or close enough. This is our fight. Our only fight." "Just review it, Katie," Vance said, ignoring Nina and sliding the folder across the laminate surface toward Katie. It made a whispering sound as it moved. The local chief sent it to the Baltimore field office as a courtesy, a "this looks weird" flag. "It landed on my desk this morning. It feels specific. Like your kind of puzzle." He paused, his eyes locking onto hers. "The kind that gets under your skin." Katie looked from Vance's expectant, almost pleading face to Nina's stony, resistant one. The pull of a new puzzle was a deep, neural reflex, an itch in the core of her mind that often overrode fatigue, pain, even fear. It was the part of her that couldn't look away from a locked door. Hesitantly, her fingers stiff and sore, she reached for the folder. It was cool to the touch, slightly damp from being clutched in a sweating hand. As she flipped it open, the first glossy 8x10 photo stole her breath. It was a crime scene shot, professional but stark under the flat, gray light of an overcast morning. A young woman, pale and waxy, lay on dewy grass near a stand of pine trees, her upper torso arranged almost peacefully, hands folded over her abdomen as if in repose. Her face was serene, eyes closed. But from the waist down, there was nothing. Just a brutal, jagged severance, the raw, purplish edge of spine and pale loops of intestine visible, dark, almost black blood soaking the crushed green blades beneath her in a wide, irregular halo. The pose, the specific surgical mutilations, the removal of the head and the lower body, the clean, deliberate cuts, it wasn't just violence. It was a carbon copy, ripped from a history book. "My God," Katie whispered, the words escaping on a shallow breath. Her fingers tightened on the edge of the photo, her knuckles bleaching white. The clinical, cataloging part of her brain instantly supplied the reference, the file name, the year. It's the Cleveland torso murder. Victim number 5, I think. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. 1938. It's a perfect replica. The bisection. The placement, She could almost smell the rust and stagnant water of the original ravine. Nina leaned over her shoulder, her breath a warm, steady huff near Katie's ear. She pointed a blunt, ungloved finger at a second photo paperclipped behind the first, showing the lower half discovered 20 yards away, discarded like garbage. Bisected. And the victim is unidentified. Jane Doe. Just like the original. No head, no hands for prints. This isn't just murder. It's a deliberate, painstaking replica. A performance. Katie's heart was pounding now, a different, faster rhythm from the pain-driven throb. It was the adrenaline of recognition, of a pattern emerging from chaos. She flipped past the Cleveland set, her fingers fumbling slightly. The next victim's file was paperclipped together. A teenage girl, lying on her back on a small, tidy bedroom carpet. Multiple deep stab wounds to the chest and neck, a constellation of dark holes in her pink t-shirt. The crime scene seemed brutally ordinary, tragically straightforward, a violent, personal attack, until Katie's eyes, trained to see the anomaly, scanned the attached preliminary report and saw the name typed in neat courier font, Lydia Cole. A cold, sharp thrill shot down her spine, icy and precise. She flipped back to the photo, studying the room with new intensity. A framed poster of a band she didn't recognize on the wall. A cheap wooden desk stacked with schoolbooks and a closed laptop. And there, leaning against the wall near the door, not the murder weapon but placed there deliberately, an axe. Its head was clean, gleaming dully in the crime scene lights, the handle old and worn. Villisca, she breathed, the name a ghost in the room. The 1912 axe murders. The Moore family and the 2 Stillinger girls. 8 victims. This is a copycat too. The staging is different, a single victim in a bedroom instead of a family, but the signature, the overkill, the placement of the axe, the sheer frenzy of it. She looked up, her eyes meeting Vance's across the table. Her own were wide, alight with a terrible understanding. The same unsub did both. They're not just killing. They're recreating historical murders. With research. With precision. They're curating their own infamy. Could Agent Ingalls handle the preliminary? Vance asked, referring to a promising but junior agent in the Violent Crimes Analysis Unit. His voice was carefully neutral, testing. Get the ball rolling, secure the scenes properly until you're free. It would be good experience for her. Katie shook her head quickly, decisively, a strand of her dark hair falling across her cheek. Faith isn't ready for a solo, especially not this. The historical knowledge required to even recognize the patterns, to know what evidence might be part of the staging versus the practicalities of the crime, it's a specialist case. Send someone else in blind, and they'll miss the message. Or worse, they'll trample over a clue because they don't know it's a quote from a century-old crime scene report. She tapped the photo of the axe. Why is it clean? Why is it there? A rookie might assume it's the weapon and bag it, missing the fact that the real Villisca killer left the axe in the room, but it was bloody. This is a deviation. That's data. That's the killer talking. Nina snatched the file from Katie's hands, the movement swift and angry despite the injuries that should have slowed her. The pages rustled loudly, a sound of protest. Don't even think about it, Katie. We have a war here. A personal war. Campbell is out there, and he's coming for you, for me, for Ben. He doesn't take vacations. This, she waved the folder, the pages flapping, is a distraction. It's a sideshow in some backwater, while the main event is happening in our city. But the pull was magnetic, undeniable. Two meticulously staged historical murders, 10 days apart, in the same small town. It was a direct provocation, a challenge laid at the feet of anyone who could read the archaic script. A killer who wanted not just to kill, but to be studied, to have their work compared to the infamous, to enter a dialogue with history. Katie's mind was already racing, connections firing like neurons. Why those two murders? What was the link between a 1912 Iowa farmhouse and a 1938 Ohio ravine? What was the killer trying to say about themselves, about their victims, about the world? How much heat is on this? Katie asked Vance, her eyes still locked on the folder in Nina's grip, as if it were emitting a signal only she could see. The second body, the bisection, was found at dawn by a civilian using a drone. The local chief, a man named Miller, has managed to keep a lid on it so far, called it a hunting accident to the first responders. But once the press gets a whiff, once someone leaks the details or a reporter with a history degree makes the connection, it'll be a three-ring circus. The town will be overrun with satellite trucks and podcasters. Any chance of a clean investigation, of talking to witnesses before they've seen the news, evaporates. We have a narrow window. Maybe 48 hours. Katie turned to her partner. Nina's expression was set in hard lines of resistance and pain, but beneath it, Katie saw the flicker of the same professional curiosity, the same hatred for a messy, unsolved board. It's an hour's drive, Nina. Maybe less if you let me drive. We could go down, assess the scenes firsthand, interview the first responders while their memories are fresh, get a profile started. We could be back by tonight. We'd be more useful there, actually doing something constructive, than sitting in a safe house here waiting for Campbell to make the next move. We stay close to DC, phones on, ready to roll back the second we get a solid ping on him from the sewer search or the phone audio. Nina leaned heavily against the wall again, her body sagging as if the brief burst of anger had drained her last reserves. Her hand went to her ribs, pressing against the bandages beneath her shirt as if she could push the deep, aching throb back inside. She closed her eyes for a long moment, her breath shuddering on the inhale. The fluorescent light painted the fatigue on her face in stark relief, the lines around her eyes and mouth looking etched. When she opened them, she was looking not at Katie, but at Director Vance. The anger seemed to drain from her completely, replaced by a profound, bone-deep weariness that seemed to change the very density of the air in the cramped room. It was the weariness of a long march reaching its final mile. "Robert," she began, then stopped, gathering herself. She let out a long, slow breath that seemed to carry the weight of decades. Decades of bad coffee, of viewing rooms, of notifications to families, of chasing monsters into the dark. "This is it for me. When Campbell is caught, when we bring him in, alive or otherwise, I'm done. Retired." Papers signed, badge turned in, the whole quiet ceremony. The room went utterly, profoundly still. The hum of the HVAC seemed to grow louder, a white noise filling the void. Vance, who had been poised for another round of argument, froze. His shoulders stiffened, not with anger but with genuine shock. He leaned back slightly in the groaning plastic chair, the movement slow and deliberate, as if moving through water. "Mia," he said, her name soft, almost lost in the hum. "Are you certain? This isn't the time for a decision made in a hospital room." "I'm 57, Nina said, her voice flat, factual, devoid of any plea for sympathy. "I've been shot, stabbed, concussed 4 times that I remember, and my knees sound like a bowl of Rice Krispies when I climb a flight of stairs. I feel 90 on a good day." "It's time," she finally looked at Katie, her eyes tired but clear, stripped of all pretense and bravado. In them, Katie saw the truth she'd been avoiding. You saw this coming, right? You had to. You're a profiler. You read people. Katie swallowed. A sudden, hard lump formed in her throat, making it difficult to breathe, sending a sharp pain radiating from her bruised larynx. She had seen it, of course. In the increasing winces suppressed behind a coffee cup, the longer recovery times after foot chases, the way Nina sometimes stared into the middle distance after a particularly grim case, not with horror, but with a kind of weary acceptance. But hearing the words spoken aloud, in this sterile little room that smelled of failure and pain, was different. It was a door closing with a finality that echoed. She forced her voice to work, keeping it low and even fighting the tightness. Yeah. I did. I saw the miles adding up. She paused, choosing her words with care, wanting to honor the moment. You've earned the quiet, Nina. More than earned it. 1,000 times over. Nina gave a single, firm nod, as if confirming it to herself, making it real by speaking it and having it acknowledged. She looked down at the manila folder still clutched in her hand, the stark, glossy evidence of 2 young women dead in a way designed to echo through history. She held it up between them, her gaze shifting back to Katie, a challenge and an offering in one gesture. Her eyes, so tired a moment before, now held a glint of the old, relentless fire. One more case, then, Nina said, the words a gravelly promise, a pact. A real one. No ghosts from the past. Just a fresh monster, a fresh puzzle. You and Maze. You in. Katie met her partner's gaze. She saw the pain etched in every line, the exhaustion in the slump of her shoulders, but also the unwavering steel beneath, the professionalism that would see this through to the end, cleanly, by the book. This was their last dance. The thought was terrifying, a world without Nina Shaw at her back and sacred. She felt the competing pulls braid into a single, unbreakable cable. The intellectual pull of the puzzle, the duty to the dead girls in the photos, and the fierce, loyal love for the battered woman standing beside her, asking for one last ride. Last one on the books, Katie said, her voice firm, leaving no room for doubt, for hesitation, for fear. She reached out and took the folder from Nina's hand. Its weight felt right. Let's go. Chapter 34. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The county road blurred past the taxi window, a smear of faded greens and browns under a flat, gray sky that promised a cold, steady rain. Katie Ford held the case folder open on her lap, the manila cardboard cool and slightly damp against her thighs. The air inside the cab was close, thick with the chemical tang of pine-scented air freshener clipped to a vent, fighting a losing battle against the deeper, settled odors of stale upholstery, old sweat, and the faint, sweet decay of forgotten food. The vinyl seat cover was cracked, a web of fine lines that dug into the back of her knees with every slight shift. She tried to focus on the crime scene summary, but the black type swam before her eyes. Her attention kept drifting to the silent woman beside her. Nina Shaw hadn't spoken since they'd cleared the DC. Beltway, her body angled toward the window like a figure carved from stone, a monument of worn denim and weathered leather. The silence stretched, filled only by the hum of tires on asphalt, the rhythmic thump-thump-thump as they crossed seams in the road, and the occasional staticky burst from the driver's two-way radio, a dispatcher's voice too garbled to understand. It was a heavy quiet, not the comfortable kind they sometimes shared in a surveillance van or over bad coffee. This one was loaded, pressurized. Katie watched the landscape transition, the last stubborn strip malls and auto parts stores giving way to scrubby fields dotted with plastic bags caught on fences, then to proper farmland divided by skeletal winter trees and sagging wire fences. Houses grew farther apart, surrounded by bare yards cluttered with rusting equipment. A disemboweled tractor, a pile of cinder blocks, a child's swing set swaying empty in the wind. "Why now?" Katie finally asked, her voice cutting through the cab's stale atmosphere. She closed the file, the snap of cardboard surprisingly loud in the confined space. Nina didn't turn from the window. Her reflection was a pale ghost in the glass, superimposed over a passing field. She took a slow, deliberate breath, her shoulders rising and falling under the heavy leather of her jacket. She let it out through her nose, a soft, weary sound. "A week in a hospital bed gives you perspective." "Too much of it," her voice was low, gravelly with fatigue and disuse. "When Vance called about this case, my first thought wasn't duty. It wasn't even curiosity." She paused, her jaw working slightly. "It was that I'd rather be anywhere else. Watching bad daytime TV. Scrubbing my bathroom grout. Of anything." The admission felt like a crack in granite. Katie studied her partner's profile. The tight, corded line of her jaw, the deep grooves framing her mouth, the way a muscle in her temple jumped once. This wasn't the exhaustion of a single bad night or a tough case. This was the cumulative weight of decades, a sediment of violence and loss that had finally compressed into something too heavy to carry. "So you're really leaving?" Katie asked, keeping her tone carefully neutral, giving Nina space to define the terms. "At the end of this." Yes, the word was definitive, a door closing with a solid, final click. Nina finally turned her head, her eyes meeting Katie's. They were the same sharp, assessing eyes, the color of flint, but the fire behind them had banked to dull embers. "I've given enough years to monsters. I feel like a relic they bring out for special occasions, dust me off, point me at the problem, and put me back on the shelf." She shifted, trying to find a comfortable position, and winced visibly as her injured shoulder pressed against the hard seatback. A flicker of pain tightened the skin around her eyes. With her good hand, she dug into the inner pocket of her leather jacket, her fingers searching past her badge wallet. She pulled out her phone, a utilitarian model in a black rubber case. Her thumb moved over the screen, the cold blue glow lighting the weary planes of her face, highlighting every line and shadow. She didn't speak, just tapped it a few times with a blunt, calloused finger, her movements deliberate, almost reverent. Then she handed it across the space between them, her arm extending stiffly. The screen showed a photo of a baby, swaddled in a soft-looking blue blanket, caught in a gummy, milk-drunk smile. His eyes were squeezed shut with pure, uncomplicated joy, a faint dusting of light hair like peach fuzz on his round head. Katie's gaze flicked from the screen to Nina's face, searching for the woman who'd fought through a warehouse of armed men without a second's hesitation, who'd put a bullet in Silas Crow's leg from 30 yards to save Ben. The contrast was jarring, physically painful. A faint, telltale sheen in Nina's eyes, quickly blinked away as she stared out the window again, confirmed it was her. The violence of the previous night, the desperate chase across rooftops, the empty concrete where Crow's body should have been, had carved something essential out of her partner, leaving this raw, unfamiliar version exposed in the gray cab light. "He's beautiful," Katie said, her voice softer than she intended. She held the phone carefully, as if the image itself were fragile. "His name is Leo. 3 months old yesterday." Nina's thumb came up and brushed the edge of the phone as Katie held it, a fleeting, unconscious gesture of connection. "My daughter sent that this morning. I've never held him. Seen him twice on a video call where he mostly slept or cried. She lives in Portland. Says the rain reminds her of home." A dry, humorless chuckle escaped her. Not this home. You should meet him, Katie said, the words coming out with more force than she'd planned. She handed the phone back, their fingers brushing briefly. As soon as we're done here. Take the time. Get on a plane. Don't let Vance guilt you into a debrief marathon. Just go. Nina took the phone, her fingers closing around it, her knuckles white for a second. She didn't look at the picture again, just stared at the black screen for a moment before sliding it back into her inner pocket, as if storing a precious, fragile thing she couldn't bear to look at for too long. You'll manage without me, she said, her voice regaining some of its usual bluntness, a defensive layer sliding back into place. She reached over, her movement stiff, and took the case folder from Katie's lap. The behavioral analysis unit has you, Nigel with his spreadsheets and his theories, the new wide-eyed recruit from Quantico who still jumps at loud noises. The machine keeps running. It's designed to. She flipped past the administrative summary pages, her movements efficient and practiced, bypassing the sterile typed words for the stark, glossy truth of the photographs paperclipped beneath. But for now, work. Talk to me about this. Make me remember why I used to give a damn. Katie leaned in, the cab's interior suddenly feeling like a mobile, shabby command post. The smell of pine and sweat receded, replaced in her mind by the imagined coppery scent of blood and damp earth. The first image was a high-angle shot, clinical and terrible, taken from a ladder or a drone. A woman's body, severed cleanly at the torso, the two halves arranged with deliberate, chilling care in a field of dead, brown grass. The separation was precise, surgical, not ragged. The upper half was positioned as if resting, hands folded neatly over the gaping, cavernous wound. The lower half lay parallel, a few feet away, looking absurdly disconnected. It's a Cleveland torso murder recreation, Katie said, her analyst's mind clicking into gear, the cold focus distancing her from the visceral horror. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, mid-1930s. 12, maybe 13 victims, never officially solved. Elliot Ness's white whale. The victims were often bisected at the waist or through the torso, frequently left in public places like scrap heaps or vacant lots, often unidentified. This, she tapped the photograph. This is staged. It's a display. A presentation for an audience. Nina's finger, calloused and blunt-nailed, tapped the photograph near the severed edge of the torso. The blood pool. Or the lack of one. Not enough for a bisection on site. The ground's barely stained. A few drops, some seepage. She squinted, bringing the photo closer to her face. Ground's frozen, too. Wouldn't absorb much anyway. Right. He took her somewhere private. Somewhere he could control the mess, contain the biohazard. Did the cutting, then transported the pieces. Had to be fast or had a way to preserve her. Katie pointed to the pale, exposed tissue at the severance point. Livor mortis is fixed on the dependent surfaces, but there's some drainage here, at the lower edges of the sections. The heart was still moving some blood when she was dumped, or very shortly after. He worked quickly, or he kept her on ice. She felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cab's temperature. The clinical details were a bulwark against the image's power. Nina grunted, a low sound of acknowledgement. She leaned closer, her shoulder pressing against Katie's for balance as the cab swayed. Her eyes narrowed, scanning the details. She indicated the grotesque cuts extending from the corners of the victim's mouth, slicing back toward the ears in a horrific parody of a smile. These. A Glasgow grin. Done after deaths. Post-mortem. No bleeding, no vital reaction in the tissue. The edges are clean, precise, like the bisection. A signature. Or a message. Katie sat back, the vinyl creaking. She assembled the pieces in her mind like a grim, three-dimensional puzzle. Profile him. Based on this scene alone, highly organized. Planned. He either possesses significant physical strength or, more likely, uses specialized tools, a bone saw, something with power and precision. Has access to a secure, isolated location where he can spend hours uninterrupted. A garage, a workshop, a remote shed. Meticulous. He knows how evidence works, or he studied it extensively. He's not panicking. This isn't a crime of passion, it's a performance. Nina listened, her gaze fixed on the photograph, not on Katie. She gave a single, slow nod, a professor acknowledging a correct and thorough answer from a prized student. Good. That's textbook BAU. Now walk it back. Don't start with the masterpiece. Start with the sketch. First victim. Katie turned to the earlier photos paperclipped behind the first. The scene shifted jarringly from a cold, open field to a grim suburban setting, a tidy backyard. A young woman lay on a concrete garden path, dark stains blooming like awful flowers across the front of her pale yellow t-shirt. The pattern was unmistakable, a tight, focused cluster of wounds centered on the chest. 6 stab wounds, Katie said, her voice dropping, becoming more internal. Precise, focused pattern. Overkill in number, but controlled in placement. It's another copycat. The Villisca Axe Murders, 1912. 8 people, including 6 children, bludgeoned with an axe in their sleep in a small Iowa town. Also never conclusively solved. The scene there was staged, a mirror propped against a wall, a slab of bacon left on the floor, to look like a botched robbery or domestic strife, lots of rumors about official cover-ups, evidence mishandling, a suspect let go because of political connections. She tapped the victim's name on the attached sheet. This victim's name is Lydia Cole. In the original Villisca case, one of the child victims was named Lena. He's picking them for the phonetic parallels or the situational ones. He's not just copying the method, he's curating the victims. Trying to echo the original tragedy. Nina's brow furrowed deeply. She took the folder, holding it up to catch more of the dim light from the window. Villisca. Never heard of it. It's a deep cut for true crime buffs. Pre-Lindbergh, pre-mass media frenzy. A local horror that never got a satisfying answer, just a century of whispers and suspicion. Katie sifted through her memory, the academic, cataloging part of her brain layering over the grim imagery. Both originals, Cleveland Torso and Villisca, were never solved. Both involved young victims. Both were surrounded by theories of police incompetence or outright corruption, of the community choosing to look away. That's the link I see. It's not just the violence. It's unresolved asterisk violence. A systemic failure. The moment the machine breaks down. Nina shut the folder with a decisive thwump that made the driver's eyes flick to them in the rearview mirror for a second. She sank back against the seat, letting her head rest against the grimy window with a soft thud. She closed her eyes for a long moment, her face a mask of profound fatigue, the skin under her eyes dark as bruises. When she opened them, she didn't look at the scenery. She looked directly at Katie, a long, measuring look that seemed to weigh and assess everything, Katie's potential, her resilience, her inevitable scars. You pulled all that from pictures and a one-page summary. No scene walk, no witness statements, no local yokel sheriff breathing down your neck. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. I told Vance. I'm telling you. You're ready. More than. You've been ready. You just needed the space to realize it. The praise, coming in this confined, liminal space between one life and the next, felt intensely like a farewell. It was a passing of the torch, and the weight of it settled on Katie's shoulders, a physical sensation of both honor and crushing burden. Her throat tightened. She didn't know what to say. I'm not ready. I need you here. The monsters are getting bigger. The words stuck, a lump of fear and gratitude she couldn't dislodge. Her phone buzzed in her jacket pocket, a sharp, insistent vibration against her ribs, saving her from the tangled, emotional thought. She pulled it out, the sleek modern device a contrast to Nina's utilitarian model. A text notification glowed on the screen. From Ben. Heading out. Be safe. Check in when you can. Warmth spread through her chest, a sudden, visceral flush that momentarily displaced the chill of the case files and the weight of Nina's words. It was a feeling of connection, a tether to something good and normal. It was followed immediately by a cold, hard knot of fear coiling in her gut, squeezing the breath from her lungs. Last night, Ben had been a breath away from death because of her world, because of the monsters her work attracted like flies to rot. His kindness now, his simple, unwavering concern, felt like a fragile, precious gift she was obligated to shield from everything she was about to step into. She saw his face, pale and terrified in her living room chair, the muzzle of Campbell's gun pressing into his temple. Ben, Nina asked. She hadn't opened her eyes, but a knowing, tired smirk touched her chapped lips. I may be old, and I may be checking out, but I'm not blind. He's keeping his head down. Following protocol. Not trying to be a hero. With his parents in Virginia, Katie confirmed, her voice slightly hoarse. As she cleared her throat. Secure location, panic room, the whole 9 yards courtesy of Vance. Her thumbs hovered over the screen. The cab hit a deep pothole, jostling her hard, and she steadied the phone against her thigh. She typed a quick reply, I love you. Be careful. She stared at it, her finger over the send button. Then she deleted it. Too emotional. It would worry him. It would show her own fear. She tried again, her fingers clumsy. En route to scene. You be careful. Talk tonight. She paused, then added promise. She hit send, watching the message status switch from sending to delivered. The finality of it felt like releasing a bird from her hands, hoping against hope it would find a safe branch. With Ben theoretically secure, her mind, trained to assess threat vectors and identify vulnerabilities, immediately identified the remaining exposure. The only leverage left to anyone targeting her, Crow, Campbell, some new monster, was someone else in her orbit, someone not in a panic room in Virginia. Her gaze flicked sideways to Nina, who had once again, almost compulsively, pulled out her phone. Not to make a call or send a text, but to stare, her expression utterly unguarded and profoundly sad, at the photo of the baby boy she'd never held. The blue glow lit the deep lines of regret on her face. She was a target too. Older, injured, emotionally exposed, and now talking about retirement, about letting her guard down. Katie's protective instincts, always sharp, flared with a new, acute urgency. The taxi sped on, the engine a steady drone beneath them. The fields outside grew wider, more desolate, the houses now just occasional flickers of light in the gathering afternoon gloom. They passed a crumbling barn, its roof caved in, and a roadside stand shuttered for the winter. A hand-painted sign reading, PEACHES, swinging forlornly. They were deep into rural Maryland now, the sky pressing down like a leaden lid. The vehicle was a capsule hurtling through the gray afternoon, carrying them away from the city's chaotic, familiar darkness, toward a different, more insidious kind, toward the dead waiting in a frozen field, and toward the man who worshipped the ghosts of forgotten crimes and failed institutions. The space between the two women was filled with everything said and everything left hanging: retirement, legacy, fear, love, and the grim, detailed work that still demanded their absolute attention. Katie shifted, the cracked vinyl sticking unpleasantly to the back of her shirt with a faint peeling sound. She turned her own face to the window, watching the world go by in a monochrome blur of bare trees and fallow fields. She focused on her breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, a technique she used before breaching a door or interviewing a predator. She steeled herself, muscle by muscle, thought by thought, for the scene that awaited, for the grief of the families, for the territorial police chief, for the press of the unknown. She felt Nina's presence beside her, solid and real for now, and she drew a fraction of strength from it, even as she prepared for the moment she would have to stand without it. The cab turned off the county road onto a narrower, rougher asphalt lane, the tires crunching over gravel at the shoulder. A green sign, faded and pockmarked, flashed past, Millerton 5 Me. The transition was complete. The analysis was over. The hunt was here. Chapter 35. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The air in Millerton felt thick with more than just the late morning humidity. It had a density, a watchful stillness that pressed against the skin. As Katie Ford stepped from the cab onto the cracked asphalt shoulder, the weight of silent scrutiny pressed down from curtained windows and still porches. A lace curtain twitched in the front window of a white clapboard house. On a porch 3 doors down, an old man in suspenders stopped rocking in his chair, his hands going still on the arms. This wasn't just rural, it was a fortress, every resident a sentry. Katie took a slow breath, the air carrying the sweet-rot smell of cut grass from a nearby lawn and the distant, earthy tang of manure. Underneath, it was the faint, ever-present dust of gravel roads. She adjusted the strap of her go-bag on her shoulder, the movement sending a fresh ache through the bruised muscles of her back. Nina Shaw emerged from the other side of the cab, her movements deliberate and stiff as she straightened. She didn't look at the houses. Her eyes were already scanning the broader geometry of the place, taking in sight lines and avenues of approach. Grant Square was less a square and more a strip of faded businesses, facing a handful of farmhouses across a 2-lane county road. The paint on the clapboard was blistered and peeling in long gray strips. A shuttered hardware store, its windows painted over with a dull, streaky white, stood next to a post office so small it looked like a shed with a flagpole. A diner called The Square Meal had an open sign dark in the window, the neon tubing inside dead. The only activity was clustered at the far end, near a patch of common grass that might have once been a village green. A single Millerton PD patrol car, its light bar dark, and 2 unmarked forensics vans from the county sheriff's office, their back doors open. Technicians in white Tyvek suits moved with slow, deliberate purpose over a specific patch of grass, their bodies bent in concentration. One tech knelt, using tweezers to place a single blade of grass into a small paper envelope. Another photographed a shallow depression in the soil from 3 different angles, the camera shutter clicking softly in the quiet. A third carefully placed a small, yellow plastic marker with the number 3 next to a dark, irregular stain that had soaked into the earth. A public square, Katie murmured, her voice low. Bold. Even on a Sunday morning. Or calculated, Nina said, her gaze sweeping the empty streets, the blind eyes of the buildings. She shifted her weight, a hand coming up to press absently at the base of her neck, where the seatbelt had rubbed. No witnesses because everyone's at church or asleep. All the space in the world to lay her out just so. He could have worked for hours out here without a soul to hear a thing. The crunch of gravel made them turn. A man in a worn flannel jacket over a department polo and a faded cat baseball cap unfolded himself from the driver's seat of the patrol car. He was tall and lean, with the ropey build of a man who did physical work, his face weathered and lined around eyes that held a permanent squint. He took a final drag from a cigarette, the tip glowing bright, then dropped it and crushed it under the heel of a scuffed work boot, grinding it with a deliberate, twisting motion into the gravel until it was a smear of ash and shredded paper. The acrid smell of burnt tobacco cut through the other scents. "Feds," he called, his voice carrying easily in the profound quiet. It wasn't a friendly greeting. It was an identification check, a challenge thrown across the 20 feet separating them. "We are," Nina confirmed, not moving from her spot. She let him come to them, a subtle power play. "You're in charge here." Chief Miller. Hicksburg, Millerton, and Spring Ridge. He gestured vaguely east with a thumb, his other hand hooking into his belt. 3 towns, 1 chief, and 2 part-time deputies, who are better at fixing combines than taking statements. Supposed to be my day for fixing the goddamn tractor. He stopped a few paces away, his posture not quite defiant, but firmly planted, rooted to the land. His eyes flicked between them, a quick, assessing sweep. "You're sure? Saw your picture in a case file once. And you'd be Ford." "Read the brief." He said it like he'd read a manual for a troublesome piece of equipment. He nodded toward the back seat of his car. Through the glass, a woman in neon green running clothes sat hunched, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if she were freezing. She stared straight ahead, not seeing the dashboard. "Samantha Reeves. She's the one who stumbled on it. Was cutting across my backfield, trespassing, mind you, but everyone does it, when she started screaming bloody murder. I was in the barn, greasing a PTO shaft. Heard it clear as a bell. Followed the noise," he paused, his jaw working. "Found her on her knees, retching into the grass about 10 feet from it. Took me a second to see what she was looking at. Once I did, I called county forensics, put her in my car, and secured the perimeter. That was 3 hours ago." Katie's profiler instincts prickled at the convenience. A chief of police, present on his own property, for the random discovery of a posed body. It wasn't suspicion, not yet. It was a note, a tiny flag planted in her mind. She kept her expression neutral, a polite mask of professional attention, but her eyes studied Miller's face. The set of his jaw, the way his eyes didn't quite hold Nina's for more than a second before darting to the crime scene technicians. She felt the old, familiar pull of obsession, the desire to dissect every inconsistency, but she shoved it down, clenching her jaw once and taking a slow, deliberate breath through her nose. She filed the thought away in the cold, ordered cabinet she reserved for such observations. "You own the land where she was running?" Nina asked, her tone flat, devoid of accusation. It was a simple request for data, but her eyes were on the tree line in the distance, tracing the property's edge. 40 acres. Raise a few head of cattle, some hay." Miller fished a pack of Marlboros from his jacket pocket, tapped one out with a practiced flick of his wrist, and lit it with a cheap plastic lighter. The first exhale was a long, weary stream that hung in the still air. "Body, S already at the county morgue over in Spring Ridge. Doc Aldrich took her. Didn't recognize her. Not local. This isn't some local drunk with a grudge or a domestic that got out of hand. This is, he paused, searching for the words, his eyes fixed on a technician who was now carefully lifting a clump of soil into a metal evidence tin. This is something else. Something that crawled out of a hole and decided to do its business right here in my town. The woman in the car, Samantha, moved. She turned her head slowly, as if it were heavy, and looked out the window. Her eyes found Katie's. They were red-rimmed, the skin beneath them puffy and dark. Her lips were pale and cracked. "Can I talk to you?" she whispered, the sound muffled by the glass but the plea clear, desperate. "Alone." Katie glanced at Nina, who gave a slight, almost imperceptible tilt of her chin. "Your play," that gesture said. Katie walked over to the patrol car, the gravel crunching loudly under her shoes in the hush. Miller watched her, his cigarette held loosely between his fingers, a curl of smoke rising past his watchful eyes, but he didn't intervene. Katie opened the back door. The interior smelled of stale coffee from a travel mug in the cup holder, old, sun-baked vinyl, and the sharp, clean scent of fierce sweat. "Come on out," Katie said, her voice softer now, pitched for the confined space. Samantha unfolded herself stiffly, moving like her joints had rusted, and stepped out onto the road. She was shivering, a fine, constant tremor running through her shoulders despite the growing warmth of the day. She hugged herself, her fingers digging into the thin material of her running top, her knuckles white. They walked a few paces down the barren road, away from Miller and Nina, stopping near the rusted shell of an old newspaper box, its door hanging open on one hinge. "You okay?" Katie asked. It was a useless question, but a necessary opener, a way to gauge coherence. Samantha shook her head, a quick, frantic motion that made her ponytail swing. "No. I don't think I will be." Her voice was a thin thread, threatening to snap. "They won't tell you the truth. The people here, they're closed off. It's like a wall. My husband, Mark, and I moved from Baltimore 6 months ago. He got a job managing the feed supply store. We might as well be aliens. The looks at the grocery store, the silence that falls when we walk into the diner. The way they say Baltimore like it's a curse word." She took a shuddering breath that hitched in her chest. "Someone from here did this. I don't have proof. I just know it. In my gut. You have a name. A face that's bothered you. Anyone who's given you a harder time than others." Katie kept her tone even, encouraging but not leading. She watched the woman's eyes, which kept darting toward Chief Miller. "And no names. Not like that. Just the feeling. The whole place has a feeling. Like it's preserving something rotten under a pretty layer of paint." Samantha shivered again, wrapping her arms tighter. "And there was something else. This morning, before I went running, I was testing a new drone from our back deck. I was flying it over toward the old quarry, just learning the controls." Her words started coming faster, tumbling out as if a dam had broken. "I saw someone. A man standing at the edge of the woods behind the Miller property. Right where the tree line meets the field. He was just standing there. Watching the drone. It felt wrong. He wasn't waving, wasn't curious. He was still. Just watching." Katie's focus sharpened, narrowing on the woman's face. She leaned in slightly. "Can you describe him? Clothing, height, posture. Anything distinctive?" "Too far. Just a shape. Dark clothes, I think. Maybe a jacket. He was just a silhouette against the trees. But he was there. And then, when I panned the camera back a few seconds later, he was gone. Samantha hugged herself tighter, her shoulders hunching. I didn't think anything of it, not really. Just a guy in the woods. Maybe a hunter, though it's not season. But then I found her. And now I can't stop seeing him standing there. Like he was watching the house. Or waiting. Katie reached into her inner jacket pocket, the leather creaking, and retrieved a card. She handed it to Samantha. The woman's fingers were icy cold when they brushed hers, and they trembled as they closed around the cardstock. Call me. Day or night. If you remember anything else, any detail, no matter how small, or if you just don't feel safe. Samantha stared at the card as if it were a lifeline, then clutched it in her fist, pressing it against her sternum. You believe me. I believe you're frightened and you have reason to be, Katie said, which was both the truth and not quite an answer. She held the woman's gaze. Stay with your husband. Lock your doors. If you see that man again, or anything that makes you uneasy, you call 911 first, then me. Back at the scene, the techs were packing up their gear, loading black cases and camera bags into the vans. The slow, meticulous dance was over. Now, only dark, irregular stains on the bent grass, and a few numbered yellow evidence markers placed around a void marked where the victim had lain. The air felt different, emptier, as if the violence had been a tangible presence now carted away. Nina stood a few feet away, staring at the empty space as if she could still see the shape imprinted there, her hands in her pockets, her posture utterly still. He had infinite private spots, Nina said, not turning. Her voice was low, almost conversational. Woods, barns, abandoned houses. Miles of empty farmland. Yet he leaves her here, on the edge of a public square. Why this spot? Why this risk? It's not just arrogance. Katie moved to stand beside her, following her gaze. She mentally superimposed the famous, ghastly black and white photographs she'd studied for countless hours. The specific angle of the limbs splayed just so, the placement of the head turned to the side, the terrible, vacant stillness of the scene. Because the original was found in a vacant lot near houses in Cleveland. Kingsbury Run. It wasn't a remote dump site. It was a place people passed, a place that should have been observed. It's not a disposal. It's a stage. He's recreated it. The location type, the pose, the public-private juxtaposition. It's a perfect match. The risk is the point. So the details are everything. He's not improvising. He's following a script down to the latitude and longitude. Nina turned her head, a dry, humorless smile touching her lips. It didn't reach her eyes, which remained flat and hard. Funny. Our first dance together was with a copycat. The mimicker. All those biblical tableaus. Now here we are again, years later, staring at another man's masterpiece. Katie remembered. The cold, sterile rooms, the victims arranged in grotesque parody, the desperate race that had thrown her from academic research directly into the bloody field. The killer's face, young, arrogant, hollow, still sometimes surfaced in the dark between sleep and waking. Some scripts are harder to forget. They get under your skin. Nina's expression shifted, the momentary nostalgia wiped away, replaced by pure, assessing clarity. She was looking at Katie, measuring her readiness, her focus, looking for any crack the crow case might have left. Your call, Ford. Scenes processed. Body's gone. Where next? We're burning daylight. The test was clear, a passing of the baton. Katie didn't hesitate. The morgue. We need an ID and a confirmed cause of death. Everything else is speculation until we know what we're dealing with. Let's see what this backcountry coroner has for us. And I want to see the unedited scene photos before the county filters them through their own lens. We need the raw data. Chief Miller stubbed out his second cigarette on the sole of his boot and gestured with his chin toward his car. I'll run you to the county depot in Spring Ridge. It's about 20 minutes. You can sign out a pool vehicle from there. Your gear will follow. He didn't ask if they wanted the ride. It was an assumption, a reassertion of his role as facilitator on his turf. The three of them walked to the patrol car in a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of their footsteps on gravel. Katie opened the front passenger door, the vinyl creaking in protest under her weight as she sat. Nina slid into the back, behind the chief, moving carefully to avoid jostling her shoulder. The interior was as Katie had smelled. Stale coffee, the dusty, sun-baked scent of the vinyl seats, and the faint, metallic odor of the police radio, which crackled softly with an occasional, indecipherable burst of static. A clipboard with a frayed traffic log was wedged between the console and the seat. Miller cranked the engine, a low diesel rumble, and they pulled away from Grant Square. In the side mirror, Katie watched the last forensics van pull onto the road, leaving the stained grass alone in the empty square, the yellow markers like tiny, futile headstones. They drove in silence for the first few minutes, passing fields dotted with round hay bales wrapped in white plastic that gleamed in the sun, and stands of dense, shadowy pine that crowded the road in places. The tension in the car was a palpable thing. It wasn't hostile, but it was thick with unasked questions and territorial wariness. Miller drove with one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the gear shift, his eyes constantly scanning the road ahead and the properties they passed. Miller finally spoke, his eyes not leaving the winding asphalt. You really think it's a copycat? Like a serial killer fan. Some guy who read a book. The presentation suggests a deliberate historical reference, Katie said, watching the fence posts and mailboxes blur past. She kept her tone factual. We'll know more after the autopsy. The original killer had specific signatures. If those are present, it's not a coincidence. We don't get serial killers here, Miller said, almost to himself, as if trying to convince the very landscape. We get accidents. Tractor rollovers. We get arguments that end with a broken nose. We get the occasional meth head stealing copper wire from a barn. We don't get stagecraft. We don't get poses. You do now, Nina said from the back, her voice matter of fact, leaving no room for debate. Miller glanced at her in the rear view, his eyes meeting hers for a second in the glass before flicking back to the road. You've seen this before. The original. I've seen the files. Pictures. Crime scene photographs. Never the real thing. Nobody has for a long time. The last one was what, 1938? And the original killer. The torso, whatever they called him. Never caught, Katie said, turning her head to look at his profile. One of the great unresolved. He just stopped. Or changed his method. Or died. Miller digested this, his jaw working a little, a muscle ticking near his temple. He took a hand off the wheel to adjust his cap. So I've got a ghost doing killings in my county. Or a guy pretending to be a ghost? Fantastic. He fell silent again, but the weight of the thing settled onto his shoulders visibly. His posture, which had been merely tired, now seemed burdened. He wasn't just a chief dealing with a bad crime. He was the man who would have to stand in front of town councils and scared families and answer for a nightmare that had crawled out of history books. Katie's mind, however, was already leaping ahead, past the morgue, past the initial report. The car's motion and the monotony of the passing fields allowed the fragment of memory to surface, crisp and clear. A university library carol, the green-shaded lamp casting a pool of light on stacked books, the smell of old paper and dust. Her own thesis, bound in black linen, the title embossed in gold. The Unanswered, a study of systemic failure in historic homicide investigations. She'd dissected every flawed step, every missed clue, every institutional arrogance that had let monsters slip away. The Cleveland Torso Murderer. The Villisca Axe Murders. The Osage Reign of Terror. For years, those cases had been personal ghosts, academic puzzles tinged with a profound, quiet fury at the injustice. She had known their details, the names of the victims, the errors of the detectives, the weather on the days the bodies were found, better than she knew some living people. Now their echo lay in the grass of Millerton, Maryland. A cold, sickening thrill of recognition went through her, a visceral jolt that tightened her stomach and made her fingers curl slightly against her thigh. It was followed immediately by a clamp of discipline, a mental recoil. She felt the old, familiar pull of obsession, the desire to fall into the details, to chase the ghost, to solve what had been left unsolved for decades. It was a siren song, and it was dangerous. It was the same pull that had driven her into the path of Sela's crow. She shoved it down, deep, forcing her hands to relax, her breathing to stay even. Nina couldn't see it. To Nina, a case was a puzzle to be solved with ice-cold logic and procedural grit. It was never a ghost to be chased, never a personal demon to be exorcised. It was a job. The best way to honor the victim was to be clear-eyed, not haunted. Katie focused on the physical, the ache in her ribs, the feel of the sun-warmed vinyl through her jacket, the faint vibration of the car's engine. "The depot's just ahead," Miller said, his voice cutting through her thoughts. He nodded toward a low, cinder-block building on the outskirts of a slightly larger town. A weathered sign read HICKSBERG County Sheriff's Auxiliary and Motor Pool. A chain-link fence surrounded a lot containing a few dusty SUVs and a single black sedan. As they turned into the gravel lot, kicking up a small cloud of dust, Katie forced her mind to the immediate next steps. The vehicle. And keys. Morgue address. Coroner. Facts. Only facts. Miller put the car in park but left the diesel engine idling, a low, rattling purr. "Doc Aldrich is expecting you. His office is in the basement of the Spring Ridge Medical Center. He's thorough. Doesn't like fuss. Doesn't like small talk. Just tell him what you need, don't hover, and for God's sake, don't touch anything without asking." "We will," Nina said, already popping her door open and swinging her legs out, a slight wince tightening the corner of her mouth as she moved. Katie stepped out, the midday sun warm on the back of her neck. She leaned back in to grab her go-bag from the footwell, the leather handle smooth in her grip. "We'll be in touch, Chief. We'll need full access to your incident report and any deputy logs from last night and this morning. And a list of everyone who has regular access to that field, farmhands, neighbors, hunters with permission." Miller gave a short, sharp nod. "You'll have I'll have my girl email the files." He looked at her, his squinted eyes holding hers for a beat longer than before, the professional veneer dropping for a second to reveal the raw concern beneath. Find this thing. Please. Before it decides my town is its permanent stage. Before people start locking their kids inside and looking at their neighbors like they're monsters. He didn't wait for an answer. He put the car in reverse and backed out with a spray of gravel, the tires biting into the lot before he turned onto the county road and was gone, leaving them standing in the sudden, immense silence, the dust slowly settling around them. Nina came to stand beside her, looking at the motor pool building's steel door. He's in over his head, but he's not stupid. He knows what this is. He just doesn't have the vocabulary for it yet. He knows enough to be terrified, Katie corrected quietly, hefting her bag onto her shoulder. The strap pulled at her bruises. And terror makes people either very helpful or very dangerous. Let's get a car. We're already behind. The words were flat and professional, the agent persona firmly in place. But as she walked toward the building, the gravel crunching in a steady rhythm under her boots, the image wouldn't leave her. A dark silhouette at the edge of the woods, watching a drone with impersonal interest, and a few hours later, a woman dead on a stage of grass, arranged for maximum impact. The script had begun. It was a script written in blood decades ago. And the first rule of any script was that it always demanded an audience. Now they were it. This concludes the audiobook recording of Catcher by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit bookempathy.com for free books daily.